It's a chilly and breezy world outside in Milton Keynes, but we're inside the Centre MK Shopping Centre, ready for the final day of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions, here live on RC Racing TV. Myself, Adam Johnson, and the rest of the crew are here and ready to go for what will be an enthralling final day of action, which has just started. As you can see right in front of us, we've just started the first round of 4 races for today. There will be 4 more rounds of action for the Open A, Open B, and of course the Reedy Invitational class. Following on from 6 rounds of action yesterday, huge amount of action, of drama, of spectacle, and of storylines coming out of yesterday. Certain drivers behind the 8 ball looking to come back today. Do they have time to do it? And these tournaments, meanwhile, there are others who are so strong and are looking so good, they could have this one wrapped up by lunchtime. The way this event is going, it could be wrapped up with 2 whole rounds to go. That is how strong they are, and that is what people will be looking to do. As right now, we commence round 7 of the Open A LMP2 class. Now, this is part of the 2 open classes that we've had out here this weekend. If you've been following our coverage live on RC Racing TV all weekend, powered by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing, and the British Radio Car Association, who have just given a pretty exclusive announcement that came out a little while ago, just before we went on the air. I'll explain a little more about that in a minute. But this is part of the 2 open classes. These are the top 30 of the guys who applied to be here this weekend and are here to showcase their wares to some of the strongest and biggest race teams and drivers in the world of RC racing around. If that's their Harlem Globetrotters All-Star game, this is the support class, and these are the men and women looking to secure and to impress those major factory teams. And right now out on track, it's Naoki Kitagawa who's doing exactly that, impressing with another smooth run. This is exactly how he ran yesterday. Smooth, consistent out in front, getting a smooth start, avoiding the trouble down at turn 1 for the most part. And this is exactly how he handled things yesterday. He's very strong, very smooth, faultless largely, impervious even to the commentary curse, which is something special in his own right. And at the moment he holds a good advantage over Peter Craig, a solid advantage, about 3 seconds or so. Not a huge amount in it, but Kitagawa is a comfortable leader right now and looking very, very good. This is a very solid run so far, and it's exactly what we need, what he needs right now. Going in overnight, I'll just give you an update on what the scores were going in overnight. And it was actually, Kitagawa actually went in leading overnight after 6 rounds with 3 round wins, a 2nd, a 5th, and a 9th. And those last 2 scores were his 2 drop scores for now. So right now he is on 5 points with those 3 wins and a 2nd. Remember, drivers can elect to drop their 3 worst scores, and those will keep rotating throughout the day. One of our team actually had quite an interesting idea whether they should have buzzers up on the driver's rostrum and elect to drop the score immediately after the race they've just had. That'd be quite an interesting sort of TV-style development to things. I wonder if they'll consider that idea for future events. But they can, those drop scores can chop and change throughout the day. So, for example, if right now, if you're having a good run of form, if you've won a bunch of races and you've dropped to 2nd place and then you have a 5th, obviously you can elect to then drop that 5th place instead. So it will just be the 3rd worst scores. Right now, obviously the 2 drop scores for Kitagawa, 5th and 9th place. And right now he's going to add another win, and he certainly won't be looking to drop that anytime soon, I can tell you. 2nd place, Peter Craig in this race. It's a little bit further down. He went in overnight 12th. So a 2nd place would do his chances a world of good. It would be his second place finish of the tournament so far, along with 3 fourths, a 5th and an 8th. A frustratingly inconsistent campaign so far for Craig. Tim Wood 3rd. Now Tim Wood went in 4th overall going in, as well as Matt Rice in 6th. Now those are the ones to watch here, because Wood and Rice went in 4th and 5th overnight, and yet right now they are 6th, and well, Matt Rice is 6th, Wood is 3rd. Wood would do just fine with that. He would be relatively happy with that. He won a bit more, but the more times Kitagawa racks up victories, remember, if you win at least 7 of your 10 races, that's it. There's effectively nothing else anyone can do to stop you or touch you at this point. It becomes a single case of mathematics. We've been reliably informed that pretty much no one can wrap up the title in their respective classes until at least round 8, or maybe in the end of round 8. So there will at least still be all to play for up until that point, and if those guys can keep it competitive, then it should go through all the way through to the final rounds that you'll see live here on RC Racing TV, all the way through till about 5 o'clock UK time, 5:30 UK time. We've gone on the air here, it's 9:30 UK time here. in the centre MK shopping centre with snow on the ground outside. It's a picturesque scene outside, and it's another spectacular day of RC racing inbound here inside as the first race of the day is complete. It's race 73 of upwards of around 120, I believe, are scheduled, including the Formula 1 and GT12 exhibition classes. And Naoya Kitagawa takes the victory in that one, with Tim Wood moving up to second late on. That'll do his chances well. He'll log another second. He'll be happy enough with that. That'll be his third of the competition so far, with his two drop scores being a third and a sixth. That's not too bad. Matt Rice down in sixth, Kellyanne Bly seventh, Patrick Bandera eighth, Kieran Manders ninth. Simon Hadley did not make it out for the start here. Peter Craig ended up finishing fourth behind Aaron Morley. Now the announcement, I'll quickly explain to you, and we'll mention this a couple of times throughout the day. The announcement that was made just before we went on the air was about the introduction of a new GT12 World Tournament for next year. Now, the GT12 classes, you'll have seen them a little bit yesterday. The exhibition events, they are very much Porsche 911 Super Cup style. Body kits, I should say, Porsche Carrera Cup style. And they are pretty much a one-make style. They are very much an entry-level kit for club and national racing, and there are certain scenes that have sprung up around the world. They've become very, very popular here in the UK. They have become very, very popular in certain parts of America, in Asia, and so the BRCA announced this morning, the British Radio Car Association announced this morning, about 15 minutes before we went on the air, that they will be staging a similar event to this next year, hopefully in a similar location to this one. They enjoy the public atmosphere of this event, having it in the middle of a shopping centre in front of the general public. If you're watching on the stream, you'll see on the far side that fence there, that's in the middle of a shopping centre. Those people on the fence there are actually members of the general public who are here to check out what is going on and see just how serious RC racing has got since they last played with their toy RC cars in the shed. And the GT12 World Championship will hopefully be staged around this time next year, in about 12 months' time, with the BRCA's organisation. And it's intended or hoped to bring together the GT12 class around the world and showcase it as a real up-and-coming class in RC racing, alongside your prototypes, alongside your off-road buggies and trucks and touring cars, etc., as the more sort of entry-level World Championship into RC racing. So that's going to be very interesting. We'll follow the progress on that as we go. We did speak to representatives from the BRCA yesterday, as well as representatives from the title sponsor Reedy. This event, obviously, in honour of the late Mike Reedy, and it carries his name and his format. The Reedy format is a very unique one. If you weren't here yesterday, or have not heard of this before, you're not familiar with it, it's a 10-round format, 10 rounds, 6-minute races each. There is no knockout, there is no tournament structure, there's no heats and finals. Every race counts, every driver will go through 10 races. They'll be shuffled into different lineups, and it's their 7 best finishes across the 10 that will go through and count towards victory. So we've had the 30-second warning hit for this, the second of 3 Open A races for the first round of today. Round 7 overall.
Attention drivers.
Taking starting positions. As I say, Kitagawa starting the day very, very strongly with yet another win. He is marching towards LMP2 Open A category victory here at the Reedy 112th Race of Champions, but there are still guys who want to have something to say about it and want to have a say in the destination of the championship. And away they go, the charge into the first corner here at this very technical circuit here at Centre MK. It's been tradition now, especially in the LMP2 and 3 classes, where there's regularly 10 cars per race. Trying to get that many cars filtering through, it is almost impossible to get through cleanly. And the guys who have got through clearly include Matthew Lax, who has been one of the frustrating stories of the day. He comes in second overnight, having taken 3 heat wins, a second, a third and a 10th. Obviously his 10th is one of those 2 drop scores, along with the third so far. And Lax has been very, very good, but has not quite shown, I think, as much overall strength and dominance as Naoya Kitagawa. So a heat victory here would do very, very well. He has to basically match his rival for now, stay on pace and stay right there with him. But right now he's got Aidan Ripley not far behind in the bright pink car you can see on your screen just behind. There it is as they come through the final corners, and the third in line there is Chris Ashton, who's had a pretty good tournament so far. The results don't really bear that out. He is down in 16th so far, but I can tell you his performances are not backed up by the finishes. A lot of times he'll have had late incidents or been caught up in scuffles for position. A lot of times you'll have battles for position go sour, and it will cost them as much as a podium. You'll be battling for second place and end up finishing 6th because of an incident coming together between 2 cars. But Matthew Lax is your leader right now. Matthew Lax is your leader right now in the white, pink and blue car. Coming through now through the final set of hairpins. It's a very technical circuit here for the Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions. This first sector, back-to-back hairpins and complexes through into the middle sector now. And then round here into the turn of champions. You can see there, scuffed barriers on the inside are plenty, and those barriers have been replaced already multiple times. That is one of the most fearsome turns on this track, and it's one that's caught out pretty much everyone here. Doesn't matter how many races they've done before, how experienced they are, how many championships they've won. Pretty much everyone has hit that inside wall. It is basically our own wall of champions from, if any Formula 1 fans here know the circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, they know the wall of champions. It's famous for claiming even the best Formula 1 races. That turn of champions down there is very, very similar. You'll see plenty of cars hit that inside wall and then go shooting off normally over the penalty box on the outside of that corner. And we've got Matthew Lax in the wall down there. That's a huge drama for the leader. That is exactly what he didn't need. Huge moment there. He turned left, hit the wall on the outside of that corner, and these cars do not have a reverse gear, so if they're stuck in the wall like that, they have to wait for a marshal. That's cost him big. He's now down to 5th place. He's got 3.5 minutes to make that time up, and he really has to if he wants to stay on the tail of Naomi Kitagawa in the overall classification. But right now it's Aidan Ripley in the bright pink car that is leading ahead of Chris Ashton and James Stewart. Ashley Whiffen is 4th now, or was, until Lax took the position back, and Lax is already drawing a bead on James Stewart for 3rd. So the comeback is on, and he's got half the race to do it. We are 3 minutes in, 3 minutes still to go in these 6-minute races, and it's Aidan Ripley in the pink car on the main straight now, leading just ahead of Chris Ashton. Not much in it, about 3/10, and then about 2.5 seconds back to Lax and James Stewart battling for that 3rd spot. Remember, Lax needs every position he can get right now. He can still afford maybe to drop another score. Of course, they can drop up to 3, but with Kitagawa racking up the wins, he really needs to keep winning and keep keep himself in contention. And leader Aidan Ripley just having to deal with a little bit of lap traffic. Well behaved there from, I think that was Torsten Muller in the bright yellow car. Well behaved there. The referee off to our right here in our commentary box, our commentary position. Referee off to the right, we're issuing instructions to all the drivers, making sure lapped cars do not get in the way, issuing penalties where needed. So far, the drivers, I have to say, have been excellent in terms of racing etiquette and in terms of racecraft. Generally, lap cars have behaved themselves very well. They've not interfered with the action, and the racing has been clean. And when it has got physical, the drivers often have taken the penalties upon themselves. For example, if one driver knocks another out of the way to take a position, as we have the battle intensifying for the lead here, Ashton took a shot at Ripley there. And they are tightening up very much, aren't they? Nose to tail as they come through the first few corners. That 3rd car in line, they don't have to worry about just for now. James Stewart still holding 3rd ahead of Matthew Lax. Now he isn't anymore. Or he is again now, I should say. I think Lax has just moved through into 3rd now. But he's losing time. And an incident in the first corner for Aidan Ripley. So easy to do. He turned in just a little bit early. Hit the inside wall, and it's Chris Ashton to the lead then. Our 3rd different leader of this race. In under 5 minutes, I should say. Ashton now your leader in the white car in the middle sector now. Oh, good reactions there. Move past the lap traffic. Really good stuff. Both of these guys have got a handy enough advantage over Matthew Lax in 3rd, so I think Lax is going to have to... Oh, Lax has actually fallen back down to 4th. It's Ashley Whiffen has now snuck into 3rd spot. And I think both of this is happening. Both of those cars are quite a way down on the top 3. They're about 3 seconds down on the top 2. I think I'm hearing a penalty being called on Torsten Muller. That's the number 3 car. For now, we watch Chris Ashton. He's got 45 seconds to go to take what will be a priceless heat victory. He's probably out of contention for the overall title now, being down in 16th overnight. But as I said earlier, those results really do not reflect what have been some strong displays so far from Ashton. His racecraft has been great. He's just been caught up in incidents late on and not been able to capitalise and finish the job. He's often been battling for the victory in those cases. His best results so far, a 3rd in round 2. The others, 2 4ths, a 5th, a 7th and an 8th. So he's pretty much finished anywhere, everywhere, but the top step of the podium. But now, there should be sweet vindication. He's got a good advantage now on Ripley. About a second, 1.1 seconds. Comes down to complete first race of the day, and it'll be a victory for Chris Ashton. A much-needed boost. A big shot in the arm for that camp. Well deserved as well. He drove a very good race. Was able to pounce when Ripley made the smallest mistakes at the first corner. Ripley still takes a good second. And Matthew Lax fought back to 3rd in the end after losing the lead early on with that big shunt in the first few corners. And so we are 2 races down out of 3 for the Open A class to start this morning. The schedule goes Open A, and then we have the F1 exhibition race where we have our guest commentators and referees. Then it's the Open B class, the LMP3s, then an Exhibition GT12 race, and then the Reedy Invitationals. And I believe James has a few words for our streaming viewers.
I always feel the pressure when you say that. You can just hand over to me subtly, not build me up. He has a few words, because I now feel
well, you go the other way. You build me up massively before you hand back.
You don't need building up. Anyway, good morning, everybody. We are RC Racing TV. We are live from the Centre MK Shopping Centre in Milton Keynes. We're here. Thank you to Reedy for inviting us along to cover this event. It's a unique event, one of the unique events that we're covering here, and the fact that it is in the public domain. It is in a shopping centre. It's one of my favourite events because it's dry and it's not noisy, so bonus win all round. We're here also thank you to Reedy Power, Protoform, Zen Racing, and of course the BRCA. Don't forget, and I'm going to sound like a parrot, but I don't care. Don't forget that we have a new Facebook group, a new Facebook page. If you're already a member of the Facebook group, then that's okay. We're going to continue to leave the group open for the community to share photo stories, chat, etc. But we now have the Facebook page because it's going to be a better way to communicate with you, and we have lots of information to give you over 2016 with which events we're covering, where they are, where the stream details are, etc, etc. So if you haven't done already, and why you wouldn't have done this already, I've got no idea, but head over to www.facebook.com/RC Racing TV and hit like on our new page, and make sure you don't miss any of the information and subsequently any of the action. We're about to go into race 74 of 120. We're here all the way through till about 5:30, bringing you all the action. So stick with us, and I will hand you back to the capable hands of Mr. Adam Johnson in the Crow's Nest from Team Bomber Sports. Bring on the noise.
Thank you very much, James, as we get ready for the third of 3 races in the LMP2 Open class. Race director makes final checks on the grid, so they're all tucked into their grid slots. The tiniest of adjustments there, making sure there are no advantages gained, no quarter last or given at all in this contest. That's why the orange and black machine near the back of the grid of Lewis Parker. And other contenders in this class. I think Ollie Payne might well be representing in this race as well. He's another one at the top end of the order. So here we go, brace yourselves. Take a breath. And go! We're down away, the charge for the first corners commenced again. They try to filter through, there's always a couple caught out. And I think Ollie Payne is actually one of them. The white, black and red car, that's not what he needed. Lewis Parker also in the action as well. Cars bouncing and ricocheting around all over the place. The track masters really have done a good job keeping up with track repairs for this circuit, because these competitors out here have been giving it all sorts of hell for leather. It's Darren Lee that leads after the early exchanges. Now he's down in 14th overall overnight. So again, much like Chris Ashton in the last race, a win here might not be able to propel him quite into overall victory contention. But man, it would go down well. It would go down right now. Simon Roubaix is up to second. Was and still is. Roubaix second, and it's Eugene Gallet third. Meanwhile, it's Lewis Parker back in fifth, and Ollie Payne back up to 4th spot. So I'm just wondering, let's see if we can find the 3rd place car of Eugene Gallet, the white, yellow and blue car. He's coming through the middle sector right now. There he is in the centre of his shot. Watch for the car coming up behind him. That's Ollie Payne, who went in overnight 3rd on the scores. He went in 3rd overnight with 3 heat wins and a bunch of 3rd places, so another 3rd is probably wouldn't be too bad, but he could do with another win, couldn't he? And he's driving like someone who desperately wants another win. The pressure is on now from Naoya Kitagawa with another heat victory to start today, to start the final day of the event. And Ollie Payne's white, black and red machine, side by side with the hairpins. Bit of contact, I think that was okay with Eugene Gallet, I think it was. Gallet, I think, has moved up to second, so Payne is actually registering second, but contact in the middle of the hairpins there with a lap car. Roubaix now back up through. I think Roubaix is now showing his 3rd. And Gallet back up to second. This is all happening further and further behind Darren Lee. There's Roubaix in the middle of your screen, yellow and silver. They're in the middle of your screen. If you're watching on the stream online on RC Racing TV. Yellow and silver car of Roubaix is under a lot of pressure from second. Third place for Ollie Payne. So Payne's already got some podiums today, but he could do with a lot better. He could do with another win to keep the pressure on Kitagawa. The battle continues. Stephen Rowley's been warned about letting the leaders through traffic. And Darren Lee, I can tell you, was about 3 seconds ahead of the battle we're watching right now, which is between the yellow and white car of Simon Roubaix and the white, black and red car of Ollie Payne. And these two in very close proximity. Payne just being careful, a little bit physical getting past Gallet, but that was judged as a racing incident. Often it's very hard to make passes without a little bit of contact. That's where the referee comes into play and is very important in terms of making the judgment call on whether contact was intentional or disadvantaged someone, or whether it was just a racing incident. Traffic getting out of the way as this battle for second is starting to intensify. Roubaix driving very, very well, but Payne driving like a man possessed right now, a man who needs every single point he can lose, as is the point system for this event. The least points you can get, the better. As lap traffic again, just in the way a little bit. But it luckily doesn't hold up the battle too much. It doesn't interfere with the battle too much. These guys are about 3 seconds behind leader Darren Lee, who's coming through the final corners now. The yellow and silver, the yellow and white car. Roubaix again has got Payne all over him now. It's all about that run to the first corner. I think, Payne was looking there. Roubaix shut the door effectively. This is where racecraft really comes into play. Payne setting up his car for the move. Roubaix setting up his car to deny Payne any space, time or opportunity to make the move. Make it as tough as possible to make that pass, if at all. Payne, you can just see, will get close and then won't be able to run too close for too long without running wide a little bit, and has all that work to do again. 2 minutes to go then. Darren Lee continues to lead this one. You're not missing anything up front. The battle for second is the one we're really watching right now between Simon Roubaix and Ollie Payne, the man who went in third overnight here after 6 rounds of racing here at the Reedy 112 Race of Champions in the Open A class. A second place would do nicely. A win would be perfect. Another third wouldn't be the worst thing, but he's got enough of those already. He wants as little points as possible, and he was nearly on for the pass at the turn of champions. That's incredibly difficult to do. Incredibly difficult. Dicing this way and that. This is a great, great battle. And he just turns in a little bit too early. The barrier sticking out there. Was that his last chance? I hope not. I hope we get to see this battle continue a little bit longer, because it was a real entertaining one. And in fact, I think the battle for the lead is now closed up. Yes, Darren Lee in the number 7 has suddenly come under a lot of pressure from Roubaix. There they are on the main straight now. So what was a battle for second a moment ago between Roubaix and Payne has now become a battle for the lead between Lee and Roubaix. Into the final minute now. Darren Lee, another one of those men who could really do with a good win to boost his team. What an incident at the first corner. Big pile up between a bunch of cars. And I think that's cost Lee the lead. It has. Roubaix is now through to the lead. So the lead changes hands again. It's been a fascinating start to proceedings out here at the start of the final day of action. This is all heat-based racing. Remember, there's no heats and then knockout formula and then into a final later. So when we say final day, we mean it not in terms of a finals day. And the top 3 are all in the same shot. Look at this. Ollie Payne has come back yet again. I think he's going to have... It's too little too late. This is a great drive. You can't fault him for his determination at all. He's looking for any sort of pass. Lee's trying to size up a move on Roubaix, but he's also got to defend from Payne. Contact there in the first few corners. What is the decision there? Was that a racing incident? I think it's going to be let go as such. I think we'll see, but I think Payne is going to get second in the end. Coming through the final few corners, in fact. That was very close. Payne was so close to snatching victory at the last. That would have been one of those unlikeliest victories of the day, having had several incidents there. But in the end, Payne will settle for second. He worked very, very hard for that second place as well across the races. A great, great job. But it's Simon Roubaix in the end who takes the victory in the third and final of our Open A races for round 7 of action here in the Reedy 112 Race of Champions. Coming up very shortly, we'll have the first of our F1 exhibition races, and then we'll move on to the LMP3 class, the Open B. Now, those guys, I'll let you know the order of those when they come up in a minute. But now you are enjoying live coverage, both out in the arena, over the system, and online in sound and vision to the world of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions on RC Racing TV. It's powered by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing and the British Radio Car Association, the organisers of this event today.
All drive to the start of the grid, please. All drive to the start of the grid. We've got more cars and drivers on the roster. What's happening? Take care of the marshals.
Hi, Adam.
Hello.
I thought I'd have a quick, seeing as you're resting your voice, I would unrest mine. Good morning to everyone watching. Hello, Ben Ray, Team CRC Japan, Leon Townsend, Martin Southall, Samuel Walpole, my glow plug. Obviously these are YouTube names, not real names. Hello to you all, thank you for joining us. If you're watching on YouTube, head over to the right hand side or underneath there is a chat area, depending on what device you're using, there's a chat area. Head over there, have a chat with the fellow viewers, get stuck in, debate things, cause controversy. Do what you will. We are RC Racing TV, live from the Centre MK. If you're in the area, if you're within spitting distance of Milton Keynes, come down, say hello, show your support. Bit quiet in here at the moment because all the shops aren't open, but that will soon change. I think the shops are due to open in a few minutes. So we will see the crowds down the side of the track as we did yesterday start to fill. I need to set up some equipment for someone, so I'll leave you back with Adam.
Oh, it's birthday boy.
We will just for the moment, as we're gearing up for the Formula 1 races, the first of the exhibition Formula 1 races of the day. These are very entertaining. I'll leave you in the very capable hands. Our guest referee is just being kitted out right now, aka the voice of God. Well, this is the man who has more than a little influence on the outcome of the race, and it's more fun for it.
Have you turned yourself off the audience? Are you not co-commentating?
Yes. Morning everybody. We're ready for a bit of F1 racing. I'm told we have a birthday boy on the grid today with his Dremel car, the one with the orange wings. I wonder if we can manipulate a win for him as a present. Let's see what's going on. Okay, we've got Nelson Piquet Jr. out front, followed by one of the Dremels, the orange wing Dremel, that is Lee Stokes, the birthday boy. We then have Valtteri Bottas, followed by the other Dremel car of Mark Christopher. You've then got the Marussia, followed by Alonso, the Toro Rosso of Max Verstappen, with Daniel Ricciardo hanging around at the back. That Red Bull doesn't seem to have much go today. Maybe it needs a bit of a gear up in that Red Bull. And we can put it down a little bit. Yes, that's it. Flying along is Daniel Ricciardo now. I reckon Daniel Ricciardo's got some right good legs on that car, and it won't be long before he's able to take Fernando Alonso in the Renault car. So back out front, we've got Nelson Piquet Jr. with the birthday boy hanging around behind in the Dremel car, followed by Valtteri Bottas heading down the end of the straight around the infield now. I wonder if Lee Stokes has got some legs. I wonder if he can make it past that Nelson Piquet Jr. car with his nemesis, Mark Christopher's teammate. Well, they're not really teammates. It's the same cars, but really they hate each other, especially Lee. So, there he is. Come on, Lee, you can do it. He's heading around there. Oh, we've got a back marker. This is going to spice things up now. I wonder if what have we got out there? Is that a Marussia? Typical back marker there with the Marussia. So get out of the way, Marussia. Do not hinder this race. Oh no! He's got well into it there. Gap's been able to close up. We've got that pesky Mark Christopher back through again. Oh, he's dreadful. I think Mark Christopher could have a stop go. Oh, he stopped himself. Excellent stuff. So we've got Piquet Jr. out front, followed by a Marussia, then Lee Stokes, and Daniel Ricciardo, who was in last place at the end of the first lap. He's made himself up into 4th place now. So, shall we have some money on some people here? Who do we think can take this now? I'm quite fancying Nico Hulkenberg for this. He's got 3 minutes to go in the Force India car, halfway through the field. Come on, Hulkenberg, hug that apex. You can do it now. Let's go, fast as you can. Round the bottom end, hugging it nice and tight. Going round by race control now, heading through the infield. In front of the driver's stand. Picking it back up again. We've got is that a Marussia out front? I'm not going to stand for that. The Marussia can have a stop-go penalty. A stop-go penalty for the Marussia. So, Nelson Piquet Jr. is now coming under a lot of pressure from Daniel Ricciardo, who's closely followed by Valtteri Bottas. Remember, Red Marussia, you've got a stop-go penalty this time. Ignoring the referee, the red car out front. You will have to perform a stop-go or you are going to get black flagged in that red car. So we've got Nelson Piquet Jr. followed by Daniel Ricciardo, who's come from last place. Last place Daniel Ricciardo has come from. With just a minute and a half to go. 2 more cars to go. Can Daniel Ricciardo make it through in that Red Bull in the first F1 race this morning? It would be fantastic to see. Look at him closing up on the back of Alonso now. Wheel to wheel as they're heading through under the driver's stand. Oh, what a move by Daniel Ricciardo there. Absolutely fantastic. And Mark Christopher in the Dremel car has made it through again. Mr. Christopher, you can stop-go that car. Stop-go that Dremel car for getting in the way. Right, we've got Daniel Ricciardo followed by Valtteri Bottas. We're ignoring the Dremel car. Followed by Nelson Piquet Jr. Oh, that is definitely a stop-go for that Dremel car. Definitely a stop-go. You've got to stop-go this time, Dremel car. Okay, Bottas out front, followed by Ricciardo, followed by Nelson Piquet Jr. Heading down the end of the straight. I've got money on Ricciardo for this. He's been in the lead once. The back marker got in the way. He can do it again. Come on, Ricciardo. You have 20 seconds to go now, Ricciardo. Just 20 seconds to make it through to the front now. As they're heading down the back straight, Bottas. Oh, he goes wide. Bottas has gone wide. Let Ricciardo through. This is just dreadful. Dreadful driving from Bottas. I wonder if he can make it back round this next infield. Oh, yes, what a move by Bottas. That was excellent. Just touching wheels through the driver's stand. So we've got Bottas, followed by Ricciardo, followed by Nelson Piquet Jr. heading down the back straight now. This is going to be your last lap, guys. Who's going to take it? And it's Ricciardo with a spin on the last lap. That was absolutely fantastic there. Excellent stuff. Ricciardo followed by Bottas, followed by Piquet Jr. Followed by Mark Christopher. Oh, I got it wrong. There's another minute to go. They're not 5-minute racing, they're 6-minute racing. Deary me. Okay, with more than a minute to go, this battle is going to be intense now. We've got Bottas out front with an erratically driven red Marussia car that looks like it's got some kind of cheat mode enabled on it, because look how fast it is compared to the other cars around him. Okay, so the actual finish of the race is going to be Bottas, the Marussia, and then Daniel Ricciardo.
Thank you, F1. Could you maintain the discipline and get out here and marshal as quick as you can, all of you? And next heat, down behind the loop.
Thanks very much for that. The F1 exhibition race is always good entertainment, good fun. Some pretty dreadful displays there from Valtteri Bottas. He's never going to get that Ferrari driver performances like that. Anyway, let's get back to brass tacks, shall we? Let's go back to the serious issue at hand, the serious competition that is underway this weekend at the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. Next up out on the track will be the LMP3 class runners, the Open B category. And I can tell you their overnight scores on the doors are as follows. Their overnight lineup goes a little something like this. Daniel Bancroft leads overnight with a clean sweep now. We were talking earlier about anyone who could take at least 7, 8 victories will have this one sewn up by lunchtime. Daniel Bancroft could do exactly that. The way he's going, John Zottel is the closest to him in second. Now they are both on 4 points because Bancroft has had to drop 2 scores. He's had to drop 2 wins, crazily enough. But John Zottel has dropped his 2 seconds, so they're both technically on 4 points from 4 race victories. Third is Matthias Hendrick on 5 points, 3 wins and a second, as well as a third and a ninth, has dropped scores. And then fourth is Mark Barford, in fact, who is on 8 points. Fourth, first, second and a first. The ninth and 10th has 2 drop scores already. So there is your top 4 right now, and Jamie Patton in 5th is your top 5 overnight. So all eyes on Daniel Bancroft, whether he can sew this one up with time to spare. With rounds to spare, he'll be effectively able to treat the last few as exhibition races. But there's still a long way to go for him. And John Sutherland is going to put the pressure on all the way. So they line up on the grid under the direction of race director. Signed very tightly organised into each grid slot. Let's get each race run under the 30-second starters' orders. For the LMP3 class, the Open B category.
Race 77, Open B, round 7, will start in 30 seconds.
Now they have their 30-second notification. The 30-second countdown. Driver's position on the rostrum at the back here. In the shadow of John Lewis.
Attention
One side, and Tiger behind us. In the middle of Centre MK. I never thought I'd be describing an RC racing event quite like that. Although there is no RC racing event quite like this one. Let's get ready, the countdown is on. Pause. And it's green. And a great start off the third row. Oof! But that quickly goes downhill as the spin cycle claims almost everyone in the field. I think everyone has taken a whack in the first few corners. But one car has jumped out to an early lead. That car has been a few did not starts as well. Was not registered initially. Your initial leader then, after all that chaos is complete, is Mark Barford. 4th overall coming through overnight. Kenneth Rogers 2nd, Oliver Hellman 3rd, Mark Passingham 4th, Matthias Hendrick in 6th. Now this could be a pivotal round for him. Hendrick in the number 10 car, remember, is 2nd overall and probably needs as many wins as he can to stay with Zottel and the guys above him. Hendrick is 3rd overall, Barford 4th. And Barford is leading this current race in the white and red number 8, the red and white number 8 car there in the middle sector, right in the middle there, through the final few hairpins. If you're watching online, it's a car right in the middle of your screen, and he's already got a handy advantage over Kenneth Rogers. Oliver Hellman is 3rd, Mark Passingham is in 4th. Hendrick is now at 5th spot, but he needs better than that really. He needs a lot more to stay with the fearsome pace of the likes of Zottel and Bancroft ahead of him. He's going to need more than that as the day progresses. But for now, he'll take this. Hendrick now up to 4th. He moves up, continues. We are continuing to watch Mark Barford in the red and white car, flying through the first sector now, into the second sector. Battle continues. I think Hendrick has actually moved up to either 4th or 3rd spot. Mark Passingham is showing in 3rd at the moment. This is all happening several seconds down the road from Mark Barford, who is a comfortable leader right now. It's a good 2 seconds or so ahead of Kenneth Rogers. Hendrick has indeed moved up to 3rd spot now. Hendrick in the number 10 car. The number 10 car is the bright green car coming into the first sector now. The bright green number 10 car. There it is in the middle of his shot. You're watching online at home. And that is the 3rd place car. We have cars scattering beneath us here, beneath the crow's nest at the turn of champions, claiming it once again. They storm down through the first sector. Hendrick is about 3 seconds down on those in front of him. He's about 3 seconds behind Kenneth Rogers, who's the car he has to chase down now. But a win for Hendrick here, a heat win for Hendrick, as unlikely as it's looking right now, would be really, really useful. And it's what Hendrick's gunning for right now. And in fact, he has taken 2nd. He's inherited 2nd from Rogers. I happen to be glancing the other way just for a split second. That's how quickly things can change in RC racing. You really can't afford to take your eyes off the action for a second, and even then you probably need multiple pairs of eyes to keep up with everything that's going on. Hendrick then in the bright green car in the third sector now, flying onto the main straight. It's the first few corners through the complex in the middle now, into the Reedy turn of champions down at the bottom. That corner has claimed almost everyone out here today. No matter what the experience, the age, the class, it really does not matter. It does not discriminate for anybody. And at the moment, Hendrick is showing, to duck through marshals there as well. Hendrick is showing down the order as the number 1 of Lee Ellis pulls through the drive-through bay. I'm not sure if he has a problem with that car, in fact. He might do. Meanwhile, Hendrick continues on his way. He's trucking on hard, but Barford does have a good straightaway advantage right now through the first sector into the BRCA complex in the middle there. Now through the Reedy turn of champions right there. There it is. The right-hander. It may look innocuous enough, but with the speed those cars are carrying through there, if you clip the inside wall, it is absolute disaster. Good skills to navigate all the traffic there, but it's caught out Hendrick, in fact. And I think Hendrick may have, has Hendrick lost a position? Gary Dyson is showing in third now. That's a good move through the field for Dyson. In fact, Sedgwick now to third. Third place is literally changing by the lap. Every time I look at the timing screen, it's somewhat different. Hendrick has held on second though, but he is still about 2 seconds down on Mark Barford. And there's a lapped car between the two of them. I think the car that's immediately behind Hendrick, you see it on your screen, that is not David Sedgwick, I don't think anyway. So Hendrick is on his own in second largely, but he's gaining a little bit on Barford. You can see there, the gap is coming down. Barford, remember the red and white car coming through the BRCA complex now, through the turn of champions, and Hendrick is gaining. Hendrick is gaining, and they're going to have about 70 seconds to go of this race. Hendrick may be on to have an unlikely rise through the field to a victory here. And what a victory would be in the context of his chances for the victory in the LMP3 Open class at the Reedy 112th Race of Champions 2016. It would be absolutely massive as there's marshals in the middle of the track. And I think Hendrick is just whacked one of the walls. Contact with the lap car. Exactly what he didn't need. Just we were setting up for a potential battle to the finish. We have a battle for the victory taken from us. That was Kenneth Rogers, the lap car, that disrupted that battle. Hendrick is still second, so that hasn't affected him too much, but it has unfortunately taken away probably any chances of a battle for the victory and was squaring up. It was just an unfortunate coincidence that can happen sometimes with lap cars. Sometimes they do their best to get out of the way. It's just not possible sometimes, depending on where the lead lap cars catch them. As Barford continues on his way, he was going to lead this one. By the looks of it, lights to flag. And it's been a very consistent, smooth drive, which in itself deserves a huge amount of praise, because in RC racing, and especially on this sort of track, consistent driving, consistent smoothness, keeping it off the walls, and being consistently faster than everyone else is very, very tough in itself. As the clock ticks down, it looks like Barford will take the victory. He's going to come round for one more lap of the track. Now, just to clarify, this is the start-finish straight now. This is where the starting straight, the finish line and scoring loop, is as they come around this corner right there. There's your start-finish area. That little line there is marked on the wall with Union Jacks. That's your scoring loop. That's the finish line. And that's where your laps are counted off. So just to distinguish that from the starting grid on the long straight at the back up against the fence where the public are standing and watching, enjoying the action. Because it was a little bit unusual, a little bit strange to try and work out where we always assumed where the start-finish line was where those grid slots are. It isn't. That's just where they are stable and started from, because it's the longest straight on the track. The timing loop is down there in front of the timing control area. So, final results of that one is Mark Barford takes the victory. Good strong drive in the end. Matthias Hendrick would have been frustrated having his chance of the victory taken away. But he does take second in the end. That's the best he can take out here. And sometimes that's good enough to get the best scores possible. Third for David Sedgwick. Fourth for Mark Passingham. And fifth for Kenneth Rogers. A good drive from all of those guys as we get ready for the second of 4 Open B class races. And I think I see the white and blue car of John Zottel lining up as well. Now, one of our top 2 going into this round, going in overnight on identical points to David Bancroft, but Bancroft has the immaculate record so far. So that could come down and be crucial. Remember, if they are on equal points, the tiebreaker is the dropped scores. They come back into contention. So they are still crucial. In a way, you can't afford any bad runs. You have to be perfect most times, because even if you have the odd bad run that you can drop as a mulligan, if it comes back to it, if it comes down to a tiebreak, those dropped scores will then come back into play. And if it's still a tie after that, it's then down to fastest laps. So it's going to be an incredibly tense way of settling this race out. The race director lining them up on the grid now. You see him in there in the high-vis jacket on the second row of the grid now. You want to see our own James Parry moving back into the picture as he comes back through on Crow's Nest commentary area. Up here in the magnificent venue they've created here, right in the middle of Centre MK, in the shopping centre. Quiet Sunday afternoon shopping. Maybe that was the plan. Not a bit of it when we're in town. The RC Racing crew here exhibiting the sport in front of the public like no other sporting event, you could probably say. Nowhere else is a regular sporting occasion this so front and centre in front of the public in such a way, and open to them in such a way as well. It's a unique challenge for the drivers as well, of course, because they're normally used to performing or racing in ticketed events, or rather ticketed events in clubs. So normally the people watching are paying fans or friends and family and teammates. So this is a new experience for them as well. Starters' orders are underway. This race 2 of 4 from round 7, the Open B class of the Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions. And they're away. The charge for the first corner commences once again. And they barely made it through the very first corner before action commenced there. And contact, and clashing. But the leaders and the first 3 rows get away rather cleanly. They get away quite well. And have at least stayed clean, I should say. And now this is an interesting dilemma. Our 1 and 2 placed cars overnight in the overall scores are currently 1 and 2 in this race. So a potentially class-deciding showdown here, because if Bancroft gets another win, that'll pretty much give him one hand on the trophy for this class at the Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions 2016. If Zottel can deny him, he will at least keep the title fight on for another round at the very least. So Zottel probably desperately needs to get this victory here, and if Bancroft can get another one, that'll be a perfect 7, and after that he is pretty much in control of his destiny from here on out. And Bancroft is driving a great race so far, has he done all the way through. Really, Bancroft would have felt desperately unlucky to have not made it into the LMP2 class, the Open A class. Remember, they were based on the scores of the top 30 in qualifying for their class, so he would have felt unlucky to have not made it through there. But look at this, the lead battle really is on. Zottel is not going to leave anything on the table. Vincent Formosa is in 3rd, Uwe Siever 4th, and Rod Warren is 5th. This is going to be so close. Zottel sizing up every chance, looking for any gap possible to come through to the hairpin, onto the main straight, round into the first complex. Now into the BRCA complex in the middle sector, and through the Reedy turn of champions. The hairpins. Now lap traffic is coming into play, and there's a lot of lap traffic. So even if the lap traffic is well behaved, it's still going to be difficult to get through because of the number of cars there, and they are having their own battles. Remember, they're having their own battles for position. Bancroft is working hard to get past Boyd Trataki, and it pays off because Trataki in the end interfered with John Zottel. No one's real fault in the end, but Bancroft saw the space and took it. The door then shut when Zottel tried to follow him through. How pivotal could that be in the deciding of the champion of this Open B class? Because Bancroft continues on his way, leading in the all-white car. And number 7, running through the 3rd sector now. John Zottel is now showing us 4 seconds down the road. Absolute heartbreak. That is exactly what he didn't need. It's been a recurring theme so far this morning. More contact. They came together. They converged on the start-finish straight. It was just off camera on the stream. But Bancroft continues to lead now, and surely this one is his. Both the race and potentially the Open B class championship here at the 2016 Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions. He continues his invincible march. We wondered if anyone was able to do it. Get the perfect 7. Hey, if he gets the perfect 10, there's literally nothing more he can do. That'll be the RC Racing full house. And that's what Bancroft is surely going to be gunning for in the settling the destination of this title. And he's got a monster gap now on John Zottel after those instants. He's got a long way away, a good 8 seconds now on John Zottel. Milton Formosa is still third ahead of Seba, and Chwataki is up to 5th spot, and he's had a quietly consistent and strong tournament. This won't be one of his better races, but it'll still be a good one compared to where he was, as Bancroft gets in a little bit of an instant with Vincent Formosa. That shows you his dominance in his race. He's lapped all the way up to 2nd place now. The only man he hasn't lapped is Zottel. That changes things. A little bit of a hit there. This race is still not decided yet. He's still got to get it done and bring it across the line to win it. Doesn't matter how big the gap is, 1st to 2nd, and Zottel was not close enough to capitalise. But Bancroft, a lot of errors now. A lot of little mistakes creeping in. I wonder. The pressure's starting to get in. Does he know how close he is to title glory in this class? He knows that he's done so much hard work to get to this point. The championship really is in his own hands here. The Open B Championship is really in his control now, in his grasp. Is he aware of that? He just needs to reset his rhythm. He needs to get back into that flow. But with so much lap traffic out here, it's difficult to do so. You've got to stay one at a time, a little bit more contact. But he's okay. What he doesn't need is any damage at this point. That'll be ruinous. But he does still have 7 seconds on John Zottel in 2nd place. So he can afford not to rush this. He's got 80 seconds to go to achieve 7 wins out of 7. He's going to get to the point. He's already got to the point where he's having to drop race wins. That's how supreme his record is so far. He's coming up behind Vincent Formosa. He lapped this car already, and then Formosa unlapped himself. Very nice from Formosa there. Very well done. Not getting any interference at all. Huge oohs and ahs in the crowd. A big crash off our screen there. I mean, crashing. If you're going to crash, you may as well do it spectacularly. The guys out here have been doing just that. Everything's amped up to the max here. But Bancroft is driving a very patient race. He's got back into his rhythm. He's got back into his flow. There was a brief blip a few laps ago, but Zottel has faded so far back now, it doesn't matter. And Bancroft is on to do what we thought was almost unthinkable. Win 7 races out of 7. 6 races out of 6 overnight. Looking for 7 race wins out of 7. And with 3 dropped scores, that means he can afford, it doesn't matter. It also doesn't matter what finishes he get after this. He can drop those, get 7 wins, and he's almost in the perfect position. Zottel effectively would be in the position of having to win every single remaining race to get up to that similar sort of level. It is still possible, but Bancroft really has this Open B Championship in his grasp right now. It's his to take. It's his for the taking. And with another awesome drive, lapping all the way up to 3rd place, he comes across the line to take another commanding victory. 7 wins out of 7. It's lucky 7 for him. This is great driving from Daniel Bancroft. And a round of applause in the pit, warranted as well, well deserved. John Zottel comes home 2nd. He'll be a little bit frustrated, but he's trying to keep the pressure on as best as possible. But is that championship already gone? Has Bancroft already got one hand on the title? I think he has, you know. It's going to be very hard to come back from that. Vincent Formosa 3rd in the end. Uwe Sieber 4th. Rob Warren 5th. Boyd Chwataki 6th in the end. Ingo Aretz 7th. Giles Hodgkinson 8th. Simon Clee the 9th. And Sasha Freytag rounds out the 10. So we have the next group out on track. Ready to roll.
Only 9 cars in this next race.
9 cars in this race, we are being told.
If you can confirm that.
I think there's been a did not start. Or there is one car listed as listed as did not starting. So we wait for them to roll out onto the grid. Now, in this field, it'll be interesting to see who is there, because at the moment it is now becoming a real 2-horse race between Bancroft and Zottel. It's really becoming a 2-horse race up at the top of town, but behind them, it's still relatively close. Back in, you know, mere mortal town, where perfection does not exist, things still remain pretty close. So the battle for the top 5 positions still remains close. And depending on this race, things could still change up. Things could still shuffle in those positions as they line up at the far end of the start straight. The starting straight. They are going round for a warm-up lap, and that's a change from yesterday's procedure. Yesterday's procedure, there was no time for warm-up laps. They'd go into each race cold. and literally roll out onto the track, roll up to the start grid, and go. That was it. Today they are getting a warm-up formation lap, and that is due to the fact they have more time to do so today. Yesterday they had to cram 6 rounds of racing in. At my rudimentary maths is telling me that would be 12 races each. We had over 60 races yesterday alone. We're on to race 78 of the overall tournament now. I think there is upwards of 120 races scheduled for this entire tournament over 2 days. There really is no tournament and format quite like it. As the cars line up on the grid for this Open B class race. Well into round 7 now.
Race 79, Open B, round 7, will start in 30 seconds.
They've got the 30-second warning up now.
Attention,
Everyone in position to the satisfaction of the race directors. Watch those first 4-5 rows. Watch those 5 rows. First 5 rows. That is where most of the action is going to be. The start, all important. You've got to go for those big moves. They're ones that could make or break your race. From second 1. And away they go. A charge those all important first few corners. Some wheel banging, a little bit of contact, a lot of contact back in the field. To be expected right back there in the maelstrom. It's the pink number 7 car that's come through initially. Paul Campion. And I think it's Liam Hammond right up there behind him. In the white and red car. In the number 9. Yes, it is. Liam Hammond in the number 9 then. Andrew Hicklin in the number 10. Robin Streeter 4th. Matt Baker complete the top 5. But the battle early on for the lead is between Paul Campion in the pink car. Heading through the first few corners now. Through the timing loop. And it's Liam Hammond putting all the pressure on through the BRCA complex and up through the Reedy Turn of Champions. Through the final hairpin. And onto the main straight once more. This is a battle that could twist and turn at any point. Now Hammond is 6th overall overnight, or was 6th overall overnight. That won't help. That will not help. He made a crucial mistake in the BRCA complex. But he is 6th overall overnight. Paul Campion is 7th overnight. Hammond goes in with 2 second places, 2 thirds, a victory and a 5th place. And Campion goes in with a 10th first, 8th third, 2nd and 4th. So both having fairly similar records so far. A win for Campion would probably help boost him above Hammond. That's why Hammond was putting so much pressure on him. Hammond is trying to gain that time back, and he is. I'd say that Hammond is lapping slightly faster than Campion by the look of it, and that's just how it looks on the eyes anyway. The timing screens tell us the same. Campion in the bright pink number 7 car. Ahead of Hammond in the white and red car. Through the sector now. Winding through the BRCA complex now. I think it's the Reedy Turn of Champions. Right next to the penalty box there. They go down the main straight once more. They've got a lapped car to deal with there, who has behaved himself very impeccably indeed. Well done. Oh, goodness me, but Campion just messed up his rhythm there in the BRCA complex. It was the tiniest of mistakes. It allows Hammond through, though. That is the slim margins that exist in RC racing. And Hammond through to the lead then. Now, can Campion stick with him? Can Campion stick with him, as we had Gavin Rice to have a big shunt beneath us at the Reedy Turn of Champions. Hammond and Campion then, your top 2. They're right there in the middle of the screen if you're watching online on the RC Racing TV live stream. They're in the middle sector. Oh, lap traffic just getting in the way a little bit. Campion took for the big swing. Tried a chance and then got caught on himself. So things quickly can swing back and forth here. Hammond has actually profited out of that situation just a little bit. Not hugely, but a little bit. Hammond continues on. Lap traffic lets him through very smoothly. And Hammond continues to truck on his way. This is now very smooth. He's now got himself just into that position where he can afford to just have a little bit of a respite, slot himself into somewhat of a rhythm and get things moving without the need to make much mistakes. Paul Campion is still there within some touching distance, but he's up over 3 seconds now behind in 2nd place. So all the work, all the hard work being done by Campion now to try and keep in, and Campion, one of the pink cars bouncing it off the walls down there. I think that was the 10 of Andrew Hicklin. who took the big thwack into the Reedy Turner Champions right there, through the Zen hairpins at the end of the lap. And Hammond is continuing on his merry way. This is a very good drive, a very solid drive, with lap traffic spewing off and spearing off everywhere in front of him. He's kept calm very well in the eye of the storm. Now, Paul Campion, I think, has had a second incident, so I wonder if Robin Streeter has profited and moved up to second himself now. We'll see on the timing screens as they come through. I don't think he has. No, I don't think Robin Streeter's moved up. Hammond continues on his way meanwhile. That's the car we're watching on the cameras on the online stream. And don't forget, if you are in the arena, if you are watching this in the Centre MK and you fancy continuing to watch this, you can't stick around for the day. When you head home, lock into our coverage on RC Racing TV on YouTube. You can also find the links on our brand new Facebook page, facebook.com/RC Racing TV, and you'll keep up with all the action and all of the RC Racing tournament action and coverage that we've got coming up for you over the next 12 months and beyond. As Hammond continues on his way, he'll have just about 65 seconds to go in this one. He comes across the timing line again, and he's gapped Paul Campion rather nicely. A little wall incursion there. Hasn't disrupted his flow too much. He's still up nearly 6 seconds on Paul Campion. All but a mistake there, and he's taken a while to recover. Has that brought Campion back into play? The thing was there, he hit the wall there, which was not too bad in itself, but it got him disorientated and he had to recover. That cost him valuable seconds. I don't think Campion is close enough to take advantage. I don't think he will. But stranger things have happened in RC racing. Pressure is now on Hammond just to close out this race. Easier said than done, having already had a little bit of an off, a little bit of an excursion. You don't really have offs here where the walls are so hard, but you do have wall hits. Sometimes you get stuck in the wall. These cars do not have a reverse gear. This car's spinning and flipping in front of him. But with 10 seconds to go, I think Hammond will do enough. He will do just enough to take the victory. A good race overall. The odd blemish, the odd blot on his copybook, and it won't cost him in the end. It was that incident earlier with some lap traffic which first cost Hammond, and then Campion joined in at just the wrong time, and in fact it delayed him a lot more. That was pretty much the difference in the end. Both guys were very quick, but it's Liam Hammond who takes another heat victory, and that should move him hopefully into contention for a top 5 spot in the Open B Class Championship for the Reedy 1/12th Race of Champions.
You're going to race around at high speed, so I'm expecting to be able to drive around at slow speed without hitting each other.
So the 4th race coming up now. 4th race of 4 for the P3 class.
Only 7 cars in this heat, Mr. Timekeeper? 8, 9. Oh, there's one over there. I can't see when you're over there. Okay, round to the back of the grid, please. Please beware of anyone walking across the track. Like that white car nearly hit me because he was in the wrong place. As soon as you're all there, you'll get your warm-up lap. There's loads of time.
Morning, Andrew.
Marshals, please. Just stay there. Right, just spread around here randomly. And the marshals out. Marshals round the side of the
So here we go, the 4th race of 4. Getting ready to roll. The Open B Class Championship. The Open B Class, the 3rd of the 3 different classes out here today in competition. Remember, we have the Formula 1 and GT12 exhibition classes out here today, demonstrating the kit, those Formula 1 cars that are great fun to drive, as are the GT12 cars, particularly the GT12 cars if you want an entry-level competition car. And demonstrated aptly by the fact that the BRCA announced this morning that they are going to be staging the inaugural GT12 World Championship, hopefully at a venue very similar, if not the same as this one, at a very similar time of year. So watch out in 12 months' time. Those GT12 Porsches that you'll see on track very soon, they won't just be going around for a laugh, they'll be going around in fierce competition like the prototype cars you're seeing right now. For now, we've got one more Open B class race. These are your LMP3 runners. So, the class leaders in this one, and the guys who have been the class of the field so far, have largely been Daniel Bancroft and John Zottel, who had their race earlier. Hendrick, Barford and Patton, the top 5. Liam Hammond 6th coming in, of course with the heat victory there, that'll help. Campion 7th, Passingham 8th, Kuchald 9th and Formosa 10th. After 6 rounds of action, that'll be updated after this race as we complete round 7 of the Open B Class Championship. And after the GT12 exhibition race, we will have the Reedy Invitationals on track, the Harlem Globetrotters of RC Racing.
Attention drivers.
This is Model Car Racing's Masters Tournament, with all the prestige and honour that goes along with it. And these Open B Class runners are honoured to share the same stage and are looking to use it as a platform to propel their careers into the stratosphere. We're under starters' orders. And away they go, the charge to the first corner once more. A good start out of third place there. From third to the lead in almost consecutive corners there. That was great stuff, but then a barrel rolling car nearly disrupts the lead battle. It's all happening in the first few corners. An action-packed opening lap. We've come to expect those so far, and I believe that's Jamie Patton, who's taken a great few moves through to an early lead. This is your battle for second that we picked up from. Patton leads then. Haley Baker and Lee Palmer side by side with the BRCA complex and the Reedy turn of champions. That is incredibly difficult to do. Demonstrated there, and there is all sorts of action as one of the cars goes flipping down the front straight. It was madness as they go down there. I think it was Baker. Yeah, Baker is still there, but it's just been passed by Mark Goodchild. Ricocheting off the walls. It is absolute pandemonium in there. It's like a tumble dryer on the full speed setting right now. Cars flying all over the place in the spin cycle. And in the meantime, that's allowed Jamie Patton to run away. But Mark Goodchild in the middle of your screen there is being hunted down by Paul Wailau, who had a series of did-not starts yesterday. He had a series of technical malfunctions, could not get out for the races. Pretty much cost him any chance of taking out this victory in the tournament sense. He's out here today racing for pride and racing for good results to end the weekend and carry some momentum into the start of the full season coming up soon. But Goodchild is starting to gap him a little bit. This is all happening about 4 seconds behind Jamie Patton, who took advantage of an awesome opening lap and has been able to move away and take advantage of that and cement his lead. Goodchild second in the white and blue car in the BRCA complex now through the Reedy turn of champions. And then third is Paul Wailau in the white and orange coloured car. The white and orange patterned car, I should say. With the BRCA complex once more. Goodchild is slowly eking out an advantage. Oh, but then has a mistake at the final hairpin. Has allowed Paul Wailau just the slightest sniff of a chance. He's going to have to take it quickly. Lap traffic. Ooh, and dancing marshals. High-stepping action. That was almost tap dancing down on the track there. Fast feet in action down there. But Goodchild and Wailau both make it through okay. It's all happening still 4 seconds behind Jamie Patton. So close. They're living life on a knife edge right now as they race and dart through lap traffic left, right and centre. It's like a car chase through busy city streets. You had Wailau tailing Goodchild right now. Goodchild just hits the wall on the inside of the Reedy turn of champions. Most guys hit that a lot harder than that. And we've seen some of the best cars and drivers out here this weekend go ricocheting off into the wall on the outside there. Wailau has caught up to Goodchild again. And they have more lap traffic to deal with. The orange and white car, the vaguely Marlboro liveried car. And it just seems to fluctuate a little bit. Goodchild will get away a little bit, and then Wailau will come back through. Good etiquette from the laps car there. Does not disrupt the action at all. But there's a lot of lap traffic here that's disrupting things, and I think Wailau has slowed. Something's happened to that car. Something has happened to Wailau. It's still stuck in the first sector. To be retrieved by one of the marshals. Goodchild is now coming through the first sector now and across the control line. But that battle for second has been rudely ended in quick fashion. It seemed pretty innocuous to be Wailau. Oh, hello. Is that Jamie Patton? Is that a big incident there? That's Patton and there's marshals flying everywhere. Goodness me, this race may have just been turned on its head out of nowhere. I think that's now put Mark Goodchild into the lead. Let's have a look on the VRC Pro replay. This was the contact that ended Paul Wailau's race. You saw there was a mild bit of contact by the look of it, but it just seemed to maybe knock something loose, maybe knock a spur gear out, and it just knocked that car out of contention. Such a shame, and now Goodchild wedged in the wall a little bit there. This race, you can't relax for a second, can you? Goodchild leads, and Patton is about 4 or 5 seconds down the road, having been 4 or 5 seconds up the road not long ago. Goodchild continues to lead. Patton second. Giddings now up to third. Damien Giddings. And what a shame for Paul Wylau. That car was running well, but it may be a recurrence of the technical gremlins that kept him out of contention for a lot of yesterday. Did not even make the start a few times. Goodchild clouts the wall a little bit. Does anyone want to win this race? It doesn't feel like they do. Goodchild continues on his way though in the number 1 car. Patton in the 9 is gaining, I think, ever so slightly. Patton is slightly quicker, but it's not by much, not by enough, I think, to close the gap enough. But we've already seen this race turned on its head once. It could easily get turned over a second time, which I think will put it back the right way up. I'm not entirely sure. It's been that sort of race, folks. It's been a great one so far to close out round 7 of the Open B class, the Reedy 112th Race of Champions 2016. Goodchild continues on his way down the main straight into the first sector, winding through those corners. He's got a lot more lap traffic to do. Oh, a bit of nerves there, more contact through the BRCA complex and the Reedy Turn of Champions into the Zen hairpins to end the lap. Or to end it onto the main straight, I should say, onto the starting straight. Here is your start-finish line. Here's the control line there as Goodchild crosses it. And he has, well, he's going to have more of a lead now. Well, is he? Because Goodchild chose his moment to clout the Reedy Turn of Champions inside wall. But just at the same time, I think I saw Patton off to my right also hit the wall at the other end of the circuit. So matching instance for both of them. And that's allowed Damien Giddings to sneak into second place. Quite remarkable out of nowhere. Now Giddings is the number 3 car. And I wonder, he's showing us, he's showing us a lot further back. I thought for a second he might have actually caught Goodchild in the middle of all of that. He did not. The number 1 car is still leading okay. He chose probably the perfect time to have his instant at the same time that his main rival did. That's timing for you. He's going to come across the line to take a victory there. That's a good win for Mark Goodchild. He would have needed that one. That was a real morale booster for the man who went in overnight, 9th overall. That'll be his first heat victory of the campaign, of the weekend. And he had to work hard for it. It was action and it was carnage aplenty. All sorts going on there. But we finally get through and Goodchild takes the win. Giddings in the end second. And third for Jamie Patton, which would have been a shame because he would have felt like he could have won that one straight up. And he had that one in the bag for a long time. But we will just take a pause in the competition and allow the GT12 exhibition racers out for their next race. And remember, this is an exhibition race for now, with the announcement this morning that these guys are going to be here in full for a full World Championship competition next year. Hopefully in a venue very similar to this one, a public forum. It's going to be an RC tournament to bring together the world of GT12 racing, which is exploding like no other class in RC racing, as a sort of entry-level RC class. And these cars, you can actually drive if you're here, if you're at trackside, if you're in the Centre MK, if you're nearby, you can come down and have a go in one of these cars in the Arrive and Drive tournament, or the Arrive and Drive stand down on the BRCA stand. So you can have a go with these. For now, the GT12 runners are going to have their crack out on track. We'll let them have their fun. And then it's the Reedy Invitationals. It's the All-Stars. It's the RC Harlem Globetrotters. They're going to be out on track for round 7 on RC Racing TV.
I'm going to call you out on something.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
Yes.
You keep calling them the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yes.
Of the RC. Yeah. The Harlem Globetrotters were a basketball team, yeah?
Yes.
And their thing was like tricks. It was like spinning the ball on the finger and making the ball disappear by hiding
Is this
it
one
at
of
the
those
back of
things
their
where
vest.
you get really pedantic over a turn of phrase, like stand by your beds?
Yes, it is. Because at no point have I seen any of these top drivers who you claim are the Harlem Globetrotters spin cars on their fingers or make them disappear or drive them in reverse around the track.
They have lots of amazing overtakes. Is that not fancy enough for you?
No, but that's just normal racing. You know, they're to me like that. I'm trying to think of famous basketball players now, but that's just like the Chicago Bulls, or you know. But the Harlem Globetrotters, they were like, it's a bit like saying, bingo, I've got one for you. It's a bit like saying that Tiger Woods is at the top of the game, so he started crazy golf. To me, the Harlem Globetrotters are the crazy golf players of the basketball world. No?
So this RC racing tournament is the Harlem Globetrotters of the RC world, but
No, it's not the
Harlem
no.
Globetrotters are the crazy golf of the. You've You've lost me, man.
Harlem Globetrotters, to me, all that does is say that basically they're a group of people who it's a group of people that are good at doing like trick shots and things that you're not supposed to do in the game or in the race.
Okay, but
like drive round. If the top group drove round the track backwards,
there's no stopping him, folks. Will it please you if I stop using that analogy?
yes.
Viewers, if you're watching online, comment on the stream. What do you think of the analogy? Do you think James is being pedantic? Or do you think he's got a point?
See what? I can just cut Adam off like that, you see, and I can have the mic to myself.
I can turn myself back on. I know how this works now.
Right. I will let Adam rest his voice whilst the GT12's on. We are RC Racing TV. We're live from the Centre MK Shopping Centre in Milton Keynes. If you're in the vicinity, come and visit us. We are outside John Lewis and a small shop called Tiger and some pantomime boards. We're in that big empty, well, what would usually be a big empty square in the middle. We are there. We have racetracks, pit lanes or pit crews. We have about 10 gazebos with kind of model shops and clubs, etc. All kind of showing their stuff. There's a ride and drive and ride, turn up and drive. Walk and ride, park and ride. I don't know what it's quite called. There's a park and ride because technically you've got to park in the car park outside and then you can drive the cars here. Come and have a go for yourself. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, there is the chat down the side. Come and get involved. Let's see who's been chatting there for the time whilst I have been away. Ha! James Healy, stop being pedantic. James is right. Get it. Thank you, James. One James to another. Thank you. My phone's beeping away like crazy. Oh no, it's my wife sending me lots of photos. So, hello to Stephen Duff, Alan, James Healy. Hello, James Healy. I think has been on every single stream that I can remember for the last at least year. Ben Ray, Martin Southall, Samuel, Ben. You're all in there. Good morning, all. Glad to see you still on board. Chat away. If you've got any questions, let me know. If you'd like to correct Adam on any of his commentating techniques, then bring it to my attention.
Please don't.
Then I will call him out live on air on that. Pit walk, please, from Savage X367. That will be difficult because we need a special piece of equipment to enable us to be wireless, and I don't have that with me, which is a bit frustrating. We might be able to do something from a distance, but it's also quite difficult on what is technically the crucial day, because today will be crowning. Let me see what I can do, Savage. I can't promise anything, but I will try. AWD Turbo 4, Globetrotters are funny clowns, not champions. My point exactly. Thank you. That's two people that agree with me now. Julio Handeres, good morning. Good morning to you. Where are you from? Let us know. Martin Southall, me to Alan. I don't know what you mean by me to Alan. Nevertheless, if you're a member of the RC Racing TV group, don't forget that we have a page now. A page is different from a group. A page lets us communicate better, but we're keeping the group open so you can communicate amongst yourselves. But we now have a page which we'll use for streams and events. So if you're a member of the group and you haven't liked the page, head over to the page and like it. Where can you find this page? www.rc... No, that's our webpage. Let's start again. www.facebook.com/, the one that leans to the right, RC Racing TV. Head over to there, click like, and you will never miss one of our events or one of our streams or anything. Stu Noble walking past, about to take some photos. He's gone. Just saw him in the corner of the shot there. He's off. He's in the pit lanes. He's gone to do something else. So, let's see. We are on race 81 of 120. The eagle-eyed amongst you will notice that we are in the last 39 races. Hang on, Paul wants to say something. This is a rare moment. First time for the 3 days. Here we go.
Do you have to say www every time? Can't you just say Facebook/RC Racing? I mean, I just think it's just too much. www every time. Or why don't you just say World Wide Web, because that's shorter, it's less syllables.
Now who's being pedantic?
Or it's easy to just say www. No.
Easy for you to say.
There is a difference between www, between HTTP and http://www. I could explain what the differences are. It depends how their DNS servers are set up. There's one for you. Put that in your technical pipe and smoke it. Right. Oh, Paul's completely thrown me now. What was I saying? I don't know. No, Paul's just ruined my Facebook spiel now. We've got about 1 minute and 15 left, I think. Hang on, I've not got the timing on the screen. There's the timing. 1 minute left. Adam changes the batteries in his power pack so he can hear us, so he can hear himself. From the USA, Julio, welcome. Thank you for joining us all from the USA. I'm trying to do my maths. Hang on, aren't you about 6 to 8 hours behind? It must be either very late or very early over there at the minute. Well, thank you for joining us nevertheless. I think I'm due another coffee. I need to go and do a drinks run in a minute. So when this race is done, where are we? Race 81. We'll do the three. We'll do the up next. Up next are the. Would you say they're the 3 top groups? Yeah, 3 top groups. So we'll cover those with some multicam action. Then I will go on a drinks run, team, just to let you all know. More coffee. 4. Yeah, I'll have another one. I accidentally had a Cafeneira this morning, which I read after I ordered it was standard. They put double shots in, and then I asked for extra shots. So I think I had the equivalent of 4 espressos in a coffee this morning. I'm a little bit buzzy.
Track is open for the next race, please.
That's the GT12 over.
So we can make sure the counting.
The big hitters, not the Harlem Globetrotters, are up next.
Brilliant.
Some might say that these big hitters are in between a rock and a hard place. The rock being the referee and the hard place being the staircase on the rostrum. For the eagle-eyed amongst you, yes, I am ripping apart some of Adam's commentating sayings. But he's up on the crow's nest at the moment and can't turn his microphone on. So I can pretty much say whatever I want to say about him. He's just got to sit there and listen to it. All right, I'll turn it on. Anyway, less of me babbling. Hurrah, I hear you shout. Over to Adam Johnson, Team Bomber Sports.
To the rear of the grid, please.
Thank you very much,
Bring on
James.
the noise.
Back on and ready for the not Harlem Globetrotters of RC Racing. We'll go with the Masters, shall we? It's more appropriate, I think. This is the Masters tournament of RC Racing, the Reedy Race of Champions 2016 for the 112 electric discipline. And their all-stars are out on track right now and ready to get down to some serious business. There's no trick shots, there's no fanciness here. This is the best RC racing you will find on the planet, from some of the best exponents of the art, the best masters of that discipline. And I will tell you, as we go through, I'll let you know the order after 6 rounds of action last night. And it's a very tight one so far. It's very close stuff so far, but it's Toto Ebukuro who holds the advantage after 6 rounds of action with 5 wins and 1 second place. An extraordinary run for the Japanese driver, the Japanese all-star. Marcus Mober's in second. The German is equally close behind with 4 wins, a second and a fourth. So very close. They're level on points because both of them have dropped their non-win scores. Third on 5 points is Ollie Jeffries, the home favourite. Fourth is Alexander Hagberg, the Swedish runner and reigning European champion in multiple disciplines. Fifth is Mark Stiles, another Brit. There's the top 5 overnight, with some serious talent just behind them as well. Hebert, Spashett, Lavin and Sieber and Laurent, you know, the top 10. When you talk about stacked decks of talent, they don't get more stacked than this one. Let's get ready then. The countdown is on. We're ready to go. The first of 3. the All-Star races in the Reedy Invitational class. The guys going for the biggest trophy in RC racing as they charge for the first corner. Contact immediately, no quarter arsenal given. As they go surging through immediately. Now, is that Mr. Hagberg I see jumping into a early lead? That looks like a very familiar looking body shell. It is Alex Hagberg indeed. Hagberg jumps out to an early lead. Now this guy, he had a couple of disappointing runs in heats 4 and 5 yesterday, in rounds 4 and 5 yesterday. He'll obviously have the chance to drop those. But of course, you need the most consistent scoring, because a lot of times, even if you take out those drop scores, if you come to a tiebreaker, the way they decide the tiebreaker is using the drop scores. So, those runs from earlier have to be perfect. And it's Daniel Sieber, the German driver, in second, followed by the Finlander Juho Leivinen. Mark Stiles in fourth. The man who went in the top 5 overnight. Marcus Haskell fifth, Chris Hillier 6th, Scott Booth 7th, and Adam Catchpole 8th. As Hagberg continues to lead. Hagberg is the white and green car going down the main straight in the first sector now. There he is on the middle of our screens. If you're watching at home on RC Racing TV, he holds just over a second lead on Daniel Sieber right now. Sieber is the bright yellow car. You'll just see a couple of times in shot. And not far behind him at all. This battle for the lead is still definitely on. As the scrap continues, they're already attacking lap traffic. Juho Leivinen is gapping Mark Stiles rather nicely for third. Was the lap traffic threatening to play a part here, but they have to react so quickly. Of course, they're concentrating so much on their own race and lapping and not crashing on their own. They then have to realise that there's a much faster car coming up behind them. Hagberg is starting to put some gappage now on Sieber. It's not a lot, but it's just eking out just the tiniest margins. Hagberg over Sieber. Hagberg in the white and green car. A four-time European champion across the last 2-3 seasons of competition. He is the man in current form, and it has to be said, he's the man with the most recent success at the top level of our sport coming into this tournament. But that momentum was not enough to carry him through, as the invincible Toto Ebukuro swept all before him yesterday with just one blemish on that record, and even that was a second place. He had the sort of day where one second place finish could be considered bad. I know. I wish I had days at work like that. Now, the white and blue car of Juho Leivinen, who's now coming through the final corners, is under a lot of pressure from Mark Stiles in the white and red car. There they are, it's coming through onto the main straight now. This is your battle for third. And both of these guys are in the top 6 overall overnight after 6 rounds of action. Both of these guys could do with another podium to help. Every point shaved off helps. Remember, 1 point is awarded for the win, 2 for second, 3 for third. The points accumulate, and it's the lowest points tally that wins it, not the highest. So Leivinen will score less points than Stiles in the position that he's in. So watch this battle unfold. Juho Leivinen, I'm just going to keep one eye as well on you watch on the screens. You watch Juho Leivinen and Mark Stiles battle. I'm going to keep one eye on the lead battle between Hagberg and Sieber, because that is equally close as well. Hagberg and Sieber, there's barely anything between those two either. In fact, just as the third place battle is spaced out, I think we should switch back to the lead battle. The white and green car of Hagberg is in the first sector right now, being tailed by the bright yellow car of Sieber. Coming through the BRCA complex in the middle there right now. There they are. There's your lead group, and that's how close they are. Sweden versus Germany. And Hagberg, multiple times European champion in the last few years. Sieber, with all the form and the momentum. He had a frustrating day yesterday. It was one of those days full of what could have beens and what should have beens. Lap traffic now. Oh, very nicely done to get out of the way of the leaders and not disrupt the battle at all. Well navigated by those two leaders. That is an art form in itself in how to deal with traffic, and how many times have we seen lap traffic play a crucial role in determining the results of these races. Hagberg and Sieber still neck and neck, nose to tail. Look at the contact from Sieber. He's tapping out a message in Braille on the back end of that Hagberg's car, and that message is, get out of my way, I badly want this heat victory. But so does Hagberg. Hagberg is resolute. I think Hagberg has the slightly faster car, but Sieber has areas where he's good. He needs to capitalise on those moments, on those corners where he is good, through the Reedy Turn of Champions and through the Zen hairpins. That car was spun but did not get in the way, did not impede them. Hagberg and Sieber still together, locked together in combat. We're under 90 seconds to go now. Oh, contact in the Zen hairpins. They're still side by side. More contact. And what is the ruling there? What is the ruling on the incident? We wait with bated breath, but I think Sieber's got the lead. think Sieber's got it okay. I think that was judged to be racing instant. I think that's what it will go down as. And I think it looked fair enough to me. So Sieber finally making his way through. A little bit of argy-bargy, but not a huge amount. He's put a car between himself and Hagberg as well. So how pivotal could that be? Hagberg needed another heat victory here. Stay in touch with the likes of Ebukuro ahead of him. But Sieber as well. A heat victory would be a huge boost for those guys. Juho Laven, meanwhile, has maintained third just about, but his battle with Mark Stiles is still going. It's hard to tell where to concentrate on this track. The white and blue car of Juho Laven has just been passed by Mark Stiles in the BRCA complex in the middle sector. Stiles has made the pass for position. They're in the final hairpins now. The white and red car, as we continue to watch the leader, Daniel Sieber. Every position counts at this point. Leivenen switching the positions back. Stiles and Leivenen are basically switching the positions back and forth. They're in the final hairpins now. Stiles and Leivenen, they're just ahead of the leader, in fact. We continue to follow Sieber. We may actually see their battle for third, but Stiles has got third there. How important could that be to keep him in touch with those top guys? Sieber rotating through. You just see those guys battling away. You might see Stiles and Leivenen in the top right corner of your screen coming around to the control line now. Side by side of the line. I think Leivenen got him at the final corner. Whew, that was unbelievable. I think he pounced on the very final corner. What's the final time screen showing? Yes, Leivenen by 2/10. Unreal. Lucky we know exactly where the control line is. It's just on the bottom right there. It's just down in front of the stall, the timing screen and the control screen down there. You see the display for the timers. It's down there on that little bit of part of straight, out of that corner, right zoomed in on the camera. And I believe we have an action replay of what happened there. Here we go. Watch in the top right there. There you see Leivenen go through to make the pass. Stiles raced hard at them and they crashed after the checkered flag. Appropriate, because they had a race-long duel of the fates. An awesome, awesome battle between those two. No quarter after game, and Leivenen prevails in the end. That was all happening a fair way behind Alex Hagberg and an even longer way behind Daniel Sieber. The German driver taking a good heat victory.
You never hear Nick going on about the harm going on. I've had another person agree with me.
We'll start in 2 minutes.
2 minute mark. Take a warm lap. Beware there's a car going to come onto the track. One warm lap, please. Plenty of
I'd
time.
just like to point out, anyone still agreeing with James in the comments on the live stream, you're both wrong and you're mean. Stop it.
Chris, take it safely.
Stop what? I don't have my headphones on. What? What am I being told to stop?
Now, I'm talking to our commenters on the stream who are agreeing with you.
Happy car 7 pole, please.
You're rallying the masses against me and I do not appreciate it. Anyway, let's go back to the matters at hand for the North Harlem Globetrotters on track.
Quick one. Colin Mulligan. Can we have a big shout out from Camtech for doing the new GT3 Porsche? Colin, Keith and Mandy. Hello. Big shout out. There you go.
Yes, big shout out indeed.
I could have made it bigger, but I might get stared at.
The GT12 World Championship will be hosted here in 12 months' time.
Andreas, 100% agree that the Harlem Globetrotters basically makes RC racing look like toy racing. Think again, instead of actually racing it is that it is. I messed up the last bit, but you get the idea. Also,
damn,
big
son.
shout out to Warrington's RC's own Paul Jenkinson helping out with track maintenance. Thank you, Paul Jenkinson, for helping out with the track maintenance. Big shout out.
Shout out to Paul Jenkinson helping out with track maintenance today, Warrington's own. Let's get ready to rumble, shall we? We've got 6 cars on the grid for this one, and I see Kevin Hebert, the Canadian, at the front of that grid, as well as David Spashit, the Silver Bullet. Another stacked deck of a field. I think I also see one Marcus Mobers at the back of this field as well. The orange and yellow car. Plenty to watch out for. Mobers going in second overall overnight. The closest challenger to Toto Ebukuro.
Be weird if we could see 2 Marcus Mobers.
Marcus
he's not
Mober squared. There we go then. Final starts countdown. Hold your breath, folks. This is going to be good. As they charge for the first corner, immediately Splash involved in a collision there. I think that was Mick Farrell's white and pink car in the middle there. There's a labelled Hebert to get away, but look at Marcus Mobers. Started shotgun on the field. He's already up into the 2nd spot. That is unreal. One of the best opening laps we've ever seen. That's in Senna Donington 1993. Eat your heart out. Forget it. That was even more supreme. Now all he needs to do is get the lead off of Kevin Hebert, and that's a lead that he could really do with getting. He needs to basically try and keep the pressure on Toto Ebukuro, who has won a huge amount of the races out here, won all bar one of them so far, 5 out of 6 round victories yesterday. But Andy Murray is in close attendance now. Andy Murray has had a frustrating campaign so far. I really feel for him. The results do not tell the story with Andy Murray. He's had a really good campaign so far, but late incidents in races have cost him. He's normally been battling for the win, and a late incident will have knocked him clean out of the podium positions, let alone anywhere near the win. So he's had a very frustrating time. And there's David Spashett in third, a man whose list of achievements, we could be here for hours explaining them all, and we'd probably still run out of time. David Spashett is one of the supreme artists of our craft. Now, Hebert, Murray, I'm just trying to work out, by the way, why is Mobers being scored down in 6th? Have I missed something there? Was he lapped early on? Was his first lap actually... Did I get it the other way round? Did he have an incident on the first lap and has actually been lapped? No, there he is. He's back up in 2nd place now. Timing screens were throwing me for a little bit of a loop there. I thought so. I thought I wasn't mistaken there. Mobers suddenly displaying as down in 6th place. Mobers is running 2nd on the track and on the screens. David Spashett 3rd. He's moved ahead of Andy Murray in 4th. Chris Kurzweil is fallen behind Mick Farrell in 6th. And Daniel Holmes did not make the start of this race. We continue to watch Mobers on the cameras. The yellow and orange car down the main straight now, tailing the white, orange and green car of the Canadian Kevin Hebert, who's had a good run out here this weekend. He's done pretty well, I must say, as they both navigate the lap car of Mick Farrell with real presence of mind. Hebert is 6th overall coming into this round, with a string of 2nd place finishes, 4 2nd places, 1 3rd, 1 5th place. So a heat victory would do him a world of good to help him propel him up the order into the top 5 and into the top 5 reckoning for this championship. Mobers, meanwhile, needs another heat victory, as I say, to keep the pressure on the almost invincible Toto Ebukuro. David Spashett continues on in 3rd. But the battle is between those guys. That's the pink and white car of Mick Farrell in the middle there, who's a lap down, I believe. But there's your leaders. The white, orange and green of Kevin Hebert, the Canadian All-Star, ahead of the German All-Star. Mobers, multi-time European champion in electric racing. Hebert, a Canadian and US champion, and the gap is closing. The gap has closed. This lead battle is not over, not by a long chalk. In fact, it's only just getting started. Mobers is stalking, very well avoided. There was a stricken car of Andy Murray, was stuck under one of the barriers at those corners. Both drivers avoided it very, very well. And the battle continues. The tension and the nerves in the arena are palpable. You can cut the atmosphere in the pits with a knife at the start of the action today. Mobers is closing up. He's in passing range now. The orange and yellow car of Mobers has the momentum. Does he have the opportunity to make the move? Hebert is incredibly experienced. He'll make that track as narrow as possible. He'll make the space around his car as narrow as possible. There will be no way through as far as he's concerned. It's up to Mobers to force that door down. Mobers has the experience and the speed and the craft to be able to do it. The question is timing, and the question is reactions. Mobers is so close right now. Still trailing Hebert. Gaining close up with the Zen hairpins at the end of the lap. He took a swing at him there. You just saw an attempt up the inside there. It was oh so close. Had he actually made contact there, he would have risked a penalty. So there's the fine line you have to move there. Well, that was close. Chris Kurzweil's car went for a Burton through the Zen hairpins and was actually stranded in front of the 2 leaders. We've got another car stranded in front of them. Everyone else is losing their head, but these 2 leaders are keeping theirs spectacularly. The battle is intensifying. Mobers was side by side briefly there from the BRCA complex in the middle of the circuit. The middle part, the middle sector, could be where this race is won and lost. It's a good passing zone right there. Then the Reedy turn of champions, that could also decide this race. Mobers gets a good exit, went for the pass on the final hairpin, didn't make it. They banged wheels, and Mobers backed out of it. I think he lost momentum anyway, but he was also very conscious of not receiving a penalty. It would have ruined his race altogether, or being told to hand the position back anyway. There's been a lot of sportsmanship on display from the drivers. If they've taken a position by contact, they've often not even waited for the referee to call them to give the position back or give them a penalty. They've handed the position back themselves. They have known when they've crossed the line. But Hebert and Mobers continue on. We're into the final minute of this race. We saw a last corner pass for 3rd in the last race. Are we going to see a last corner pass for the win? It's setting up that way, you know. This is remarkable tension. And this is remarkable racing from our two leaders. Hebert clinging on, hoping for a first heat victory of the tournament. Mobers looking to add to his tally and keep the pressure on and keep himself firmly in contention for the overall championship at the Reedy 112 Race of Champions 2016. They are closer than ever now. I didn't think that was possible. Mobers to get to the lead. He's through. That's a great pass. Awesome pass. Phenomenal bravery through the hairpins there. Excellent, excellent work. And Mobers looks to have poached this victory at the very last. That was an absolutely fabulous pass through one of the most trickiest sections on the track. He is going to come through to take victory. You have to feel for Kevin Hebert. He defended with all he had throughout that race. And let's have an action replay of that one. Let's watch this again. Here we go, through there, around the outside, sticking it through the hairpins there. Hebert got offline in the end, and that was what confirmed the pass. But Mobers had already made, watch this here, around the outside there, through this corner. He'd already made the pass there, look, by the time Hebert went wide and contacted the wall. So that was not judged as illegal, that was judged as awesome. What a move to win a race. Marcus Mobers takes victory and will pile the pressure on Toto Ebukuro going into the next race, which is where we are likely to see Ebukuro feature. And the fans lining the fences here in the Centre MK, enjoying what they're seeing here. I don't see why you wouldn't. RC Racing is awesome, and at this sort of calibre, and with this sort of calibre of driver, it doesn't get much better than this. Coverage also live, going out to the world on RC Racing TV. We hope you're enjoying our live coverage on the final day of action at the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. This, the invitational class, the Masters class, if you will. And in the shadows of John Lewis, we are seeing some of the finest RC drivers in the world go for one of the most prestigious and revered trophies in world RC motorsport. And I see the pink and yellow car of Toto Ebukuro lining up for this race. He will have seen that his rival Marcus Mobers took a heat victory just then. He will have seen that, and he will have watched it with great interest. He will have also seen that another of his rivals, Hagberg, was denied in the first race. So he'll know exactly what he has to do, which is keep winning. That's what's served him so well so far. Just win and win and win. It's been very hard to get ahead of Ebukuro at the start of a race, and it's been even harder to stay with him when he gets in that rhythm. As there's some track work going on just at the final hairpin, and with such bruising action going on. And what is happening is a lot of the barrier, the plastic sheeting on the ends of these are guttering, wrapped around wooden blocks. And a lot of the times the guttering at the ends of the corners, when they bend round, they snap and they break. And running repairs going on as we get ready for the final race of round 7. Final race of the invitational class for this round. And Toto Ebukuro will know exactly what he has to do. It's what he's been doing all day yesterday, winning. It's what he's been doing since he got here on Friday, winning. He'll know exactly what his rivals have done in the previous races. And I also spy the likes of Vesa Yili. I also see Ollie Jeffries up in there, 3rd overall overnight. He is definitely still in with a shout for this one. Probably the best of the Brits overnight, with 3 heat victories out of 6. 2/3 and a second. Really strong record. Another win would jump him right up into contention. He and Mobers have a great chance here to put the pressure on Ebukuro with 3 rounds to go after this. They're under starters orders now. Hold your breath, folks. This is about to go off. And the charge for the first corner begins. And look at that, Ebukuro immediately up into 3rd as we have one car barrel rolling halfway across the track. That was absolute bedlam. Now Ollie Jeffries has taken off into a good lead already, but Ebukuro has jumped already up into 3rd, or 4th on the grid, and he makes the pass for 2nd as they dive into the first corner. He dispatches of Kyle Altman almost immediately. So straight away, we have 3rd and 1st overall in the standings coming into this round, 1st and 2nd in this race. Ollie Jeffries, the white and yellow number 7 car, in the middle sector now in the BRCA complex, followed by the pink and yellow car of Toto Ebukuro. And meanwhile, the battles are going off, but we are concentrating on this lead battle between these two. These guys are in prime position and are prime contenders for the 2016 Reedy 112th Championship. Well, they were, but Toto Ebukuro just smacked the inside wall just on the run to the turn of champions. We've just picked him up on the cameras now, but that's cost him a huge amount of time. That's actually cost him positions as well. He's fallen to 5th. He has fallen to 5th spot. Alex Laurent is now up to 2nd. Vesa Yili 3rd. Tim Altman 4th. And now we're going to see what happens when Epikuro does not have things go his way. He had made the great first lap. He was moving up. And then a rare mistake. Something we haven't seen from him all weekend. It's unheard of. His worst finish is 1 second place. He's already moved up past one of the Altmans. I think that would have been Tim Altman. Yes, it was. He's back up to 4th almost immediately. But remember, this is all happening a long way behind Ollie Jeffries and has given him all the advantage he needs. Jeffries now has about half a lap on Epikuro, who is still in 4th. And we're watching him battle with Vesa Yili here. Stand by your beds, folks. This is going to be action aplenty. Watching Epikuro, the fastest man overall yesterday, in yesterday's 6 rounds of action. 5 heat wins out of 6. The best record out of anyone in this invitational class. And he makes the move for 3rd, clean as a whistle. He's making this RC racing look easy. Trust me, folks, especially those in the shopping centre here. It really isn't as easy as Toto Epikuro is making it look. That pink and yellow car is already up to 3rd spot. This will still be his worst finish of the tournament if he finishes where he is. But he has got just under 4 minutes to close back in on Alex Laurent. So he has got time on his side. Has he got time to close back in on Ollie Jeffries? I highly doubt it, because Jeffries has about half a lap on him right now as it stands. So I think Epikuro will not be adding to his tally of victories today so far. He won't be adding to it in this round, but if you still get a second back, that will limit the damage. And limit the damage that his rivals, the likes of Mobers and potentially Ollie Jeffries, will be able to inflict in this round. At the moment, it really is a 3, 4, maybe 5 horse race up the front between Epikuro, Mobers, Hagberg, Jeffries, and Styles stroke Leivenen as Epikuro continues on. But I tell you what though, Epikuro is not gaining as much as I thought he would on Alex Laurent. Laurent is holding his own, you know, and Laurent has been solid throughout this tournament. It's probably not been as spectacular as others out here. He has got good results when he has been able to. He's been the master at being able to pick up results, perhaps out of bad positions, and has been able to get the best of what's on the table. He's been the master of being able to profit from whatever is available to him, he will take. And that has seen him well so far. And now here comes Epikuro. Building and closing, watching and waiting. Epikuro's building up speed. He's building up the momentum for the pass. It's one he probably needs to make to maintain that awesome momentum and probably keep the lead overall. He's gaining slowly on Laurent. A little bit in each corner. He's close enough to make the pass now. His best passes come within seconds of closing into the back bumper of a car. He just comes up behind them and immediately makes the pass. He doesn't wait. He doesn't sit behind them for too long, risking any potential dirty air from those massive rear spoilers these cars have. They are only small cars, but trust me, airflow still works at those scales. And Epikuro works best when he closes up. Here we go, he's closing up now. And he normally makes the pass within a few corners of closing up. At the moment he's not able to. Laurent is stiff opposition. They all are out here. There is no gimmies out here. That's why it's an invitational class. The best of the best only allowed in this class. Ollie Jeffries, meanwhile, is still trucking on. He's just fine. This is all happening quite a way behind him. We're watching the battle for second. The yellow, orange and blue car of Alex Laurent with the white rear end. Fending off Toto Epikuro. Contact to the first corner. Now, what's the ruling on that one? What will the ruling be there? Excuse me. Epikuro through to second for now. Referee's having a look at it. I think he is satisfied. I think he's satisfied that the two converged on the racing line at the first corner. There's always that moment of holding your breath. There is always that moment of holding your breath a little bit, but Epikuro is up into second now with that hard and fast move at the first corner. The referees adjudged that they both converged on the racing line. That's the difficulty. I don't envy his job sometimes at all, but he's generally got the call spot on so far this weekend, and he's done a very good job about doing it. Epikuro now dealing with some lap traffic. He's through to second, but it's probably the best he's going to get out of this, because Ollie Jeffries is now in the middle sector, and he's almost 3/4 of a lap up on him. Jeffries is the white and yellow car coming onto the main straight now, down into turn one. There he is. There's your leader, the man who has led this race start to finish from lights to flag. It's been a brilliant, brilliant drive from the Brit, the youngster who has shown real flashes of brilliance out here this weekend, and is starting Sunday in the best possible form. A heat victory and beating Toto Epikuro. Epikuro will still have a second. That still puts his record as better than most out here today. And Epikuro has done a good job to profit and take the most he can out of this race. Fighting back to second, having fallen as low as 5th at one point. He fought back brilliantly. And a great battle with Alex Laurent there. But Ollie Jeffries, a marvellous race. First flag to last. Takes a dominant victory. And that will really help to shake up the standings. With also wins for Marcus Mobers. Second going into this round overall. And Daniel Sieber, a second place for Alex Hagberg. Your top contenders all feeling the tension. If you somehow think that these RC drivers are immune to pressure or immune to nerves, the amount of drivers I see sneaking up onto the rostrum here to have a look at our timing screens and see the results of the other races, the amount of times the other drivers will watch the other races, watch their rivals in action. I just had Mark Stiles sneak up onto this rostrum, have a look at the timing and results from this round. They'll be doing the calculations, they'll be doing the maths, they'll also be waiting for the results to be pinned up down on the board, down in the pits, and as soon as they go up, we will get news to you up here on RC Racing TV. We are about to start round 8 of action. It's about coming up on 25 minutes past 11 local UK time as we start the Open A class once again. This will be the second time we've seen them out here today so far for their 8th round. Now remember, as far as I am aware, I'll have a look, see if I can find the screens of the results through the first 7 rounds of action for the Open A class. We'll have a quick look down here. And the positions are still as they are after round 6 down here. They have not updated just yet. I'll let you know them as soon as they come in and see how they've changed, but I have a feeling that they haven't changed in as much as Naoya Kitagawa is still likely to be the man in the box seat. Now remember, the earliest anyone could potentially tie up the victory is by the end of this round here. But now obviously in the Open B class, where we've seen David Bancroft win 7 out of 7, that is looking increasingly likely. And he may already have done so. But in these classes, they're a little bit more open. But Naoya Kitagawa still has an opportunity to at least put one hand on the title in this category. Excuse me. As we get ready to roll, race director adjusting the cars to his taste accurately in the grid slots.
I'm happy.
In the pits behind me, I have to say, the pits behind the driver's rostrum, an absolute hive of activity at all times. Coming down to the finals. That's the great thing about this format. With no knockouts, it means that no drivers end up going home early. By the end of the finals day, it can feel very empty, where a lot of competitors, even some of the ones knocked out the previous day, end up going home early, and the pits can feel very empty and lifeless. But here, where all drivers are competing in all 10 rounds, it doesn't matter how in contention they are, they may not be, they're still here for the duration, and they get a full weekend's worth of racing out of it. And I'm just looking around at some of the competitors, particularly those in our top class, but I'm looking more crucially back towards the racetrack, because the Open A runners are back under starters' orders. And the charge for turn 1 begins again. And a great start from the second place car. That was an awesome launch. I think that was Tim Wood, who stormed past Torsten Muller in the opening corners and then got caught up in some trouble. Now Wood is one of the chief contenders for this class, and he's right up there. He has got a shot at this one, so a heat victory for Wood would really help in the battle against Naoya Kitagawa. Wood comes storming through in the orange car on the main straight now, being followed in close attention by the white and green car Peter Craig. Stephen Rowley is 3rd and Luke Burley is 4th. Neil Diver rounds out the top 5. Torsten Muller, by the way, starting on the pole, is already down in 7th. He had a very rough ride through the first lap. He got a little bit of a knock at the first corner, and then it was all downhill from there. But Tim Wood is the man leading early doors. And Wood is right up in contention as well. He's in the top 5 overall after 7 rounds. He is looking for more victories as they go on. He's looking for all the pressure. Remember, if you're chasing those top guys now, your main aim is to just try and keep the pressure on and hope they flinch. But it's getting to the point now where in all of the classes where guys are starting to put one hand on the trophy and get within the finish line, within touching distance of that trophy. It'll be interesting to see the lineup of the Reedy Invitational class by the end of round 7 and see where they stand. especially with a second place for Ebukuro and wins for Mobers and Jeffries. In that last round, Tim Wood continues on his way in this Open A-class race. Peter Craig second. But the gap has stabilised. The gap has stabilised at about 2 seconds, or 1.5. Wood in the bright orange car. There's no missing his car out there. I think he is actually about to put a lap on Torsten Muller, which is a fall from grace for Muller, who started pole in this race. But he had a very rough opening lap. Got caught up in the spin cycle. As soon as you get past, and woof, and Wood, once again, the school of hard knocks for Muller. But Wood continues on his way, and I have to say, Peter Craig is not letting him go. The gap is just enough for Wood to not be under immediate pressure, but Craig is still there and is lapping very consistently right now. So Wood is having to work hard for this one. He's not being allowed to just run off and hide. As Wood comes through the Zen hairpins to complete the lap. Lap traffic behaving itself very well. He's just slowly starting to gap Peter Craig inexorably right now. Not a huge gulf of class or time between the two of them, but it's just the odd moment, especially the odd moment of catching lap traffic. I believe they've lapped almost up to third place now. Up to third place, Luke Burley. But it's Tim Wood continuing to lead on, and he has put some useful gains now. Well, he had. Tim Wood just clouting the walls in the first few corners. Just as he had put a gap between himself and Peter Craig, he's got all that work to do again. He's done all the hard work, building up a gap between himself and Peter Craig, and throws it away at the first corner. Very easily done, though. One mistake here in this high-precision sport that is RC racing. High concentration, high levels of skill and reaction time. Peter Craig continues on. It just doesn't look like Peter Craig quite has the car speed to gain on Tim Wood for the lead, but Tim Wood is just making enough mistakes just to keep Craig just in contention right now. That's the big thing here. They are really trying hard to stay in touch, and I think Luke Burley's not that far behind in third as well, so we could have the top three all converging very soon in very quick order. Yes, Luke Burley in the light-coloured, light yellowy green car, just behind the white and green of Peter Craig. That battle for second could be on very soon. So if you drop one car back in line behind the orange car, and you see the white and green of Peter Craig, that's the second place car. The car immediately on his bumper is the third place car of Luke Burley. So Luke Burley right up in there in the scrap as well. This fight is getting more and more intense. Under 2 minutes to go in this race then. And Wood is slowly starting to gap Craig. I think Craig is starting to worry a lot more about the attentions of Burley behind him. And that's exactly why pass is going to happen in the blink of an eye here. Craig is passed by Burley for second. But Craig immediately back on the counter-offensive. Looking for the position back. Looking for the sharpest turns with the apex. He's looking for the switchbacks through the Zen hairpins. This is all happening a little bit further behind Tim Wood than before. Wood is just relaxing a little bit, not by much though, because Burley is fast and he's looking to close that gap down. We're coming into the final minute now, and Burley, fancies a late shot of the victory. It'll be a great upset if he does. He is starting to gap Peter Craig just by the smallest margin. Not a huge amount. Again, such fine margins between these top three up front here. It really could have been anyone's race. It was Tim Wood's great start that put him in a good position to win this thing. But Burley is gaining, Burley is indeed gaining. For a brief heart-stopping second, Wood was scored as third then. I wasn't entirely sure why. My eyes definitely weren't deceiving me. The orange car of Wood is still leading. Burley is second. And the all yellowy green car. Oh, and he hits the wall of champions on the inside. Claims another victim. The turn of champions down here at turn 13. So many guys have hit that barrier trying to get the early turn in. And it's cost them. Luckily he didn't have as big a shunt as other people have had there. But it's still now Peter Craig back through into second. All that hard work undone again. That's how quickly the hard work can be undone around here. But meanwhile, Tim Wood in the orange car, coming through the BRCA complex and the turn of champions now in the Zen hairpins. At the top there, followed close enough by Peter Craig, but not close enough. Tim Wood is going to come home to take the victory in this heat. A highly competitive heat, I think you'll agree. And in the end, second place for Peter Craig, third for Luke Burley, all three having an awesome ding-dong battle there. That was a great scrap for victory and a great battle overall.
colour on there? That orange car was pink on your screen, and it kept throwing me because I kept thinking I would cut to the wrong car. But there was a massive difference. It was like peach and pink. Probably the other two cameras that are out there.
I've noticed that before yesterday. The really green-looking part.
So that's race 1 of 3 done in the Open A class. They have 3 races per round. And their first of their round 8 fixtures. What a way to start the round as well. What a way to kick things off. And the pressure is being mounted on Naoya Kitagawa. That's the man they were trying to put pressure on. And that's why those wins were so crucial, but just then. That's why they were so important. That's why those heat victories were all important. And I'm keeping an eye out to see if I can see Kitagawa in this race now. Whether I can see him stepping out for this one. And you have to imagine it's getting to that point now with Kitagawa where another victory will put him very, very close to championship glory in this Open A class. And he'll be able to say he is a Reedy Race of Champions winner.
Okay, marshals out, please.
And the field are lining up, and I think I do recognise there's quite a few white cars in this race. Just all white cars. No, but I do think I recognise Kitagawa's car. Number 8, the white car coming underneath our commentary position now. And I have a feeling this one could start very much in his favour. Bandera is also in this race as well, as is Ollie Payne. And Simon Rube, I think. Warm-up lap commences. Warm-up lap well underway. As I say, this is something they didn't get yesterday. This is a luxury they didn't get yesterday because the timing was so compact and so forced together. They really didn't have a chance to do anything. They were running a very, very well-oiled machine yesterday, and credit to them for getting half an hour time deficit down early in the morning due to a power outage. For getting that back across the day. Gold star to the organisers today, who have done a top job overall with this event. And they're running it with similar military efficiency out here today in front of the punters at the centre MK. Binding the back fences and enjoying the action here. Almost 3 deep at the fences at times yesterday, and we're getting to those sort of levels again today. I hope you're enjoying the action, whether you're watching in the arena or at home online on RC Racing TV on an exclusive live coverage presented by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing and the BRCA. Here we go, the run towards turn 1 and into the Protoform complex for the first time. And has Kitagawa taking the early lead? I think he has. And I'll tell you what, the rest of the field have kept it remarkably clean. See Ollie Payne scrapping up through. Some dicey moves early on. Those are the sort of high risk, high reward moves you need to make at this point in time. Kitagawa with the early lead then. Your leader, Naoya Kitagawa, the white car with the yellow wheels. Some spectacular action underneath our commentary position. Simon Rube is taking off in immediate pursuit. Patrick Bandera in third. Now Bandera was very good in qualifying on Friday, but just has not been able to translate that into any sort of form in the races. It's a real shame, but this lead battle has suddenly been turned on his head. Kitagawa makes the slightest mistake, and Rube is through to the lead. Now remember, this is the fate of the Open A Championship at stake for the 112th Race of Champions 2016. Presented by Reedy in this all-star format, named after the late Mike Reedy, designed to reward not only skill and speed, but consistent skill and speed, and that's what Kitagawa has demonstrated. He's going to have to demonstrate determination now to fight back from that mistake and get the victory here against Rube in the yellow, purple and white car. Flashes through the Zen hairpins and up towards turn 1 in the Protoform complex here. It's where we've seen so much action, so much drama, where races have been won and lost. Races have been won and lost all across this track, across the last 2 days, and will continue to do so. The races go on. Rube is under all sorts of pressure from Kitagawa. Kitagawa has been the class of the Open A field and is looking for another win to take another massive step towards the championship title in the Open A LMP2 class. And he's looking everywhere. Where do you make the move on such a track like this? It's basically you make the move where you can, not where you want to. You ideally want to make a move at a certain corner, but you kind of have to take the opportunity as it comes and snatch at it. Kitagawa, oh, he just made a little contact there with the inside wall. That's given Roubaix precious breathing room. It won't last for very long. And meanwhile, Ollie Payne has fought his way up to third spot, but he is quite a way behind these guys. Little mistake from Roubaix now. Trading mistakes. They're both bashing the barrier at the end of the onto the main straight, through the Protoform complex, up through the middle sector and the BRCA complex now. Now the Reedy turn of champions and the Zen hairpins. Back round for another lap again. Once more into the breach. Kitagawa still looking left, right, centre, up or down. He'll take a pass anyway at this point. There's some lap traffic for Roubaix to deal with. Always slightly more difficult for the lead car to deal with. It just breaks the flow for a split second. It breaks the concentration. And it means Roubaix's not just focusing on defending his position. But having said that, lap traffic have behaved themselves generally very, very well this weekend. And a good job there to avoid interrupting the lead battle. We've got two more cars in front of them now who are having their own battle, but they slip through rather nicely. But Kitagawa comes together, banging wheels of Roubaix. Now, and Kitagawa has been ordered to give the position back. I had a feeling that might happen. And he does so. He does so. Right, we're back on again. And that was a spectacular move. And the battle is on again. One car behind the white and green car we're watching right now is your two leaders. The yellow, purple and white car of Roubaix. And Naoya Kitagawa, who's already made one pass for the lead. It didn't stick. They banged wheels. Roubaix went flying clean off the track. Kitagawa had to give the position back. He did so. We're back on again. Let's try again. Can Kitagawa make this move cleanly? This is so close right now. Nail-biting racing at the Reedy Race of Champions. Oh, and Roubaix. That could be it. That could be all over. What a shame. He just hits the wall on the inside of the corner. That was all he needed. And that may well be all she wrote, because Kitagawa has stormed clear. And Ollie Payne has now moved up into second place. How pivotal could that be for that team? And I'm just watching Kitagawa now. Kitagawa has actually been caught up by Payne, I wonder. The next car behind Kitagawa is actually Ollie Payne. And I think they're on the same lap, you know. If they are, we're going to have another battle for the lead in very short order. We've got 90 seconds to go in this race. And with the downfall of Roubaix, that's given a chance for Ollie Payne to sneak into contention. And he is really driving right on the ragged edge. This is magnificent stuff from Payne in the white and red car. Second in line, and he's through. A little mistake now from Kitagawa. Who wants to win this race? It's hard to tell. The slimmest of margins, the slightest of errors is what is settling this race. Payne now in the lead, and Kitagawa fighting back. Once again, Kitagawa's had to make the pass for the lead twice already, and now he's going to have to do it a third time. He made one pass. It was illegal. He made a second one when Roubaix made the mistake. He lost it again. Now he's made a third. They bang wheels. He didn't go off. Kitagawa is definitely the fastest car in this field, but consistently he's had other guys just in front of him. Roubaix held him off spectacularly for such a long time before that agonising mistake at the first corner. Now Payne is driven like a man possessed to get that lead. And he is now somehow trying to hold off Kitagawa. Oh, a bit of contact there. Kitagawa acknowledges it and it gives the position back immediately. Does not even wait for the referee there. He knew that was out of order. Goes for the position again. They go side by side through the Protoform complex. Now up through the middle sector. Coming up to the turn of champions. Now the Zen hairpins. Where is Kitagawa going to make this move? He's not got much more time. They're coming to the control line now. This will be it. He has to throw it up the inside. He won't do it. He won't do it. Ollie Payne hangs on to take an awesome victory. That was one that at 3 minutes into this race did not look likely at all. He's stolen one there. That was awesome. Awesome defensive driving in the closing moments of that race to hold off Naoya Kitagawa, who basically had that race won almost 3 times. He led early on. Simon Roubaix snatched the lead. He passed again. Pass was illegal. He then passed Roubaix again when he made a mistake at the first corner. He then lost it to Ollie Payne. They banged wheels. They had contact a few times. Kitagawa, you noticed there, very sportingly, he knew when that initial pass for the lead was illegal. He knew it was going to be called on it. He gave it back straight away, did not lose any advantage. And that fight was firm but fair, and it was excellent high quality RC racing. Well done, Ollie Payne. That'll be a pivotal heat victory for him. Naoya Kitagawa still takes a second place, and after 8 rounds of racing, I'm pretty sure that'll still put him in a very, very commanding position to take overall victory in the Open A class. For now, we're going to have one more race in this class, and we are going to line them up now. I see Matthew Lax in this group. Now, he took a heat victory in the last round, so that order could be being shuffled in quick order, in quick time. I'm just keeping one eye down in the pits to see if the scores are being updated through round 7. I don't think they haven't been yet, so we're keeping an eye on them, how they're changing up after 7 rounds. Remember, we are in round 8 now. So, Naoya Kitagawa still in a very good position, I'd fancy, for the races and the Open A Championship, but Ollie Payne would have stolen a crucial march on him in the last one. How important could that turn out to be? We'll find out in short order. But now we have one more race in this class. In round 8, some track repairs going on. I'm not surprised. After such an awesome race, the track needs some running maintenance. The drivers have been giving it everything they've got, and that means that the track has been taking a fair amount of punishment as well. And Ollie Payne is very relieved of taking a victory there. That was one of the most nerve-wracking races we've seen this weekend. We've seen races decided by hundredths of seconds, including the last one of last night. Spectacular action from 9:30 a.m. yesterday morning all the way through to 8 p.m. yesterday evening. 11 hours of RC racing action, and we've got more today for you. First started at 9:30 this morning, going through to around 5:30 UK time. So if you're locked into the live stream at RC Racing TV, we hope you're enjoying the coverage, and we hope you stick with us. And if you're watching in the arena and you fancy continuing to watch, if you can't stick around till the end of the day, and when you get home, lock into the coverage on RC Racing TV on YouTube. You'll find the links as well on facebook.com/RC Racing TV. Our coverage there presented by Reedy, the title sponsors of this event, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing, and the British Radio Car Association, the organisers of this event. The countdown is on for this race. Watch the white, pink and blue car near the back of the field. This first lap is going to be a doozy for him. And away they go. The charge through the Protoform complex begins. I see Kellyanne Bly getting involved in the early skirmishes, and was briefly third for a moment, and was turned turtle there for a moment. But I'll tell you who has jumped out into the early lead. Young Lewis Parker, who's doing an excellent job in the orange and black car. Very distinctive colours and good, inconsistent but good driving at times when he's got it together. Now this is a guy, a real youngster in the class, and he's here to showcase what he can do. The fact he's qualified into the LMP2 class is a real statement of intent at such a young age, and this will be a real learning curve moment for him. He's now got to deal with Eugene Gallet, who has made the pass for the lead, in fact. Showing the youngster a clean pair of heels. Well done. Matt Rice is now to third, and fourth is Ashley Whiffen. Fifth is Matthew Lax. Kellyanne Bly, after that rough first lap, is now down in sixth, just ahead of Darren Newton. And Simon Hadley was the car that did not start. I think that car has been inactive for most of the day. The battle for second is the one that's really on right now. Lewis Parker trying to defend but cannot from Matt Rice. That was a good pass for position. Parker almost gets it back. And in fact, this is now the battle for the lead that we're watching. Rice just passed Parker, and a mistake for Gallet means that these two scoot through into the lead. So now Rice and Parker are battling for the lead once more. Parker just clips the inside wall in one of those corners in the Protoform complex. Now through the BRCA complex. Matt Rice does the same. Gallet is still there. Lax is now up to fourth. My throat is slowly giving out. I cannot cope with all these epic races coming one after the other. You are being spoiled rotten, folks, but awesome racing out here. And Parker still maintaining second, just ahead of Gallet, who's on the comeback trail after losing his hard-earned lead early. Lax in fourth, and fifth for Ashley Whiffen. They're almost nose to tail through the top five right now, and Rice certainly isn't getting away from Parker. Parker is holding his own at the front of this field. It would have felt like he lost the lead a little bit too softly for his standards. and he's holding on to second with grim determination ahead of Galle. He's not really holding that field up though, because he is staying with Rice admirably, but Galle has just crashed out of third and has allowed Matthew Lax up into third. One of the guys in the top 3 overall coming into these rounds, and a man who was a round winner in the last round, or a heat race winner in the last round, I should say. So he's one to watch in third. The top 3 then, the white, green and black car of Matt Rice, the number 7, the number 8 of Lewis Parker, the orange and black car, and the third place white, pink and blue car of Matthew Lax. Those are your top 3 coming up on halfway through this race. 6 minutes of phenomenal action here, and Rice is just starting to eke out a gap over Parker, but it's not by much. It's not by much, and Parker himself is also starting to gap Lax. Again, not by much. It's not a huge amount at all. Rice is about less than a second up on Parker. Oh, but Parker has now clipped the turn of champions down there. It gains another victim. It gains one more victim down there, the turn of champions. There has been so much scuffing on those barriers down there, and these are barriers that have been replaced many times already. You'll see the black marks on them where so many cars have turned in early and whacked it on the inside. Parker, the latest one of those. It doesn't matter about inexperience. Even the top guys around here have fell victim to that wall. I remember Hagberg had a very spectacular incident there yesterday evening. But it's Lax now up into second place. Is there anything he can do about our leader, Matt Rice? I don't think there is much that can be done, because Rice has a confident lead. He was ahead of Parker and moving away slightly. And Rice continues that smooth and effective job. He's gone into a nice rhythm now. Now that Parker has faded away a little bit more, he is able to get into a more effective rhythm. So, and it's showing in his lap times that have been getting stronger and stronger as the race has gone on. With Lax still tailing on in second. Parker, it has to be said, is still there in third, and he's battling for a podium position with Ashley Whiffen. But Matt Rice is still running well, still running smoothly. And Matthew Lax still in second by about 2 seconds or so, which is quite a big gap in RC racing as it goes. On a lap that lasts only 14 seconds, that is a fairly sizable gap, and it's one that's expanding here, if anything, with a minute or so to go. Matt Rice is heading on for a good victory here, and it's one that he's really going to need. Again, the emphasis on putting the pressure on Naoya Kitagawa as they come through the heats here. And it's all about putting the pressure on and keeping that pressure on with what will be 8 rounds complete for these guys. Only 2 to go. And if they're to stop Naoya Kitagawa sewing this thing up with rounds to spare, this is exactly the job that the likes of Matt Rice and Matthew Lax need to do. Lewis Parker is still hanging on to third, admirably well. Parker in the orange and black car, through the final hairpins now. Ashley Whiffen in the white car just behind. In the Protoform complex, we are watching Matt Rice still as he leads very nicely. This is a smooth drive, it's an effective drive, and it's one that is very, very well done for Matt Rice. He had the pressure on, and he had to make the pass on Lewis Parker, the youngster, and it's one where he's had to hold on for, because Parker was putting a lot of pressure on him in various parts of this race, but Rice was able to hold cool, hold steady. And I think Lax has made a little bit of time back on him, but not by much. It won't be enough. Rice in the white, green and black car then is going to come home to take victory and complete the Open A class round 8. And we'll get the scores updated for you as quickly as we possibly can. The situation after 8 rounds, where we're at, going into the final 2 rounds of competition for these guys. And we will have a brief pause for some Formula 1 exhibition shenanigans, and then we'll move back into our Open B class runners, and it won't be too long before we see the Reedy Invitational All-Stars once again. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here in the arena, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage at home. Our exclusive live streamed coverage to the world in sound and vision on RC Racing TV, presented by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing and the British Radio Car Association. We're doing a marvellous job of organising the event. This is the 2016 Reedy 112th Race of Champions, final day of action, and it's only just getting started.
Attention, drivers and marshals. Race 88, F1, round 8, will start in 2 minutes.
Well then guys, card number 8 up to me. 8 on pole. Come on guys, take your grid slots. Gareth.
Right, drivers.
Now we're on. Excellent. So we have the Formula One cars out now for their second race of the morning. We had a fantastic win by Daniel Ricciardo earlier on, who we've lined up at the back of the grid today. And we have a Dremel two Dremel cars out front, then a Renault car, a Lotus, which we think is Maldonado. We've also got Nelson Piquet Jr. Oh, we have an X-ray driver on pole. Oh, so this is a race then, guys. Excellent. This is a race, Elliot. So then, guys, we have a first-time F1 driver driving the car that's on pole position. Oh, he nearly lost it there. Coming under immense pressure from the other Dremel car as he's heading round through the infield now. That was really close there with that Marussia driver. They're skidding and sliding. But while all this is happening, all this squabbling is happening, off in the lead is that Alex out front there? Oh wow, he's got half a lap lead there in this X-Ray 2016 Formula One car. Okay, heading back to the midfield, we've got another Dremel car, a Renault, followed by Valtteri Bottas in the Williams at the end of the straight. That was looking really close there as they head round through the infield. We've got Bottas chasing down. Who are we going to have in that Renault there?
Giancarlo Fisichella?
Name a Renault driver.
Giancarlo Fisichella?
I don't know. Kubica? Was he in that? Yeah. I don't know. Okay, anyway, Bottas is putting that Renault under an immense amount of pressure for third place. Oh no, that one's going to have to come off there.
Oh goodness.
Pull it off, Marshall, pull it off the track. For some repairs back in the pits. Okay, so back out front we have just lapped the first Renault car. Is the Dremel car just heading down the straight now. He's pulling out a commanding lead while all the rest of them are squabbling. Maybe referee, you might wish to consider a stop-go penalty for impinging track limits. So, back now for second place. We've got an amazing battle now. Bottas has just took second place from the Renault car. Oh no, and he made another mistake there, heading off down the straight now. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Which car is it? Oh, we're going to have a safety car out because of the debris spread from the car earlier. Let's have the safety car out, please. Send it out, please, the safety car. Safety car is on the track. Please bunch up behind the safety car, guys.
Oh, that's cheeky.
Come on, guys, catch this safety car up quick as you can. We might be able to have we might be able to have the last 3 minutes. Okay then, guys, queue up behind the safety car. Nicely behind the safety car, guys. Come on. Come on. Can our safety car go any faster? Come on, they've got to keep the tyres warm, safety car.
It's because it's a drift car.
Okay, so I think the safety car is going to pull off at the start of the straight. and then it's let loose for all these F1 cars. And away they go. We've got a fast-moving Marussia, followed by a Renault. Oh, nearly took out by the Dremel car into the first corner. We've then got the second Dremel car in third place, followed by the Renault of Alonso. We have Alonso now up into fourth place with Daniel Ricciardo back in fifth place. Now in the race earlier on, mistake from Alonso there. Earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, the Red Bull of Daniel Ricciardo won the earlier race. I wonder if he's got the performance now. We have a pro behind the wheel of one of these cars to catch up. Oh, what an excellent move there. That was fantastic by the Dremel car under the rostrum. This looks like it might, oh no, a mistake by the second Dremel car has let the Marussia through down the straight now. Oh, that's a penalty for that second Renault car, Dremel car there.
Those Dremel cars.
So, heading off back now, we've got Daniel Ricciardo up into second place. I wonder if he's got enough performance to catch that fast-moving Dremel car. We have Bottas in third place going down the straight now. I mean, there's some commanding leads built up here. I just cannot believe how much faster that Dremel car is than all of the other cars. So, first place, Dremel car. Second place, Daniel Ricciardo. Third place, Valtteri Bottas. Fourth place, the second Dremel car, followed by the Marussia, followed by the Renault, and Nelson Piquet Jr. just heading off the end of the straight. So, catch my breath for a second. We have 2 minutes left to go. 2 minutes left to go. Anything can happen here. I've just been told that our guest pro driver is actually trying to set a track record for this track today on this run. So let's call him through a bit of traffic if he needs that help. So let me catch back up with him there. We have the fast-moving Dremel car in first place now, coming in front of the rostrum and about to head down the main straight now. Is our fastest car, which is the Dremel car, driven by one of the pros, is going for the track record this time. He's been chased, not very successfully mind, by Daniel Ricciardo in the Red Bull car and Valtteri Bottas. Oh, that is really going to affect the times now. Can he pull this back to set the track record for this track? And away he heads around through the infield. There's two back markers. Come on guys, get out of the way. This man is on a roll now. Look at that, hugging the apexes. We've just had a request that the owner of that Dremel car would like the professional to race it for him at the next national event. So, catching back up, we've got the fast-moving Dremel car down the straight going for the lap record this time. We've got the second place car, which he just lapped, ladies and gentlemen. He just lapped the second place car, which is Daniel Ricciardo in the Red Bull, followed by Valtteri Bottas in the Williams, followed by Matt Chilton in the Marussia. Okay then guys, this is the last lap. Is this going to be a record? Somebody tell me, has he managed to do it? Has he managed to get the track record?
I would say so.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he has managed to take the track record by nearly 15 seconds. That is amazing. If you'd all like to give him a round of applause, please, because that was an outstanding drive. Okay then guys, we also have, if any of the little ones would like to have a go, we have some arrive and drive cars at the end of the straight there, and they're free. Most importantly, they're free. Get up there, have a go. We also have some Porsche Cup cars coming on later on, and the Porsche Cup cars are exactly the same cars as the ones that are in the arrive and drive. Hope you enjoy yourselves today.
Thank you very much for that. That was another very entertaining Formula 1 exhibition race. It's all good stuff. We have the LMP3 Open B class runners about to head back on track again now. This is the class that is being dominated by David Bancroft, Daniel Bancroft I should say. And I think after a perfect run of 7 race wins, he may already have victory in his grasp. We are looking, if possible, for race results up through the first 7 rounds, because Bancroft may already have this one wrapped up. Just having the brief look. Check out down in the hits in the timing area. It's a big hive of activity down here. It's a real hustle and bustle.
We know that it's now getting into the
including a nice display. And a reminder from the referees about good driving, despite the fact that he's getting down to the tense later stages of the races. And it's a fresh reminder of race standards and quality and consistency for everyone involved. And it hasn't dropped once at all. We've been through, this will be the 8th round of action for these guys, and the standards have not dropped once all weekend. Straight through from when qualifying started at 5 p.m. Friday, all the way through to now and beyond into 5:30 Sunday. 48 hours of high-intensity racing, and the standards of driving have not dropped an inch.
Two more marshals. We can't start this race without marshals. Formula One. Come on, please. Thank you.
30-second warning is up.
2 more marshals urgently required. 0.6.
Getting ready. A last call for marshals. Going out on the track as the race director sets up the field. And looking, there's one Daniel Bancroft in this field. If he is, he's got to be edging ever closer to an open B-class victory because, of course, you get the perfect 7 wins, which he has done. And even with 3 drop scores, it's very hard for anyone to come back at that point. You can get on to 7 wins, and that's the challenge, and that's the minimum expected for them now. They take off, and they head into the Protoform complex, and a huge pile-up at half the field, flipping and spiraling across the track. How do you sort this lot out? Well, they do so just about in the end, and I think hard to tell who the leader was out of all of that. I don't think it was Kenneth Rogers. It was Kenneth Rogers, my apologies. Robin Streeter second and Chris House third in the early going. Sasha Freytag up to 4th. Gavin Rice 5th and Lee Ellis 6th. So, Bancroft's car is not in this race. That'll be one of the other ones. They're crashing on the front straight. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely balmy. Rogers holding the lead in the white and green car just. Ahead of the yellow and orange car, Robin Streeter. Chris House is right there in 3rd in the all-blue car. And a mistake from Rogers hands the lead over to Streeter. Streeter, House 2nd. Rogers 3rd. Freytag challenging the 3rd, and I think has now got it. But there's the top 2 together on screen. It's Streeter and House cemented together, and in fact, I think Sasha Freytag has joined the action very, very quickly. Freytag in the number 5 car. Yes, indeed, they have. This is very, very close. The top 3 wedged together. Almost nose to tail, but not quite. Streeter, not exactly streets ahead of Chris House. And Freytag just tailing House in 3rd. And with lap traffic playing already a factor in this race, as we see there was Streeter, but he turned in too early on the apex in the BRCA complex. And that's enabled House through to the lead and Freytag up to 2nd. Freytag have been the lead in this race before too long, having profited from the mistakes of others. Freytag up 2nd then, but Streeter is coming back and ready to attack. As the top 3 are all together on that main straight in one go. They're all in one straight. This is very close racing. Once again, from the Reedy 112th Race of Champions, we've come to expect it in all classes. Now a mistake from Freytag. So down to 3rd. Robin Streeter was up 2nd, then isn't. Makes a mistake in almost the identical corners. House continues to lead though. Should put your house on him winning this one? Not quite yet. The way they've been going. Oh. And Streeter took a big swing at Freytag at the end of the corner onto the main straight there, as they come through the BRCA complex in the middle sector. And what's happened to House? Hang on, something big has happened to Chris House, who's fallen back. What on earth is going on? So Freytag now leaning over Robin Streeter. Is Freytag even leading now? I think so. Literally every time I glance, I'm trying to glance back and forth between the timing screen. I'm like the dogs at Wimbledon. Robin Streeter is leading this race. We can confirm. Yes, Robin Streeter is leading. Yellow and orange car. There we go. That's what we know. Sasha Freytag is 2nd. And it's Ingo Aretz now in 3rd spot. Robin Streeter is the yellow and orange car coming through the middle sector now. The BRCA complex. That's all good. There we go. Keep it smooth, keep it clean. He's got a little bit of a gap now, just 2 seconds on Sasha Freitag. Sasha Freitag, I should say. Negotiating lap traffic very, very smoothly. Smooth and clean. Aretz is not too far behind these guys. He's not far behind Freitag at all. So the number 4 car is also in play as well. Not a huge player at the moment, but close enough to have an impact on the races. Streeter is leading though, and is leading more and more comfortably by the lap, and he's slowly starting to pull a gap on Freitag as they continue on. 2 minutes to go in this race, the first of 4 Open B class races. And they keep on trucking, they keep on continuing. Streeter is racing a very, very solid drive out here. With the mistakes that have happened, he's been one of many. The lead has been changing hands like a game of musical chairs, but it's now settled. And now that Streeter is in that rhythm, you see what I keep explaining, ladies and gentlemen, just how much rhythm is so important in RC racing. Finding that magic racing line around the track, finding that pattern, being able to repeat it lap after lap, even when traffic comes slightly into play. It's all there, and it's all crucial elements, and it's all things that stop you getting that pattern together. And it's one that Robin Streeter's got now. Sasha Freitag must be a little bit frustrated, because even in all this lap traffic, Freitag's really not far behind though. That gap is not very far behind. I'd say it's under a second now. Oh, and we've got somersaulting lap cars around the leaders. Some Matrix style dodging to get through there. The Streeter is still ahead, but a little bit of clipping of the walls. The Freitag just does not seem able to take advantage. We're into the final minute now. They're on the same bit of straight when they're on the main straight, but it just doesn't appear to be within Freitag's grasp to take advantage of any mistakes Streeter makes. A very, very much nip and tuck race. Streeter is going to lead it for the most part, having come through and had multiple changes of position. Chris House, by the way, who was the erstwhile leader, is now down in 5th, so he had a massive shunt that took him out of the lead and out of glory. As Streeter continues to lead and has really extended the gap out on Freitag now. Even more so, Streeter will be coming around probably to complete his penultimate lap this time, and will probably go on to his final lap next time as he comes through the Protoform Bodies complex. There's the control line. He'll have one more lap to do. Doesn't matter too much though, because he has gapped Freitag very, very nicely, and this will be a good victory for Streeter, born out of the toughest of circumstances, with a lot of lead changes done in a lot of action, a lot of mistakes to plenty. That was a scrappy race to begin with, but Streeter rose up and made that race his and claimed it confidently as his own. Freitag rolls in 2nd. 3rd is Ingo Aretz. 4th is Kenneth Rogers. And Chris House in the end finishes 5th. Russ Giles 6th, Gavin Wright 7th, Lee Ellis 8th, Gary Deering 9th, and Keith Whale rounds out the 10. As we finish the first of 4 LMP3 Open B class races. And we go on to the second of those. Remember, the man in the box seat of this contest is Daniel Bancroft. He is the man to watch here, having taken 7 out of 7 so far. 7 out of 7 race victories so far. And it really does not look like there's much stopping him at all outside of a ballistic missile. He is looking to do what we thought was the unthinkable.
To the back of the grid, please.
After 6 races, he'd won 6 out of 6. After 7 races, he won 7 out of 7. John Zoppel with 3 second places. Technically, can almost afford to be there on the same points if Bancroft had to drop any wins, but Bancroft doesn't have to drop any wins. He's already there. So John Zoppel, he can drop those 3 second places, but if it comes down to a tiebreaker, he's still going to go to Bancroft the way things are going. So it's going to be very difficult for anyone to be able to beat Daniel Bancroft out here. If impossible. That's what I'm starting to think it might be. Daniel Bancroft with 7 wins out of 7 in the opening rounds. Remember, you drop your 3 worst scores, so you can have 3 nightmares here and still drop them. But remember, you still have to have good races in those, because in the event of tiebreakers, it will be those drop scores that end up deciding that tiebreaker. And if they're still level after that, it's coming down to fastest laps. And then, I don't know, rock, paper, scissors? Hopefully it shouldn't need to go that far, and Bancroft is hoping that it doesn't need to go anywhere near that far.
On the clock, Mr. Timekeeper.
We have our countdown to green. And not just the bright green car there, which I think might be Matthias Hendricht. Field all in the grid slots, all very well behaved. 10 cars lined up down this main straight. 10 cars looking to attack the first few turns in the Protoform complex in the first sector. Then coming through to the middle sector, the BRCA complex. And then the Reedy turn of champions and the Zen hairpins to complete the lap. Stand by. Away they go, the charge into the first corner, and they're already crashing before they get there. The usual cycle of cars. And it's the number 8 car that leads initially, the pink and white 8 car, and I think that's Paul Wailau in second place. That car has got back out there, having contended for the win. One of the marshals has taken a header on the far side. That was spectacular stuff. Has gone for a bit of a Burton. That was spectacular. And also who's gone for a Burton is our leader, Andrew Hicklin. He's come off worse, and I think Paul Wailau is now leading, but he's got Matthias Hendricht behind him in second, and now who's into the lead? This is another one of those races. It's like musical chairs. Who really wants to win this race? I have no idea at this point. Hendricht is through to the lead. Paul Wailau is second. John Zottel is third. Now John Zottel really has to win this one to stand any chance of trying to stop the unstoppable, which is Daniel Bancroft. Zottel has a very good record as well. 5 wins, 2 seconds. But he can ill afford to drop another one. He needs to win basically every single race left, and even then that might not still be enough. We are still working out the maths behind it. Paul Wailau in second place. Wailau is just showing what he can do out here now, having had a lot of races missed yesterday due to mechanical gremlins. And he gets a drop kick there. John Zottel is through to second, but he gets a drop kick there from Matthias Hendricht. That is huge, a huge moment pivotally in this race. Wailau is leading comfortably now. And Matthias Hendricht went for the pass on John Zottel and drop kicked him over the barriers, costing both of them huge amounts of time. Where are they now? John Zottel is 5th. Matthias Hendricht is 6th. Could this be where Daniel Bancroft wins the Open B Class Championship at the 2016 Reedy 112 Race of Champions? It's entirely possible. You have to think if Zottel does not get a win out of this at least, that it's got to be all over, with Bancroft hoovering up the wins and grand slamming the event so far in this class. Paul Wailau continues to lead. It's Simon Cleaver second, and it's Damien Giddings third. John Zottel slid in 4th. See if we can find Zottel actually. The white and blue car is in the middle sector. He's coming through the Reedy Turn of Champions. There he is now, flashing through the corners. And I think that car in front of him, yes, is Damien Giddings, the third place car. Zottel, you can see the aggression. He knows every position is going to count here. He has to fight for his life in this competition. Hendricht also right behind as well. Those two were dueling for the lead, remember, when they came to blows. And that's handed a huge lead to Paul Wailau. Oh, but a mistake for Zottel. No, that's another, but it hasn't cost him a position. Has not cost him a position because Hendricht got wedged under the barriers in the first turn. So unbelievably, it's not cost him a position, but what it has done is cost him more time. And that is time he can't afford to lose. Paul Wailau continues to lead. And second place is Simon Cleaver, who's having a solid run. This is a good drive from Paul Wailau and Simon Cleaver. And in fact, Cleaver, I think, is now battling for the lead. So, the white and orange car of Paul Wailau in the first corners now. In the first complex now, the red and white car followed by the pink car of Cleaver. There are your two leaders, right on the screen now. Paul Wailau makes a mistake. Just as we focus in, Wailau makes a mistake. And Simon Cleaver goes through to the lead. This is one of those races where you have to wonder, does anyone actually want to win it? The way they're racing and the way they're making mistakes, it's almost like they don't want to. Wailau makes more mistakes, and I think he's actually let through the third place car. John Zottel still making mistakes left, right and centre. Damien Giddings now I think has moved through to second ahead of Wailau. Yes, he has. Giddings now through to second. The lead battle has suddenly taken on a completely different complexation, because now Giddings has a shot for the win. Zottel has gone barrel rolling over the penalty box wall. That's surely got to be it for him now. He can't come back from that with under 2 minutes to go. Cleaver, Giddings, Wailau. That is your top three, and they're all together, all nose to tail on the track. The pink car of Cleaver, the yellow, orange and blue car of Giddings, and the orange and white car of Wailao. Lap traffic playing a little factor, but no factor at all. Well done, lap traffic there. Good instructions from the referees as well. They have kept things running very, very well, and if lap traffic has been a factor, it's been through no fault of their own. It's been just a part of racing, ultimately. The top three still together. Wailao took a big swing at Giddings there. Couldn't get it done. Looks for the move down into the Protoform complex. Cannot do it that time. Giddings under all sorts of pressure from Wailao, but suddenly out of nowhere, Cleaver with a mistake. Giddings through to the lead now. The number 7 car in the lead. Cleaver back to second place. Third is still Wailao. Oh my word. Did you see that? Simon Cleaver went flying all the way around the outside of a lap car there that was already offline, having had an accident. Whew, goodness me. This is getting tight, folks. And Wailao took a big swing at Giddings there and it's backfired. He crashed and made a mistake. So with 45 seconds to go, that means that leaves Giddings and Cleaver going head to head for the victory here. Giddings in the yellow, orange and blue car in the Protoform complex in the first sector now through the control line. And second is Simon Cleaver in the all pink car. Unbelievable racing out here. Giddings can get this one. They'll be over the moon. They'll be overjoyed. And John Zottel in the end is going to have to settle for 4th spot. Surely that is not good enough. And Bancroft will be licking his chops as he gets ready to roll out in one of the next 2 races. But Giddings continues on his way into the final seconds now. They'll have to do one more lap. They'll come across the control line too soon for the counter. But I think he has just enough time to avoid a stranded car. Still a lot of pressure on this one. But I think Damien Giddings in the end, after a fraught and frenetic race, is going to come around to take victory. Come across the control line. Simon Cleaver second. He drove his heart out. Paul Wailao was up there in contention for the win the whole race. And a morale-boosting third for that team. They had all sorts of mechanical issues yesterday and really just did not get that car together until late in the day. So he'll be happy with the third. John Zottel will not be happy with the 4th place. Is that chance gone? Is that Bancroft with the victory now? Who knows? I think Bancroft will be eyeing up a chance to seal this one up. I think even by my rudimentary maths, there is no way that someone with 8 victories out of 8 rounds could possibly not win this tournament. I think that's physically impossible. Andrew Hickley being called up to the referee stand.
Marshals are coming on the track.
Excuse me.
Drive round to the back of the grid, please. Spread out a little bit, so take your warm-up lap.
And we're just keeping our eyes open, hoping for an update to the round results. Daniel Bancroft will be looking for the victory and is pretty close, if not already there. Those guys, Bancroft working hard, and his hard work has been rewarded so far with 7 wins out of 7. If he gets an 8th here, it has got to be all over. We can start writing the history books. There is nothing that anyone else would be able to do. He's going to win it, or going to be looking to win it in the best possible way, which is on his own terms. Winning with that amount of dominance means that there are no outside factors here, no mistakes of others, no relying on other people to do certain things or finish in certain ways. It's all been about his victories and his consistent performances. The latest grid lines up. The Open B class coming down to its denouement, to its conclusion. And it's ready to start another race. The minute counter is down. We have one car just leaving the pits late and we'll join up on the grid. It's actually our pole sitter.
Is that you? Come here.
It's the race director ordering him up to the pole spot. And people are just suspect of actually taking the pole spot sometimes. Is that me? Is that actually it? Here we go. Countdown is on. Ready for race 3 of 4 in the LMP 3 class. The Open B class runners. And is this where Daniel Bancroft sews up the 2016 Reedy Race of Champions Open B class glory? 6 minutes and 10 seconds or so, we will know. Where they go, the charge for the first corner on the Protoform Bodies Complex. A lot of bodies being battered around in there. As has come to be expected, this car's facing the wrong way all over the place. This is absolute carnage. And Daniel Bancroft started shotgun on this field. So if he's going to win it this way, and if he's going to maintain his unbeaten record, he's going to have to do it the hard way. Your leader after the first lap is Mark Passingham, Matt Baker and Oliver Hellman. The top three, Liam Hammond fourth. Now he was right up there as well. So up in contention, I must say. So Passingham is your leader. Passingham in the white and orange car. And then second, third, fourth, right there together. Matt Baker, Oliver Hellman in the yellow car. And Liam Hammond in fourth. Fifth is Lee Palmer. Mark Guttrell is sixth. He got a heat victory in the last round. Seventh is Daniel Bancroft. He's moving up. Is he going to be able to do enough? Is this the opening that his rivals need? It'll be the slimmest of openings, I have to say. As Matt Baker has fallen back down to fourth, I think. Yes, he has. Oliver Hellman out to second. Liam Hammond third. But this is all happening just behind Mark Passingham. Oliver Hellman in the yellow car looking for the lead now. But he's in that tough position. He's stuck between going for the lead and pressing on. Oh! Well, just getting the track right, but a big mistake. Means that Liam Hammond is through to second. And now we could be on for a real battle for the lead. Because Hammond has been incredibly quick out here. He's been one of the stalwarts of this class this weekend. He's been on not quite as dominant form as Daniel Bancroft, who is, by the way, up to fourth already. Watch out, guys, because he's going to be joining the battle for the lead very, very soon. We've got over 4 minutes still to go. Bancroft already up to fourth from shotgun on the grid. So Liam Hammond and Mark Passingham, we better work this out quickly. Bit of contact there. And now what? I think Oliver Hellman. That moves Oliver Hellman back into the lead. And guess who's right behind him? It's Daniel Bancroft, looking for the win that will almost certainly stop his Open B-Class Championship here at the 2016 Reedy Race of Champions. Even by my rudimentary maths, I'm struggling to see any way how anyone else would win this against someone who's had 8 wins out of 8. All of his drop scores so far are wins. That's how major it is. But Hellman is defended from Bancroft admirably well, but he's going to have to do another 3.5 minutes of this, which is quite sensational. But Bancroft has been on absolutely unstoppable form in this class. He must be feeling so frustrated that he could not make it into the LMP2 Open A class that we've seen on track out here today and over the weekend. Those were your top 30 qualifiers. Bancroft must have been somewhere near 31st or so, and he must have missed out on it by the slimmest of margins with a little mistake there. Lets Hellman have the smallest amount of breathing space, really not much at all. Oh, and there's a contact on the wall of champions, and Bancroft very generously gives the position back through. He decides he doesn't want to win this by profiting off someone else's mistake. Mark Goodchild is in third, a not insignificant distance back, about 4 seconds back. Hellman, oh, that was side by side and wheel to wheel on the main straight, and contact in the first corner. And what's the ruling there? I think that wreck was all of Hellman's own making. Bancroft has profited, and Bancroft now looking for the perfect 8. Not the hateful 8, the perfect 8. 8 victories out of 8 in the heats, which will almost certainly secure him victory in the Open B Class Championship. He's been on absolutely dominant form, crushing everyone in front of him. Mark Goodchild in the white and blue car is about 2 or 3 seconds back. Not really close enough to make an impression. This is where Bancroft has been so dangerous. When he's got out in clean air like this, he's able to dictate the pace on his own terms. That's when he's got truly ferocious and very scary. And that's where he's been able to notch together such brilliant races and results. And Bancroft continues on. This has been another faultless run in a tournament full of them for Daniel Bancroft. The Open B-Class Championship, one of the 3, and it's going to be crushed by Dan Bancroft, who is going to take it in dominant fashion by the looks of it. There is absolutely nothing that anyone's been able to do to stop him. Liam Hammond's still all the way down in 6th place. Oliver Hellman has fallen to 5th. Lee Palmer is 3rd ahead of Giles Hodgkins in 4th. Mark Passingham has fallen to 9th now. Oh, but then again, is there a late twist? But even then, Lady Luck shines. And Dan Bancroft. I don't think he's lost any position to Mark Goodchild. No, he hasn't. And even then, Lady Luck smiles on Dan Bancroft because he hit the wall there and went up on 2 wheels and was almost up and over, but he was able to drive it down and away somehow. If that had been anyone else, he would have been up and over and he would have probably lost the lead. Or a little bit of contact with lap traffic there and a bit more. It's unnecessary. He doesn't need to do so much of this, but he does still hold a very healthy lead. So Mark Goodchild in 2nd in the white and blue car has just not been able to keep up really, as has no one else in the open B class division. Not anyone really. Daniel Bancroft is going to lead this one home and take his 8th win out of 8. It really is mind-boggling stuff to contemplate. We thought it was almost impossible. Daniel Bancroft's proven it really isn't impossible. And he's going to come home to take an awesome 8th victory out of 8. And almost certainly now we can start talking about Daniel Bancroft as the 2016 Open B-Class champion. There's no way he can't be, surely. After another phenomenal performance, 8 wins out of 8. Is there anyone who can stop him? I'm really not sure there is at this point in time. Just going to see if there's a full rundown of the scores. See if there's any update. Now there is no update from round 6 onwards yet, but we're looking for the results through round 7. They'll be coming up through round 8 soon. And that's not very useful at all. One of the monitors down in the pit lane showing the timing screen down there is just showing a Raspberry Pi error message. So that's not too useful. We head back to our commentary position where everything is working rather nicely, touch wood. And we have a 4th race to go. And a camera back working. There it is. There we go. The camera dozed off. It's been a long weekend. It's been a long several days of racing since we started here at 5 p.m. on Friday. Our live stream for qualifying. And then from 9 a.m. yesterday morning through to 8 p.m. in the evening. I might be betraying the length of that day. And one of the race directors having his boots rammed on one of the cars. It's not Ollie Payne, is it? No, not Ollie Payne. It was can't remember who actually that was, but cars heading out then, rolling out for their warm-up lap. And Vincent Formosa, I see, is in this race. A guy who has been up there in the top 10 overall. He's not been on the same all-crushing form as Daniel Bancroft, but then again, who has, except for Bancroft? Formosa has done a good job overall though. He's been consistent, he's been strong, he's netted finishes where he can and when he's had the chance to. He's done very well so far, and we'll be looking for a couple of round victories here to finish the weekend strong. He'll hope for, at least. They're lining up in order.
On the clock, Mr. Timekeeper, on the clock.
Race 92, Open Keynes, round 10, will start in 30 seconds.
And it's a pleasure to bring you the RC Racing TV exclusive live coverage of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. Coverage presented by title sponsors Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing Company and the British Radio Car Association, in the shadow of John Lewis, in the middle of the Centre MK Shopping Centre. I never quite thought I'd be saying that about an RC racing event. But this is an RC event like no other. Let's get ready to rumble. We're down and away. The usual charge through the first few corners claims multiple victims as usual as they head through the Protoform complex. Start the lap. Oof, the second place guy is upside down in the middle of the track there in the middle sector. Marshall's running frantically to get there, but I think I see Tim Wood jumping out into an early lead. No, not Tim Wood at all. My apologies. That's Gary Dyson, actually, I think, has jumped out into an early lead. Cars flying all over the place. What is this madness? Boyd Twataki is up into second place. And third for Richard Norris. Mark Barford fourth and Uwe Sieber fifth. Wow, look at the big pass down into the first few corners. And Gary Dyson trying to take off. Now, Dyson had an epic battle yesterday in one of the earlier heats, and will probably feel like his weekend could have gone a lot better than it has. He's another one of those guys who will be going home with some what might have beens in the bank. But Gary Dyson and Boyd Twataki are 1 and 2 right now, and this battle is incredibly close. And I think the shopping centre itself is announcing to get down to the middle here, to the Centre MK, to check out this awesome RC racing action. If it's not, it should be, because that's the most important issue right now. This battle between Gary Dyson and Boyd Twataki. I think these were the two protagonists of the battle they had yesterday. One of the early rounds, but a mistake from Dyson has handed the lead to Twataki. Twataki now through to the lead, and I think Richard Norris is through in second in the multicoloured car, the white, brown, green and blue car. All sorts of colours on that machine. Dyson down to third, Uwe Sieber fourth, Mark Barford fifth. Vincent Formosa is only seventh right now, and Jamie Patton is only eighth. Paul Campion down in ninth. Shows you the strength of this field. Daniel Bancroft has been able to dominate. A stop and go coming up for one. Oh, I didn't catch the number. It might be, it was the number 10 car, I believe. That's the number 10 of Mark Barford. Number 10 of Mark Barford, who has to serve the stop go. He was third. Boyd Twataki leads. Richard Norris continues his second. Alan Hubber is promoted to third. Vincent Formosa now fourth after Barford's penalty. Not quite sure what it was for, but it must have been warranted. The race directors have been very good this last 48 hours. They've been firm, they've been fair, and they've been consistent. Twataki and Norris are still fairly together. About a second and a half between the two, which is quite a big gap in RC racing. But they're still in touching distance. That's still in the kind of distance where if Twataki makes a mistake, then Norris can still pounce. So Twataki and Norris continuing on their way. Alan Hubber is now third. And I think I can smell some chips from somewhere, which is rather distracting. But I will not let it distract me yet. Boyd Twataki is leading. And it's certainly not letting anything distract him, as Richard Norris continues in second. Third is Alan Hubber, most definitely. Gary Dyson is now down in ninth. He's had an absolute stinker of a race here. That's kind of summed up his weekend. Potential for good results completely undone. Twataki, in fact, I think it's just lapped Dyson. That tells you everything you need to know. 2.5 minutes to go then. 2.5 minutes. That's all we can take here. Boyd Twataki. Oh, a little bit of contact there with the inside wall. But Richard Norris just not close enough to capitalise. Just not close enough to make an impact there. And that's the thing with Twataki. He's really made this race his. And Richard Norris is just not close enough to make an impact. We see more sprinting marshals. There's been a lot of high-stepping action. And certain marshals come equipped with running shoes. And we thought that was an exaggeration. Definitely not, considering the state and the speed of the recovery of some of these drivers and cars. And they've been a vital part of this race as well. They're often racers themselves, team members, rotated out from the previous heats. And of course the paddock. And Twataki continues on whilst they are recovered. We'll recover the other cars. And Twataki has made this race look relatively easy, whilst others have made it look very, very hard. And Twataki had to rise up through the field. He had other guys fall in front of him. It's been another one of those races where errors are going to settle it. Little errors and mistakes are going to settle this one out. But Twataki has driven really, really well to drive away from Richard Norris in the second half of this race, putting up upwards of now 5 seconds on Richard Norris, and a gap that was about 1.2 or so when the lead first changed hands. Vincent Formosa has come back rather nicely, I have to say. Back up to third, fourth for Jamie Patton, and fifth now for Mark Barford. Gary Dyson's nightmare hasn't got any better. but at least he got better than Graham Baker, who only completed 6 laps early on to complete the 10. So 45 seconds to go. Boyd Twataki. Lap traffic once again not playing a factor. Lap traffic has been very well marshalled by our referees out here, and you've got to give them a lot of credit as well. They've helped to run a very smooth ship. The racing in general has been very high quality with a lot of mutual respect, and that says a lot about the quality of the marshalling and the refereeing and the organisation in general.
Thank you.
And Boyd Twataki continues on. He's got a lot of lap traffic in front of him, but by the same virtue, he is well out in front of Richard Norris by almost 6 seconds now. Coming into the final lap then, this will be it for him. He is all but done. He'll roll through for one final circuit, and that'll be it all over. Twataki takes the win and takes a solid round of LMP3 action. And that completes round 8 of the Open B Class Championship. And steady on just a minute, because we've got the Reedy Invitational class up for their 8th round of action. But for now, it's coffee break time and it's GT12 time. Darren?
How you doing? I'm not quite on yet. There we go. I'm here.
There he is.
Yes.
James is in control of the mics this weekend, so he likes to control us a bit in that respect.
Excellent. Excellent. So we're now on for the Porsche Cup.
The orange Jim Spencer car is now Chris Hillier.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going on now, the Porsche Cup. These cars are exactly the same cars as what we've got over in the Arrive and Drive. So if any of you lot there, kiddies or adults, want to go, you can drive these cars over in the Arrive and Drive at the end. So yesterday we had many different winners yesterday. These are incredibly close, these cars are. They're an entry-level car that have been designed for new people into the sport. They're not very expensive. In fact, you can buy a kit of these for around £200 ready to race, with the base kit being about £100. Okay then, Mr. Spencer, get these lined up on the grid.
One warm-up lap, please, and then line up on the grid. One warm-up lap. Anybody listening? One warm-up lap.
One warm-up lap, guys. Come on, listen to your race director. So as you'll see, everybody that's watching, we've got all ages of people driving these. We've also got a junior female driving the turquoise car. Mr. Spencer, can I have the turquoise car down the front, please? Look at that, even a free pass. And we'll also have the pink car down the front as well. Yes. Yes, Mr. Christopher, deal with your drivers, please. I've done it. Excellent. Okay. So I think we are nearly ready to go. We're just waiting for the race director to instruct the timekeeper to start this race for us. So we have up front, we have Rebecca Hubber up front, followed by Kaz James, followed by, I think that's Tom Hampstead, followed by the other black Porsche and the white Porsche. Now yesterday, the fluorescent orange Porsche was one of the fastest cars on the track. So we need to keep an eye on that one coming from halfway down the grid, guys. So with 30 seconds to go, we've got a real race on our hands here, guys. We have one Dremel car in the grid today. Now yesterday those Dremel cars were real problems. They were knocking people off left, right and centre. I'll just be quiet now, everybody. Countdown's about to begin. Listen for the tone drivers. And they're off down into the first corner. A fantastic start by the two lady drivers. They're pulling out a bit of a lead now from the third and fourth place car. We've also got the white car coming up through the field. The Dremel car still. Keep it nice and clean, drivers. Come on. Keep it nice and clean. Look at that fantastic lead that young Rebecca's got out front, followed by Kaz James, followed by the white Porsche there. And there's an accident in the middle, there's an accident. Oh my gosh, that was terrible. They've just been given, the silver Porsche has just been given a stop-go for bad driving. So, Back to the front now. We've got Rebecca Hubber out front, followed by Kaz James. Oh, a mistake there in the middle of the field. I think that was a stop and go for the white car. Let's see if the white car gets a stop and go. See what the referee says. So, out front, green car. Followed by the pink car, followed by the black car, followed by the orange car, followed by the second orange Porsche, and then the grey Porsche with the Dremel car closing in fast at the end of the straight. That was a fantastic move around the inside. Oh, it was excellent, guys. Look at that. Wheel-to-wheel action there. So, back to the front. We've got the green car way out front now, followed by the pink car, followed by the black car with the two orange cars closing up on each other now. That Dremel car is making a move through the middle of the field. That Dremel car looks like it's got catch-up speed turned on it. Look at it go. Oh dear, the pace car is out. The pace car is out now. I think there must be some kind of debris or something on the track. Let me wait for instruction off the referee. Why is the pace car out, referee? Apparently, there's been a broken car on the track that was just out of screen. I didn't see that happen. Right then, guys, we're just waiting for the lead car to get back behind the pace car. That's it, guys. Come on, let the turquoise car back to the front so we can get this pace car off the track and return to the fantastic action. So, lining up behind the pace car, we've got the green Porsche, followed by the pink one, followed by the black one, then the two orange ones together, and the Dremel car that came from the back. That's the pace car in now, right? It's green car, pink car, black car. Oh, that penalty. There is a penalty there for the black car. He's going to have to come in and stop now for 5 seconds. This is amazing. This is really going to spice it up. So we've got green car, black car that's got to take a penalty. Two orange cars wheel to wheel in front of the rostrum, closely followed by the Dremel car. This is absolutely fantastic. Look at them go, guys. Bumper to bumper through that section. These guys are showing the pros how to do it. Look at it go. So we've got the two orange cars. Look how close they are though. I reckon down this next corner, if we can just get a run. Oh, there's a mistake by the race leader. This is really going to spice it up now. We've got orange one, black one, previous race leader, the green Porsche in third place, followed by the Dremel car, heading down the main straight now. 1, 2, 3, 4, past race control. Can anybody catch that orange car out front? The green car has been the slightly faster car. Rebecca was able to pull out a bit of a lead earlier on. Can she show that level of skill again and get back in front of the orange? Oh, and a mistake from the orange and black car has let Rebecca back through again. This is really close now, guys. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all together now under the rostrum, side by side between the black and the orange car. Look, oh, and a mistake there. Oh, this is just dreadful. Oh, and the Dremel cars come together. The referee over here is giving them warnings left, right and centre there. This is a non-contact sport. They should not be touching each other. So we are green car, orange car, black car, silver car. Then the Dremel car, which was in last place, has made it up to 5th place. That was a bit robust from the Dremel car. The Dremel car's just been instructed that he has to give that position back. Oh, and then he retakes it straight away. I'm not even sure that's allowed, referee. So we're green car, orange car, black car. Then the silver car with a little bit of a breather. This now is a 3-way race for the last 2 minutes. There's just 2 minutes to go. Green car, orange car, black car. As they come through the chicane and they're about to head onto the straight. There cannot be more than a split second between these cars, guys. Oh, and a mistake there from the orange cars. Let the black car through. So, 1, 2, 3, green car, black car, orange car. They're going to catch the back of the field at this rate, which means it's going to get terribly spiced up. There's going to be fantastic action and anything could happen. So, let's do a recap of the field. We are green car, orange car, black car. Coming through the middle, oh, and the black car's got to give that position back. Followed by the Dremel car, which has now made it up into 4th place. Then the orange one, then the grey one, then the silver one. Oh. I have to have a breather now. We've got 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Rebecca has pulled out a lead with the green Porsche. They're not sending the safety car out again. Oh my life, she just built up a bit of a lead and the safety car is back out again. Come on, referee, this was just getting exciting. So we've got green car, orange car, black car, the Dremel car, the other orange one and the black one. And it's race on now, guys. We've got the green car that's put out a bit of a lead from the orange car, the black car, the Dremel car up into 4th place. Oh, there's a challenge for the lead there. The black car has gone through in front. There's been a mistake by the orange car. The Dremel car's come together with the green car of Rebecca's. Oh my word. There's 30 seconds left. The black car is now pulling out a bit of a lead from the green car, followed by the white Porsche. The white Porsche hasn't even factored in this race until the last 30 seconds, and he's made it up into third place. I've just been instructed that there is 0.2 seconds of a gap between them. Look at them go 0.1 now. This is going to be right to the line with 10 seconds to go. She's made it through the inside there. I cannot believe it. That was absolutely fantastic. As she heads down the straight now, this is going to be the last lap with 5 seconds to go. This is it, guys. This is the last lap. The green car. Yes, the green car has done it from the black car, from the white car, from the orange car, from the silver car, from the other pink car. Ladies and gentlemen, that is one of our junior drivers, Rebecca Hubbard, that has just won that race. Now, for everybody that thought that was good, I thought it was good. Over there, there's the arrive and drive section, and they're exactly the same cars over in the arrive and drive section for you to have a go at. And also, if you wanted to buy one of these cars, this is one of the most popular club class cars in your local RC model car club.
So we're just having a change round of, we have a guest commentator all the way from Bahrain, Dubai, somewhere out that way. Dubai. We have a guest commentator here, a familiar voice that you may recognise. He's just getting mic'd up as we speak. Just before I hand you over to the commentators, don't forget we are RC Racing TV. We're live from Centre MK in Milton Keynes, United Kingdom. We're here for the Reedy 112 Race of Champions, and it's the final day. Thank you to Reedy, Protoform, Zen Racing, and of course the BRCA. And without them, none of this would be possible. So thank you for inviting us along. If you haven't already, head over to our Facebook page, our new page. If you're a member of the group, that's all very good. Thank you very much for that. But we are now using our new page to advertise and keep you informed of all of our streams and things like that. So head over there, www.rcracing. No, that's our website address again. www.facebook.com/RC Racing TV. Head over there. Hit like and stay up to date with all of our information from 2016, where we'll be kicking off the EFRA event in April in Slovakia. So, over to our commentators.
Yes, welcome back to the Reedy 112 Race of Champions coverage here on RC Racing TV. And I've been joined with someone very special here, flown in all the way from Dubai. For a 24-hour race out there. He decided he didn't have enough racing this weekend. He decided to come down here for the Reedy Race of Champions. Myself, Adam Johnson, is now joined by Nick Damon. Welcome to the proceedings.
Hello, Adam. Thank you for keeping the entire company warm.
No pressure or anything.
Nah, it's fine.
So
I've watched your bits done you've done, so I'll let you carry on talking another 6 hours.
Well, this is the serious end of business here in the Reedy Race of Champions. This is the Reedy Invitational class. Back out on track once more, and they are heading into their 8th round of action out of 10. Now remember, it is all about their best 7 scores across the campaign, and so far the man in the box seat has been Toto Ebukuro, the Japanese driver with the distinctive pink and yellow car. You'll see him very soon. Other contenders including Alex Hagberg, Marcus Mobers, who I believe I see at the back end of this race as well.
Hagberg starting on pole.
I think he is.
Reigning European champion.
Yes, he is. He is, with a remarkable track record coming in. He's the 4th man coming in, but a few blemishes, a few blots on his copybook late yesterday put him in a little bit of trouble. We've also got, not in this race, but one of the contenders after 7 rounds of action is Ollie Jeffries, one of the local hopes, as well as Mark Stiles.
I'm not quite sure who's starting on pole, and I won't notice it pings on the timing. It's car 8.
It's because they've rotated them around. They were on starters' orders anyway. And we're down and away from round 8 of the invitational class. And if Hagberg wasn't starting on pole, he is now. It's the usual mess in the first few corners. Hagberg through and looks to be clean. Is that Daniel Sieber immediately behind him in second? Sieber has been very strong on this Sunday. Is it too late? Oh my goodness. Rear end contact there has denied Hagberg the lead. And I think that's now Alex Laurent in the lead, Nick.
Alex, the Frenchman, certainly an A-finalist last couple of years at the European Championships, and Hagberg now hunting him down.
Yes, it is.
So Hagberg running with the X-Ray, so for a double European champion. Everything in his life is going well, apart from the fact he's recently had to move to Luton. He is from Sweden, but he's moved to Luton for love.
For love.
That's the sort of information you just didn't have to hand, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I'm so glad that the broadcast has been heightened with that now. We were wondering why he in fact moved to Luton. I believe Mark Stiles told us that on Friday afternoon.
Well,
but right now, none of
apparently
that
it's near an
matters to
airport
him.
as well that helps when you're in international jet centre. But leading out there, it's number 4 of Laurent, the Frenchman, coming down the back straight. Have you named? Oh, and clipping right through there at the end of the stop straight there. Little tiny block path, but Hagberg gets through with the white nose and the main green body shell there, where we have the yellow, the blue, and the white car in second.
Very distinctive colours.
Then it's the all sort of fluorescent yellow car. Who's in third, Adam?
I think it's Adam Catchpole. I thought that was
Adam Walker
Sieber's
Catchpole.
car, but that is Adam Catchpole, just ahead of Marcus Mobers, who came into this round second overall and will look for any sort of position he can get here. It really needs a podium to stay on track because Toto Ebukuro has been laying down some really strong results. Worst finish overall is 2 second places, and with the drop scores in hand, that leaves wins in hand. So Mobers has just made the pass for third, though. That's going to be absolutely crucial. Meanwhile, Hagberg...
Oh, and a big accident by Laurent there. That's going to hand Hagberg a big advantage. Our main focus now should be second, third and fourth at the end of the main straight now. So in second place it's Laurent, third place is Mobers, and fourth place is
Catchpole.
Adam Walker Patchpole. So Marcus Mobers, the stock European champion. There's 2 European championships in this class of RC racing. This is 1/12 pan cars. There are vast numbers of other types of RC racing. You're both indoors and out, and you walk around the fantastic model shopping village. You can see all those being on display, and some video shots, often of our own coverage, Adam, from the past, showing them in action. But now the focus was very much on second, third and fourth. That single point is very much the possession of Alexander Hagberg, who comes through for another lap and currently has a lead of about 2.7 seconds over second place man Marcus Mobers in the yellow into orange car.
And it's Mobers who needs as little points as possible. It still sounds strange saying that, but this is the nature of the Reedy race format. First place awards 1 point and you want the least points overall, and this is a return to form somewhat for Hagberg, who had a frustrating end to yesterday, but he got more back on form. As I say, he's the man coming in with the most recent run of tournament victories in European competition. He's the man on current form, but I also see David Spasher in there as well out there, but he's not really been a factor in this race in sixth. The silver bullet, he was in contention more or less earlier on, but at the moment Mobers, as he goes through the first few corners there in the first segment, up through the BRCA complex now, into the Reedy turn of champions. That section there where we just saw Alex Laurent come to blows, there's a reason why there's a lot of scuffing constantly on that wall, and a lot of scuffing on the penalty box wall there as well. So many guys, including all of the top guns out here in the Invitational class, have clouted that inside wall at least once, trying to get an advantage. It's very much like the Wall of Champions at Montreal.
I was there that year. I remember Mr. Schumacher stalking back and refusing to give me an interview after he'd been the 4th champion of the weekend, to throw it into the wall without taking him out of the race. I can't remember what year it was, 99, 2000, something like that, in Montreal. So this race is really stretched out. Hagberg now, who's leading quite comfortably, is going to effectively say, right, that's me, that's a point in my pocket, that's another one to go on the definite keep score. Is it keeping 8 from 10, is that, or is it 3 drop scores or 2 drop scores, Adam?
It's 3 drop scores at the moment.
So it's 7 from 10, this is round 8. They have 2 more, and then we'll have a massive count back.
Yeah, and the maths is going to be fun. I can already see down in the race control down there, they're readying the abacuses as we speak, because the maths on this one is going to be difficult to work out.
So a minute and a half, not really a lot of movement in the field. They've all separated out. Mobers is a comfortable distance behind the green and white car of Hagberg. That's Mobers going on the main straight right now in the yellow into orange, and behind him, not on the track but not overall, is David Spasher in the all silver car. He's actually a lap down, and then it's the yellow, blue and white car that's any second now going to hit these main straight. In third place, Alex Laurent, and fourth place is still Adam Walker Catchpole in that all yellow car on the straight. This race is all about points and not about action.
Exactly. This is one of those races where Alex Hagberg got out in front early and has locked it down, and is making sure that he gets that precious point and keeps in the battle. As I say, the pressure is really being loaded on by Toto Ebukuro. His record so far in this competition has been impeccable. 5 wins and 2 second places out of 7 rounds. So even if we're on the terms of dropped scores, even on countback, they use the dropped scores as a tie break. Ebukuro still has the advantage there. So the mantra from Hagberg and anyone chasing that overall crown is rack up victories pronto, and that's exactly what Hagberg's doing. This is what he was doing early yesterday, just get into the lead early and lock the race down, not even give his rivals any sniff of an opportunity. And for a man like Marcus Mobers, who is second overall coming into this round, to be locked out in such a way says a lot about the class of Hagberg.
I mean, Alex is in supreme form at the moment. He's, as I say, double European champion. He's also become a world champion in a different class entirely, 1/10 gas. I believe we've got some a video of that over in one that you can have a look and see what that's like. That's a small touring car, about twice the size of this, doing about 70 miles an hour around outdoor sort of kart circuits to explain to the viewing public. And that's the end of this first one. So the end of this round is going to see Alex Hagberg take the win. Marcus Mobers be second, Alex Laurent third, Adam Walker-Catchpole is fourth, David Spashett fifth, Andy Murray sixth, Scott Booth seventh, and Matthew White brings up the tail in eighth and will score 8 points and want to get rid of those 8 points.
Exactly, very, very quickly. And the fascinating thing about this, in fact, our own Paul Bateman, on the cameraman, came up with a very... don't look surprised, I'm actually suggesting a good idea that you came up with.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, that's never happened before.
Hear me out on this one, hear us out. Reality TV X Factor style buzzers on the driver's rostrum.
Right.
They have 60 seconds after each race to declare whether they want to drop that race, and when they hit that button, that's it. They can't choose not to drop that again.
That's more The Voice, isn't it, rather than X Factor? That's where they spin their chair around.
Yes, yeah, I'm confusing
You'll get your talent shows mixed up, Adam.
Confusing my talent shows,
given you're the ideal age for these talent shows, with your incredible social media presence, you know, it's I'm surprised. You know, us oldies in the corner, we're waiting for Antiques Roadshow to come on, not the X Factor or The Voice.
Well, let's get back to the serious talk for a second, because I do see the pink and yellow car of Toto Ebukuro rolling out onto the track. I also see Juho Leivinen. All of these guys in
got Ollie Jeffries as well there on the number 2 car.
Ollie Jeffries, and we also see the white, orange and green car of Kevin Hebert, 4 of the very strongest guys out here this weekend.
Hebert, the Canadians, come one of the many people to travel more than the continent to get to this, the Reedy Race of Champions. So ladies and gentlemen watching in the arena, these are the best in the world at this particular discipline of RC racing. By far the most suited for holding inside a shopping centre. I couldn't see a 1/8 gas circuit working quite so well inside.
Do you think they speculated running nitromethane, running IC in here?
Oddly, in years gone by, there have been demonstrations at the Autosport show, and whilst they have raced these sort of cars, they've done demos of nitro cars inside the Autosport show.
How deaf was the viewing public afterwards?
Well, they're all sports show people. They're quite pleased to get deaf. They've missed engine noise for a while.
That's true.
So out on pole is the man who's leading overall,
Toto Ebukuro, and I think he is.
Then Ollie is second, Ollie Jeffries.
Well, we might actually be having a DNS here, because the 10th grid slot is actually vacant at the moment, so I don't think they've rotated it back to running from the pole. So I wonder if that's left the first grid slot open. If it is, happy days for Ebukuro. He's got the run to the first corner. He's got Ollie Jeffries on his inside, looking for the run down. Kevin Hebert slightly further back in the fifth, back in the grid, sorry, and Juho Leivinen rounding out the field in
7. Leivinen, also a former European champion a few years ago.
Yep. A lot of pedigree in this field.
Yeah, it's really odd. Why am I not taking part? Well, that's right, because I'm rubbish.
Exactly.
Well, relatively.
Cream of RCTV broadcasting to cover the cream of RCTV racing.
There we are. If only that were true.
Yeah. Well then, they're under starters' orders. Let's get ready. Hold your breath. Brace yourselves, folks. We're into round 8. There's a little opportunity for error now. Every point is going to count, more than ever. And they're away, and what a start from Ollie Jeffries. Well, it was until they got down into the first corner. There's cars flipping everywhere. Jeffries for a brief moment was first, now he's fourth. Hebert already up to second place, and a compression again. Jeffries is getting an absolute battering in this first lap. He's right in the middle of the hurricane, and someone who isn't, and he's already trying to give this field a goodbye look, it's Toto Ebukuro. This is exactly his style. This is what he's done all weekend. Is anyone here going to stop him? Juho Leivinen already up to third spot. This is the shuffle back in the field has been outrageous. No wonder Ebukuro's running away from all that. He wants no part to play in all that anarchy happening behind him.
So the cars we're looking at on the stream is the second and third place. That's the Kevin Hebert's car, which is white, orange and green at the end of the straight, being hunted down by Juho Leivinen, both Reedy drivers. So they both work professional drivers for the organisation that gives its name to this championship. But the big problem they have is that Toto Ebukuro is getting away, and he only needs to get 2 more first places to be completely insurmountable in this championship. Yeah, but actually Ebert is beginning to eke back towards Toto, and that gap's coming down visibly now. So the guys you should be looking at if you're outside these is the pink into yellow car, going down the main straight and being hunted down by the Canadian Kevin Hebert.
And this battle has been one that's been raging all weekend long. And Hebert is doing a good job here of ignoring the pressure from behind from Leivinen and trying to close back in on Epikuro, because we've seen so many times how you can be stuck in the middle, especially if you're in second place. Oh my goodness! We've just had one car go flying off at the turn of champions. It's claimed another one, and one of the Altman's
That's
cars
Tim Altman, yeah.
cleared the fence and whacked an innocent spectator square in the sternum.
And it
was a
looks
bit
like,
too close to the action for him.
And possibly that ripple in the crowd has slightly put off Toto, because he's been caught up very quickly now by Kevin Hebert.
Yes,
and this is first and second, fighting down the main straight.
And
so the end of the main straight has been a popular place to get up the inside and just lean on, a little bit touring car style, door handle them out. But at this point now, Toto and the pink and yellow car be looking to run the much tighter lines, prevent the chance of a clean pass being made by Kevin Hebert. His nose just at the inside there. They come back now through the infield. And that was a good lap there for Toto. He's just pulled a bit, and it actually is allowing, as you often see in motor racing when the front two are fighting, is allowing third and fourth to catch up, which is Leivinen and Ollie Jeffries, who really needs more points than this.
Yes, or less points than this.
Good point.
And Hebert is moving closer and closer. This is getting to the point now where he just needs to take the chance when it comes. There's no waiting back, or there's no time to wait for your perfect move, and when it feels right, you just got to take it. The best passes we've seen out here have been the ones where you sort of hold your breath and grit your teeth and get through in the end. Hebert is so close to the back of Epikuro. Epikuro has been almost insurmountable. He's been great at leading from the front. Now he's coming under real pressure. And in fact, Ollie Jeffries has made the pass for third on Juho Leivinen. So now Jeffries is fighting to join the top two, and this lead battle could become a three-way lead battle before too long, and we still have over halfway in this race to go.
And this is really where the quality of these races come on, because not only are they running these cars at exceptional speed, but they're now exceptional precision. Because what's happening is Toto in the pink and yellow car, about to go on the main straight, is actually not going as fast as he could do, because he's actually running lines that are deliberately designed to prevent a chance for Kevin Hebert in the white into green car getting past him. Hebert though now looking for that clean ball, and a little bit of time there. They were trying to the 5 car was trying to let them through, but he just tripped him up very slightly.
Never felt such an amphitheatre feel, such a Colosseum feel to RC racing, with the public lining the barriers almost 2 and 3 deep, and the oohs and ahs going up both from the fans at trackside and presumably from the viewers at home on the stream, and from drivers and team members down here just to our right of the rostrum. It's absolutely fabulous. They're feeling every moment as well.
And it's reason for those oohs and ahs that Jeffries in the white into yellow machine is very quickly catching up the back of Hebert. Now the point is that for this championship, which is done on points, one of them or both of them needs to get past Toto in the lead in the pink car. But the fact is that at the moment he's running the Japanese driver running perfect lines. So it's Japan from Canada from the UK. Choose your favourite in here. I think I know who it might be. So Jeffries now looking to try and get at least one place up. But this could give, if it stays this way for the next 1 minute and 45 seconds, Toto his 6th win, and the maximum he can get is 7. But now Jeffries all over the back of Hebert, and in trying to get through, clipped off and just dropped a tenth of a second there. But what's happening is, this is taking the pressure off our Japanese leader, Toto Epikuro.
It is fascinating to see the fluctuations of races as they go, and the battles between each other. This has been a 3-way scrap, but it's been fascinating to see the duels keep going. It's been like a triple threat match. 2 guys will go at it for a little while, and Kurzweil ducks to the inside in the penalty box. Ollie Jeffries, you can just sense the tension.
Not through.
He dives past Hebert though. Hebert now making the mistake. Some wheel banging there. And Jeffries has moved through to second. But as you said, Nick, this is the problem. Epikuro has pounced and has already moved away to the tune of about half a second, I'd say. Has Jeffries got time to run that gap down? He's got 55 seconds. Anything still to play for.
It's noticeable that the cars are a little bit edgy. Now, what that means is that they're inclined for the rear to step out as soon as they get off line. So it's oversteer in a traditional car term. Of course, they handle slightly differently because of the way they react between the track and the traction is affected by the fact the tyres are covered with what's called an additive for extra grip. And you can just get a little bit edgy. And then tail slips out. Jeffries, you can see, has the ground speed against Toto when he's just trying to mark laps. So Jeffries has the ground speed. He's got 23 seconds, which is this level. One more, and he comes at the inside. Going over timing and scoring.
He went for the big move, didn't he? And these are the kind of moves that are going to win him this championship if he has to take it. And he knows he has to beat Epikuro to stay on level terms. The timing is now going down into the final 10 seconds. He knows he's effectively got one more lap at this, one more shot at this. Where is that move going to come? You know he's the kind of guy who is going to throw it up the inside. The question is, when is it? Stand by your beds, folks. 3 more corners to go. I think Epikuro is going to hang on just.
Oh.
He's just going to do it. Well done, that man. That was a top quality RC car race. absolutely awesome. From start to finish, Kevin Hebert finishes third, Juho Leivenen takes fourth, Chris Hillier fifth, Chris Kurzweil sixth, and Tim Altman, who had that spectacular off into the crowd at one point, finishes seventh and rounds out the field. Catch your breath, we've still got another one of these to go.
Well, of course, that really is the advantage of Toto Epikuro, because he's now got 6 wins in the bank. The most you can get is 7. It's 7 out of 10. There are still 2 more rounds to go. Yeah, he needs to win one of those 2 to be assured, I would say, of the championship. But anything can happen. And he had the advantage there of starting off pole. Now, what was his real pace? Because he saw him being caught up by both Hebert and being caught up by Jeffries as well. But sometimes, Jackie Stewart used to say, the idea of any motor race is to win it in the slowest possible time.
Well, I think Epikuro actually adhered to that philosophy very well, but it was a very, very close run thing because he had Jeffries and Hebert all over him for most of that race. Now, I wonder who we're going to see in this final. I recognise the distinctive body shell of Mark Stiles, the white and red car, leading the field round. I also see Daniel Sieber in amongst this group. So there's a few of these guys who are still in contention at the top end now. Mark Stiles is a little bit of an underdog favourite here. He's in the top 5 after the first 7 rounds of action. Coming into round 8, he and Ollie Jeffries were in a similar sort of position, and Stiles actually won or took a podium in the last round, or was battling with one for Juho Leivenen, and he's still there or thereabouts. I wonder if he has quite enough to jump up to be in that elite 4, which I'd consider at this point in terms of scores Epikuro, Hagberg, Mobers and Jeffries. But Stiles is definitely knocking on the door. He's not far away.
Well, this is the beauty of the Reedy format. You don't race against the same driver each time, you don't race against the same combination of drivers each time, and you don't always start in the same position on the grid. It's a completely randomised system based on qualifying and a weird formula, I don't know what it is. But these are 6 of the guys who aren't currently at the front of the overall scoring, but it's going to present at least 2 of them with a chance to get a score they definitely want to keep, and therefore they can then bring themselves into contention with 2 rounds to go. Because it's interesting, sometimes you can have a really bad set of runs. You might have your first 2 heats where you start near the back both times. But luckily, in the later heats, you've been in the front, so you can make that late surge forward on points. Admittedly, to beat Toto Epikuro, you're going to have to do a lot better than that because he's already got 6 wins.
Yep.
But this is a good chance to move up the field.
Winning is literally all that matters at this point if you want to beat Epikuro, and that's why Mark Stiles is going to feel pretty confident, pretty anxious up there. He's rolling off on the pole, but there are Vesi Yili there in second in the number 2 car. I think he's going to feel pretty good about his chances of going for the dive bomb into the first corner. And that first section there, the Protoform complex in the first sector, has seen so much action and mayhem in the first lap, especially in the early heats where you have more cars per race. So cross your fingers and hope for the best for this one. And you'll see Bull roll off shotgun on the squid. Very back.
Let's hope no one selects reverse and runs over Stu.
That'd be unfortunate. That's a lot of expensive
I would
camera
pay to see that, in fairness.
That would be rather amusing. That would make the outtakes reel at the end of the year, I think. Right, they are now under starters' orders. Countdown is on. Hold your breath, folks. This to complete round 8 of action. Take another step closer to crowning a 2016 champion. And away they go, and that's a good start from Mark Stiles. Really, really nice. He knew that inside line was open there, and he shut off that avenue and got the great launch. And now is that Sieber's already up to second. As I say that, dives right underneath. Now Sieber has had excellent form all weekend, has not quite had the results to show for it, but he's really come on strong here on Sunday, and it looks immediately like it's going to be Stiles versus Siebers up front. Vesi Yili holds on to third early on.
So Mark made an excellent start there. It's always a bit of a voyage discovery driving these cars into the first corner. Oh, and Siebers had a very unlucky bounce off the barrier. That's the thing you hate in 12th racing, where you get the tiniest touch and it just puts you at slightly the wrong angle. None of these cars have reverse, remember. It's actually banned by the rules. That's to prevent people actually reversing out into the racing line. You have to, if you end up hard against a barrier, you have to be rescued by the marshals. Yep. But this has fallen right into Stiles' hands. Professor Eli, the Finn, is coming down the road in the multicoloured car at the end of the straight now, but it's Stiles is leading, white into red, just over timing and scoring in the centre of the track. Mark, who actually is one of the runs the section, the 112 section for the BRCA, and he has a Formula 1 connection. He works for what is now Renault. He worked for Lotus until they got bought out a couple of weeks ago, and apparently the main difference is that they now have much better wine at lunch.
Well, there's your room, and there's the first bit of gossip for the Renault F1 2016 season. Better catering. I can confirm, by the way, while we were talking about that Daniel Sieber actually ended up getting a drive-through penalty for contact on his way back through the field. So his race has gone from bad to worse very, very quickly. And at the moment, it is Mark Stiles right now in the white and red car who has led from the drop of the green flag. and he was under pressure there from Seba, who then made the mistake, as Nick said, the unfortunate bounce in, and that may look surreal to some people. He's bouncing into the wall, but these cars do not have a reverse gear. Like some full-scale race cars, they don't have a reverse gear in there, and that has really handed Mark Stiles the advantage here. Nothing's ever a given, but when you've got this kind of gap out in front, if you're Mark Stiles, you have a little bit less pressure playing on your mind.
Well, the advantage also Mark's got is that there were less cars in this heat to start with, and now we've also had a retirement of Daniel Holmes as well, and also Mark Alasko pulled out, so that has effectively meant that he's only got a few cars to deal with. So it's very, very easy to get into that rhythm, and 12th racing is all about a rhythm. It is remarkable how you can actually begin to shut down your mental capacity and just run and watch the car and feel the car go round, because you're actually in that rhythm. And when you get out of it, one little clip, well, for these guys, one little clip might put them off. For me, one little clip, I'm gone for a fortnight. But it's really is. It's the ultimate rhythm sport. I mean, you've seen a lot of RC racing now, and some of it, it's, for example, off-road racing. You take a jump, you never know quite how you're going to land. So every time you're improvising, you're moving around. Every corner's different. Here, if you take the right line on a 12th circuit and your car's set up correctly, it will be the same every time. And you can get into that sort of rhythm where you can. And then what you can begin to do is shave the corners tighter and tighter and tighter. Get those little microseconds of advantage as your car comes to you. But that's what these guys can do. Anyway, but Mark's leading by a long way. Should we drop back and have a look at Vaser for a second on the camera? He's in the yellow into orange to black car, Paul. Thank you.
He's coming through.
Vaser, who for a number of years designed his own chassis.
Excellent.
I think he's now actually stopped doing that, because obviously he found that it's a quick way to frustration and poverty, and now he's racing for one of the other teams. The V-design chassis was what Vaser is. I think he's doing some consultancy, believe it or not, in car design.
I'm loving the info that you're providing here as well. It's fantastic to add to the extra dimension, and Yili is having a solid drive out here. He's not been quite at the top end of town in this class so far this weekend, so this will be a big morale booster for that team. At this point, there are certain teams who know they're effectively out of contention, but they're looking for great results. And one guy I feel like is waiting for a good result at some point. He's not in this race. It's Andy Murray, who has had some. He's been battling for the victory on multiple rounds here, and then it's that late instance that have knocked him clean out of contention even for a podium. He's one of those classic cases of results don't reflect the speed.
Well, we now have a battle of a second and third, actually, Adam, because Daniel Seba has kind of run through the field in that all-yellow car that's just got to the end of the straight and now going through the infield. He's trying to pick up second place with Vezzer Lee as they come round through the switchback there into the Reedy, what do you call this? Reedy complex? Isn't it? The
Reedy turn of champions. Reedy turn of champions, and then the Zen hairpins.
And the Zen hairpins. Okay, I've been on the plane. I've not been watching this.
And this is the BRCA complex in the middle here. These back-to-back turns. There's the Reedy turn of champions, where the infield wall is scuffed because of cars turning in too early, whacking that wall. And we saw one of the Altman cars fly out after an impact there. But this battle for second is on. Yili's trying to defend, trying to minimise the space. They are swapping corners lap after lap. It's like the exhibition races we've seen.
Little bit of a nibble at the rear there. So he got up the inside. That was a four-corner failed pass. Great driving there, because actually, that wasn't great driving. And he should let Vaser back, and that's sportsmanship. But that tends to what happens is a case is that when you actually clunk someone and knock them off, the idea in RC racing is to wait.
You generally
if you don't wait, you'll either get a penalty or it'll be adjudged it was a 50-50 job. But that one obviously was very much Seba just taking the corner a bit too much. And Vaser's car looking a little bit unpleasant now. It may be that when you just get knocked, you can go offline, you'll pick up some dirt in your tyres, much like full-size racing. You need a couple of laps just to clean it off to get back to the ultimate grip again.
Yep.
And you're going a little bit wide there. Bounce off the penalty, come down the straight. So that is second and third. Still happily in the lead is Mark Stiles by a in fact, Mark Stiles is coming up to lap third place man Daniel Seba any second now. This is Mark's going to love it. Mark's going to have this race on replay for the rest of his life. He's going to cut out and keep this race. He's going to show it to all his friends. Say, look at this. This is how well I normally do. I'm normally a lap faster than fellow European A finalists.
Well, he has shown some great bursts of pace this weekend. He's not had quite the consistency at the top end that he'd probably want, but he has shown a lot, and we spoke to him a lot on Friday evening during qualifying, and he delivered some great speeds right from the off there. He's been one of the prime competitors. He's been a tough grafter. When he's not quite had the race pace, he's grafted and got whatever he can get out of it. When he has had the race pace, like he has now, he is dominated and taking
only a
full
few
advantage.
seconds ago, Seba's back on the tail of Lee. Ooh, and he's whoa!
A second drop
now
kick for
that's
Yili.
interesting, because no, Seba's waiting the whole way. He also thought that wasn't right, so he waited, and he'll end up in third. So it's going to be Stiles is going to win this. Vaser Lee second, and Daniel Seba in third.
That is
Mick
great
Farrell fourth,
there.
Kai Oatman fifth, and then Marcus Astley with 4 laps, and Daniel Holmes didn't start the race.
So I have a feeling, I think that's That was 3 races there, wasn't it?
There was 3 races. So where do you find the points now? Because
the points are being calculated. Race control. I went down there a little while ago.
There's a man with an abacus.
I went down there, and not only was there smoke coming out of the man's ears, at the timekeeper's ears, his laptop was smoking, trying to work out the permutations and the points down there. We are actually. I'm going to check just down here.
To check. By the way, that was even camper than me when I got off to check. The interesting thing is that you can't see Adam, but he's actually wearing a dinner jacket to commentate, which is fantastic. So either he thinks he's about to do a toast, or he's a member of the Prisoner Appreciation Society. One of the two. Hello, Mark. Congratulations on winning. I haven't got a microphone. Mark Starr comes up. Mark, we'll cut out and keep that for you. Keep that race forever. But you nearly lapsed your fellow European Championship A finalist.
I wish they were all
Can I just take the opportunity, whilst I have been given the microphone, always a dangerous thing, to thank Reedy, Protoform, Zen Racing and the BRCA, and thank all you guys who are watching the stream. We hope to, in the next few days, have some more exciting streaming information about our next event. Can't announce it yet, but we hope to have another event in the next few weeks of live coverage on RC Racing TV. And of course, after that, we will hopefully be announcing our exact coverage details of the European Championship as well. Another busy year of radio control live streaming. And you'll be hearing the dulcet tones of Adam Johnson at a number of these events.
Absolutely, and thanks very much, Nick, for joining me for that. And if you're watching in the arena right now, if you're watching in the shopping centre, and you want to continue watching the coverage, you want to lock into that when you get home, you search RC Racing TV on YouTube. You also go to the brand new Facebook page that we now have, www.facebook.com/RC Racing TV. There's me now doing the James Parry www thing. And our coverage continues on, and we move straight on into what is now round 9, I'm fairly sure. We move into round 9 of the action, and I would give you an update on the overall points positions. They haven't been updated yet since about round 6, and I understand that the good folks down in race control and timekeeping are doing their very best. Their software is only letting them calculate 2 drop scores rather than 3. That's not helping, and with this points format, you need total accuracy. But almost certainly the drivers will be asking as much as they can for results as soon as possible. So as soon as we know, as soon as they know, we'll know, and as soon as we know, you guys will all know as well. So his latest heat is now under 30 seconds. Another 30-second countdown. Just one final check. No, there is still not an update yet on past round 6. So the last 2 rounds, the 2 rounds we've had so far this morning, have not been updated yet, but they will come very soon. As I say, they want to make sure they get it right. What they don't want to do is post up wrong lists of results and then end up disappointing the masses of drivers. That'll be the last thing to do. In the words of the timekeepers, they said they get lynched, pretty much. So, round 9, it's about to commence. Are we ready? And they get cut loose. They're away into the Protoform complex. I think that's Eugene Gallet leading from the early corners. Yes, it is, from Kieran Manders. Manders immediately looking up the inside in the final few corners. I see Lewis Parker's car causing a bit of a wreck in the BRCA complex. He kindly gives the position back as well. The race etiquette has been excellent, it has to be said. It's been high quality stuff. It's been great race action so far. And Eugene Gallet continues to lead away from Kieran Manders. Manders with the great chase. There's the 2 white and green cars there in the middle of your shot. Kieran Manders and then Peter Craig with the almost identical looking cars. Aidan Ripley is also there as well. Remember, we had a great battle in the previous round. Oh, side by side in the first corner. That was never going to work. Not in a month of Sundays. I wonder how that was going to be judged out, but they went side by side through one of the trickiest corners on the track. And I think Ripley's number 2 car has left front bodywork and left rear bodywork damage, which is not going to help his cause at all. But Eugene Gallet continues to lead then. Kieran Manders in 2nd and Aidan Ripley 3rd. But Gallet is running well, and he has should be having more race wins than he has done already in this tournament. He has done very well in the Open A class. Kieran Manders has shown brief flashes of brilliance, not enough probably to be contending overall for the win. But Aidan Ripley is now up to 3rd, and Ashley Whiffen up into the 4th spot, ahead of Elliot Cummings in 5th place. Peter Craig down to 6th now, Chris Ashton down to 7th. And I think that might have been Kieran Manders who just had some contact with the wall down below us. I think it was actually, because Aidan Ripley has now moved through to 2nd place. The battle for 2nd is intensifying. They're in the middle sector now. Let's see if we can pick them up on the camera as they come through the Zen hairpins. There they are. There's the 2nd place battle. This is a real pain train forming here. Aidan Ripley now defending from Kieran Manders. Oh my goodness, they banged wheels, and in the middle of all of that, I think Ashley Whiffen has snuck through to take second. Yes, they have. Well done. Ripley now went from second, defended second, and then lost it anyway in a sneak attack. Elliot Cummings fourth, Peter Craig fifth, Kieran Manders now down to sixth place. Chris Ashton down in seventh, not showing too strongly at the moment. But Ashley Whiffen hanging on to second place. Everything they have. Ripley working hard as well in the bright pink car in the middle sector, trying as best they can. The battle for second continues, but Elliot Cummings is catching up on this battle for second. I can confirm that car is not a million miles away, and neither are the cars of Peter Craig and Kieran Manders. So before too long, this battle for second could quickly become a 5-car battle for second place. The pink and white car of Aidan Ripley just behind the white car of Ashley Whiffen. And if we drop one car, lock onto the pink car there of Aidan Ripley, that's the third place car, and Elliot Cummings is closing in rapidly, as is the fifth place car of Peter Craig. So this battle for third could get very, very entertaining very, very quickly, and not before time either, because Eugene Gallet has run away with this one largely. He's out in front by a good 4 seconds now, ahead of Ashley Whiffen in second. Whiffen a big shunt at the end of the into the Reedy Tournament Champions. Oh goodness me, and that just disrupted Elliot Cummings. That was a shame. It was Lewis Parker's car you just see on the screen now, the orange and black car that was just put back in the bad place, and it disrupted Elliot Cummings. So now we watch Peter Craig as he attempts to chase down the third place Aidan Ripley. Kieran Manders is also there as well, the two very similar looking white and green cars. And Eugene Gallet continues on, and they are down right in front of us now through the Zen hairpins. That's Kieran Manders, the second of them, and that's Elliot Cummings, who's now dropped back to 7th place. He's behind Lewis Parker, who's a lap down. Let's see if we can find where our leader's got to. Our leader is a confident one at the moment. Eugene Gallet is the white, yellow and blue car in the Zen hairpins now. There he is, going onto the main straight and into the Protoform complex. There he is. And this has been a good race from Gallet. A really, really strong drive. Confident and assured all the way through. Not really looked in doubt or in any danger of losing the position at any point. And I'm definitely not trying to bring in a commentary jinx. I'm full of genuine praise here, because this has been a really assured drive from Gallet, who is not a million miles away from the overall point lead. And of course, that is a point lead that is changing every single round with various drop scores into play and more. Gallet now coming up to lap Lewis Parker, who's had a tough race this one. This has been a hard education for him in the school of hard knocks, but he has qualified and done very well to qualify into the Open A class, which they had to do on speed on Friday evening. That traffic getting out the way fairly effortlessly. Ashley Whiffen is in second, and third is still Aidan Ripley. Fourth is still Peter Craig, and fifth is still Kieran Manders, and it Cummings now in 7th place. Parker has actually moved up to 9th past Stephen Rowley. Good work there. And Eugene Gallet continues on. This has been a strong drive. This has been a very confident drive, and one where the cards fell his way. The battles for second picked up fairly quickly, and helped the leader take off just to a certain extent and get away up front. Gallet leads Whiffen, leads Peter Craig, and in fact Aidan Ripley has dropped to 4th now, has dropped behind Peter Craig. So Peter Craig now looking to try and draw a bead on Ashley Whiffen. Whiffen is just coming through the middle sector now, the all-white car, I believe, the number 7, coming through the Zen hairpins, Zen complex at the end of the lap. We'll see if we can pick that car up in the middle sector. There it is, the white car in the middle there. But that's the end of the race anyway. That is it. That was a race that was pretty breathless in the end, and timing snuck up on us, and it went by so fast. It went by in a flash. So Eugene Gallet takes the victory in the end, a confident one ahead of Ashley Whiffen in 2nd place. 3rd then for Peter Craig, and 4th for Kieran Manders. 5th for Chris Ashton. 6th for Aidan Ripley. That was a shame. That car was running on the podium for long stretches of this race. And then 7th for Elliot Cummings, another man that was contending for a podium spot. 8th is Neil Diver. 9th is Lewis Parker, and 10th is Stephen Rowley. We immediately have the second group of drivers up for the Open A class. Up onto the driver's stand and ready. Game face is on and focused. With the fast turnaround and the fast nature of these races, there really is no time. You can be organising something 1 minute and then suddenly jump into action to go racing the next. It really is that quick and that fast pace out here. And the referee has done an excellent job so far of controlling the pace and controlling the traffic so far. And I'll tell you what, it's getting to that point in the day where I'm seeing a lot of the competitors in the pits carrying around various fast food containers and bags of food. That's starting to feel pretty good, to be honest. Cameraman's nodding in agreement as well. But for now, we have racing to focus on. We may have a little space to maybe grab a refreshment or two after this round of Open A races. So we will see. They're on the warm-up lap right now. For this group, for the Open A class runners, they're on their warm-up lap now. Rolling round and gliding into position. As I say, we're on into round 9 now. And I see some sheets being applied down on the... Some timing sheets being applied, maybe. We have some updates. Not updates for round 6 yet. Not updated past round 6 yet. As I say, they are very conscious, the organisers, of making sure they get this one right. What they don't want to do is post any false information. And I can see what is already going on is calculations and results being worked out down in the pits whilst the drivers prepare their machines for the next round of races coming up very soon, particularly in the Reedy All-Star Invitational class. Every calculation will count and matter crucially. 30 seconds to go then before we start this second of 3 LMP2 Open A class races. And I see Peter Bandera, his car, white and green car, second on the grid. Simon Roubaix's car also in this field. That will be Tim Wood as well in there, as well as Matthew Lax and Matt Rice. This is a strong field, getting ready to do battle. Pause and engage. Flying through the first few corners. Oh my goodness, cars flying all over the place. Matthew Lax was involved in some of that, but he has filtered through at least in 4th. Matt Rice was tipped up onto his side at one point there. Some beating and banging going on back in the field. A lot of wheel banging action, and it is Patrick Bandera who has taken the early lead. But also in there is that man Naoya Kitagawa, the man who has won so many races out here so far and is really in the main position and the best position possible to take victory in the Open A class championship, and he's already passed Patrick Bandera. There is almost a sense of inevitability about it, and that inevitability is made slightly worse by the fact that Matthew Lax's car has given up the ghost at the side of the track, and that's a real shame. A car that we knew would be a big contender here. Took a lot of beatings in that opening lap. Obviously must have had some issues there from the start, and that was a legacy of that. Naoya Kitagawa then leads Patrick Bandera and Simon Roubaix. Bandera in the white and green car. Bandera, the classic case of a race that we just never got to see consistently enough over this weekend. Roubaix in 3rd, challenging. Kitagawa is already having to deal with a bit of lap traffic, so we'll keep an eye on it. Whoa, my goodness! Matt Rice's car just collided with some of the infield barriers, and I'm pretty sure got about 10 foot of air time. That was pretty outrageous. But there you go, in one screen it's Kitagawa, Bandera and Roubaix. And Tim Wood is slightly further behind than these guys, further behind than he'd want. As Bandera continues to defend well from Roubaix, but they are, most importantly, letting Naoya Kitagawa get away. That is the problem here. They are desperately trying to stay with the leader, Kitagawa. That's easier said than done. Oof, my goodness, more flying cars over in other parts of the track. Bandera, as the Reedy Turn of Champions, claims another victim. And in front of us, they will claim many more victims before this day is out. I can promise you, ladies and gentlemen. Kitagawa is starting to eke out an advantage. He is up over 2 seconds now on the second place car of Patrick Bandera. Bandera really is starting to worry a lot more about Simon Roubaix in third. They're just coming through the middle sector now into the Reedy Turn of Champions and the Zen Hairpins. The white and green car of Bandera and the yellow, blue and white car of Roubaix. And this battle for second is intensifying because I don't think Bandera quite has the speed, especially in traffic, that Roubaix does. But does Roubaix have the capacity to pass? That is the question that will be answered in the next 3 minutes. Oh, and there's your answer. Clean as a whistle. A little bit of contact, but that's okay. Roubaix through into second place. Bandera down to third. And now, it'll be interesting to see what Roubaix has to offer, if anything at all, for not Patrick Bandera, for Naoya Kitagawa, the leader of this race and the leader overall in this class going in. Now, obviously, it's not going to be decided pretty much until as close to the end as possible because of the nature of the drop scores and how they can rotate. And we watch Simon Roubaix. I'm just watching the gap between him and Naoya Kitagawa. I don't think it's going anywhere. I don't think it's moving too much. It's not fluctuating too much. But Roubaix's got 2 minutes 22 to maybe close in. And there's a Marshall tucked in the first corner, but they're okay. Kitagawa already lapping towards the number 8 car of Tim Wood, so has lapped all the way up to third place already. There are 3 cars in their own postcode right now in terms of speed. Kitagawa, the white car with the yellow rims, but Roubaix is not a million miles behind, and the more Kitagawa is having to deal with traffic, the more he's going to be pulled into this battle. But bear in mind as well that Roubaix is going to have to deal with the same traffic as Kitagawa, so that's not... It's going to hopefully equal itself out, but sometimes lap traffic will come up in different ways. They'll encounter lap traffic in different parts of the track and be slowed down in different ways, if at all. Sometimes they won't be. So that was definitely a win for Kitagawa. Now up to, I'd say, around a second or more maybe. It's the gap. It's now, well, almost 3 seconds. 2.5 seconds likely. Let's see if we can find the white car of Kitagawa. It's the white car with the yellow rims coming through the middle sector now. The middle complex. There he is. And this has been another effortless, just awesome drive from Kitagawa. A great opening lap, slipping through into the lead almost immediately. From there on, almost never heeded. Several drivers tried and failed to stick with him, and he has dealt with lap traffic very, very well. Roubaix has tried staying with him, but with just so much lap traffic out there, it's caused an issue, and Kitagawa's superior skill with dealing with traffic has been the factor and has been the difference largely, as well as Kitagawa's blinding speed out here. It has been so good to watch this car out here, and it has been so strong. Kitagawa moves through again. Tim Wood, he's lapped now. He has lapped up to Tim Wood in 4th, so only the top 3 are still on the lead lap. Patrick Bandera. Bandera can hold on to a podium. He will really take that. That'll be nice to see. He'll enjoy that. It's been a long time since a long time in this event rather, since he's had such a strong finish. And now we have Kitagawa continuing on. I think Tim Wood has actually unlapped himself from Kitagawa, but it does not matter jot, because Kitagawa is going to take a confident and comfortable 5-second victory in this round 9 heat into the penultimate round of races. And a great drive from Naoya Kitagawa. Really, really impressive. Really solid. Really enjoyable to watch as well. Excuse me. And we'll have one more race for the Open A class runners. We'll have one more race, as we explained, for the Open A class runners for their races. And I see the man who will likely be commentating on the exhibition races we'll have coming up soon, the exhibition F1 and GT12 races, Mr. Darren Newton.
The marshals are rushing out to their posts, so I suggest we go slowly and safely to the back end of the grid, please.
Cars rolling out now. I see the pink and white car of Kellyanne Bly, who has been luckless this weekend largely, but no shortage of skill and speed behind the wheel of that car. Another car I also see is Ollie Payne. That's a car that I think really is in overall contention for this race and for this championship, I should say, for the Open A-Class honours. I think they are most definitely in contention. And they're already passing and trying to battle with each other on the warm-up lap. That says a lot about the passion and the dedication out here.
So, looking for number 9. Have we got a number 9? Well, that's easy.
So, cars being lined up on the grid to the race director's liking and taste.
By the time it's in the last round,
now watch very closely for Ollie Payne's car here. The white, black and red, Reedy pink car on the 5th row, rolling off 5th.
over to you, timekeeping.
Kellyanne Bly back in the field is one to watch as well. There's a lot to like about this grid. And there's a lot to consider, and a lot will be decided in the next 6 minutes or more. The 30-second countdown is on. We're ready to roll. We're all in their slots, just about.
Attention drivers.
Command is up onto the 15-second count. Here we go, the countdown is on. Ready to go racing. And away they go. The charge for the first corner commences once again. And you know what, that's surprisingly well behaved through the Protoform complex until a little bit of contact there back in the field, a big bit of contact back in the field. And Ollie Payne cycles out of that first lap to second place. Nigel Hale leads the first lap over Ollie Payne in second. Darren Newton is up to third place. Good start for the number 1 car, the white and orange car. James Stewart is 4th, Andrew North 5th. Luke Burley 6th after the first lap of action. Kellyanne Bly 7th. Aaron Morley 8th. Darren Lee 9th. And Simon Hadley still not starting. Oh, goodness me, more physicality back in the field. Certainly giving it as good as they've got back in the field. But up front, Nigel Hale and Ollie Payne are now battling for the lead. Let's watch the white and yellow car now on the main straight. And the white, black and red car chasing him down. Ooh, that was a smooth series of passes there. Took about 3 or 4 corners to get the job done, but I don't think there was any contact at all. That was clean as a whistle from Ollie Payne, and very, very smoothly done as well. So Payne now through into the lead. Nigel Hale is in second place. Third is Darren Newton still. Newton looking to defend from Luke Burley in fourth. Fifth for Andrew North. But the battle we are concentrating on right now is a battle between Ollie Payne and Nigel Hale. This is your lead battle still. They're starting to move away. Oh, Payne is starting to gap a little bit. Not a huge amount. That battle is still there. And the battle for third between Newton and Burley, I think, is really starting to gain traction. And they are the cars in the centre of your shot right there, the yellow car and then the white and orange car. That's Burley is the first of those two. And Darren Newton is the second of those two cars, the white and orange car in the middle of your shot. It's a little bit like Mark Stiles' style paint scheme on that car with a slightly lighter, reddy orange hue on the back. But Burley has taken off from that battle. He's moved up into third and he's actually starting to hunt down Nigel Hale for second place. Oh my goodness! And a Marshall stack it over the track. How spectacular stuff. Goodness me. It actually took a bit of a header over the track. And I think one of the PA speakers has gone for a Burton over there as well. It's all going on in this race. We've had cars flying into the grandstands. We've had PA speakers going down. As Marshall's still stuck in the middle of the track, stranded, waiting for his chance to get back across. There you go. I don't think he's too badly injured, is he? Well, there we go. Right, let's pick back up where our leaders are. Ollie Payne, see where he is. Nigel Hale is the white and yellow car, first of the two white and yellow cars coming through on the main straight. They'll be in the front, first sector there. There you go, right in the middle. There's the second place car. Third is Luke Burley, not far behind. And we watch to see if this battle for second will develop in any way. Darren Newton has fallen down the order massively. Nigel Hale continues on though. Burley still in third. And Ollie Payne is steadily gapping this field rather nicely indeed. And it's Luke Burley still trying to give chase to Nigel Hale. Second place, but Hale is gapping ever more so actually. He's actually moving further and further ahead of Luke Burley. Burley's actually slid back in the field actually, so Ollie Payne leads by 4 seconds out in front. Nigel Hale in second spot. Third place is Darren Lee now. Darren Lee up to third, Luke Burley is fourth, and Kellyanne Bly has recovered to come back to fifth spot. This may not be too bad of a run for Kellyanne as Nigel Hale continues on. And Ollie Payne is still your leader. Let's see where he is at the moment. He's on the main straight right now, the white, black and red car coming into the Protoform complex right in the middle of his shot. There he is. And he has driven a really, really good race. Really solid and faultless. That great pass for the lead on Burley was absolutely top quality right out of the top draw. It lasted for a good 4 corners. And before finally getting the job done, Payne is now lapping very, very smoothly. He's probably Naoya Kitagawa's main rival in this Open A class championship as it comes down to it as we move through round 9 here of the Reedy 112 Race of Champions 2016, going out live in the Centre MK in the public auditorium of Forum for RC Racing, unlike any other. And it's been a pleasure commentating here, and it's been a pleasure broadcasting this weekend with RC Racing TV, going out trackside as well as out online in sound and vision for the Reedy 112 Race of Champions. Our coverage powered by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing and the British Radio Car Association have put on this magnificent event here and are planning a similar tournament for GT12 cars next year, of which you'll have seen regularly involved in exhibition races along with Formula 1 races. You'll see that coming up very soon. And Ollie Payne continues to truck on really. He's into the final 30 seconds. He's eked out almost a 5 seconds of lead right now. This has been one of those races where he took the lead early, knew he had the dominant car, and has made it absolutely pay. As he continues on, he's probably going to have about 2 more laps to do, I'd say. Nigel Hale is still second, Darren Lee is up into third. Kellyanne Bly has moved up into fourth, a good comeback for her there. Good stuff in the pink and white mobile. 3 seconds to go. This will be the last lap for Ollie Payne. A really strong drive. This has been one of those commanding drives where somebody just comes together and the dominant car takes the victory. A great drive from Ollie Payne in the end. That'll keep the pressure on Naoya Kitagawa at the top on the Open A standings. Nigel Hale finishes up second, third for Darren Lee, and fourth for Kellyanne Bly in the end. A top 5, be happy with that. Luke Burley fifth, Aaron Morley is sixth, and Andrew North seventh ahead of Darren Newton. We'll be up here in a minute, I think, to commentate on our F1 exhibition race, the latest one of those. James Stewart down in ninth. Simon Hadley sadly did not start. So that's 9 rounds of Open A action concluded. I'll keep an update as to when and where we get update of the scores for all of the rounds coming through. As I say, the timekeeping and scrutineers making sure they don't make any mistakes with that, because they will be lynched publicly in the pits by the guys down there. So for now, we'll let the F1 guys have a play and have their exhibition race. This is our exclusive live coverage of the Reedy 112 Race of Champions on RC Racing TV, and we'll be back shortly.
Attention, drivers and marshals. Race 100, F1, round 9, will start in 2 minutes.
Okay guys, don't go past me. Bring yourselves round to the grid, let the marshals get out in position.
And here we have the F1 cars for their third race of the day. Earlier on we had one of the top pro drivers racing one of the cars for a lap record, which he set earlier on. I've just been informed by race control that we have two of the top pro drivers racing these cars looking at setting a new record, or beating the record that was set earlier, should I say. So the two pro cars are, which cars we got? We've got Ollie Jeffries and Marcus Askell, and they are both in the two Dremel cars. Okay, so which one's Ollie's, referee?
Orange one is Marcus.
Okay. So the one with orange wings on is Marcus, and the other Dremel car is Ollie Jeffries. So come on then guys, let's get these round to the grid. Come on guys, get them on the grid.
Yeah.
So earlier on we had a fantastic battle between Daniel Ricciardo and Valtteri Bottas. And I believe that we have a guest announcer with me. A fourth place 2IC F1 champion.
You do.
Mark Burgess. Okay then Mark.
I've come and watch these filthy Dremel cars to see whether a professional driver can teach them how to drive properly.
Exactly, after the fuss that went on yesterday. Okay then, we're off into the first corner. We've got the orange wing Dremel out front, closely followed by Nelson Piquet Jr. put a move on. That was one of the amateurs, just went flying past one of the pros. Would you believe that?
I think Nelson Piquet's going to throw it off as usual, because Alonso's a bit further back.
So there we go. Oh, dirty. I think it's inbuilt in the cars. Did you see that?
I think
Dremel driver took out the other Dremel driver there. So we now have Ollie Jeffries in the Dremel car in second place, looking to try and win this race and set a new track record for these Formula 1 cars. This is going to be something to see, Mark.
It is, because Ollie's used to using sticks, so as a result of which him and Marcus were having great fun working out which was left and which was right.
Oh, excellent. So they've given them a handicap tool.
Marcus nearly had him believe that left was right and right was left.
Fantastic stuff.
And you'll notice that me just talking about that has made him crash. It's a very special Murray Walker thing.
Okay, so first place, very far out in front, Nelson Piquet Jr., followed by the Dremel car driven by Ollie Jeffries, followed by Jarno Trulli in the Toyota, followed by Force India, Nico Hulkenberg. Then we've got Lewis Hamilton, then we've got Max Chilton, then we've got Marcus Askell in the second. Oh, that was dreadful. Is the referee going to give a penalty to that Dremel car? That was horrendous. So get out of the way. What we got going on now? That Dremel car is going to have to serve a penalty for that. Okay, back to the front. Where are we, Mark?
Where are we? Is our good friend Nelson Piquet Jr. is streaking away with it.
So Nelson Piquet Jr. is streaking away. Although the computer tells me that Ollie Jeffries is actually catching him. So our pro driver is actually catching the amateur Nelson Piquet Jr.
You do realise that Ollie's the RC form of the Sting, don't you?
Yes, yes. So they're coming up now on back markers. That's Lewis Hamilton about to be lapped by our pro driver, heading down the back straight now.
Lewis was so intimidated by Ollie these mirrors, he had to get off the track. That was it, he just immediately left.
Definitely, definitely. So, back at the front, Nelson Piquet Jr. very far out at the front. We just best hope that there is not a safety car to bunch this pack up. Earlier on, Mark, we had a safety car at about the 3-minute mark.
That would be horrible, wouldn't it?
And it brought that, oh, the safety car is out. The safety car is on the track. Well, this is going to really make it interesting now, because the whole field is going to be bunched back up again. This will definitely give our pro driver a chance. They have to adhere to the... What on earth is going on with that other Dremel car? That, ladies and gentlemen, is one of our pro drivers upside down in the middle of the track. Oh dear, this is just terrible. Terrible. Please try not to laugh. Okay, so they're all bunched up behind the safety car. I think it will be coming in this lap before they go down the main straight and they'll be set loose. So we've got Nico Hulkenberg somehow manipulating himself into first, followed by Nelson Piquet. There goes Ollie Jeffries down the inside in the Dremel car. What a fantastic move. Max Chilton goes again down the inside for third. And there's a mistake down there at the bottom end, and a mistake by Ollie Jeffries. Okay then, Mark, who's your money on for this race?
Well, it would have to be Ollie.
Do you think?
Even with a steer wheel, I think Ollie. And even if we have to bring another safety car out, it could be Ollie.
I think that earlier on, though, we had one of the other pro drivers on. He did not suffer these same problems. Oh no, there was a change. There was a change there. He just flew up the inside in Nelson Piquet Jr.
I think it's some form of Nelson Piquet Jr. teammate thing. He's gonna throw it off the road in a minute.
Okay, we've got.
You see?
Oh, that was
Commentator's curse.
Commentator's curse. Okay, Nico Hulkenberg is out in first place, followed by Nelson Piquet Jr., who is closely followed by our pro driver out in the Dremel car. We've got Jarno Trulli following up then. Valtteri Bottas seemed to have a problem on the straight then. He seemed to lose power, followed by Max Chilton, which is going to be his highest ever result in a Formula One car. Then we've got the other Dremel car with the other pro driver. Oh no, there's been a mistake by our pro driver on the straight. There is carnage! Carnage on the straight there! Quick, Marshall, quick, that is our pro driver! Oh my life, stuck on the barrier. Now he's got all of it to do now, guys. Our pro driver is at the back of the field. There's two cars made a mistake in the middle. He's managed to get past them. What our pro driver needs to understand is these cars are way more difficult to drive than the simple machines that he's driving in the main competition. These have a fraction of the grip and twice the power in a completely different chassis. As you can see, he's pushing way deep into every corner here. He needs to lift off and respect the grip of the track and the car. Oh, it is causing chaos.
It's something about the two Dremel cars. I think you almost need to get a bucket of water and throw it over them. They all seem to come together when I see them.
Well, yesterday we had the two Dremel team drivers driving the cars and they were constantly stuck together.
I heard last night they're actually going to get some Drilled by Dremel stickers that you could put on the back of a car.
Drilled by Dremel. Oh, we've got a dead car. We've got a dead car down here, guys. Quickly get a marshal out on the track. Oh, that was really close. Okay then, back to the front. Where are we, Mark? Nico Hulkenberg's out front with a commanding lead here by the looks of it. Or have I missed something?
I think he is. I think Jarno Trulli's second.
Jarno Trulli's second. We've got 30 seconds to go. Can our pro driver, who is nearly a lap down, he definitely is not going to do this. He just hasn't got to grips with that car. But he is pushing incredibly hard. You see, he was within an inch of that apex there. Okay, so we've got Nico Hulkenberg. Actually, this will be his first win if he pulls this off out front all weekend.
It would be. It's a 24-hour thing. You kind of get used to driving at a certain pace. And I think he's finally realised the pace to drive at around this track.
So in the last 10 seconds to go, is there any more tips we can give to our pro driver driving these incredibly difficult Formula One cars?
Find a pair of sticks.
Find a pair of sticks. Excellent. So there we have it, guys. We have the winning car was Nico Hulkenberg for the first time this weekend. So then, guys, if you like the look of our Formula One cars, we also have the GT Cup on in about half an hour's time. In the meantime, we have just over at the end of the main straight a have a go track. It's free. Take your kids along, or if the big kids would like to have a go, by all means, queue up, have a go on have a go track. It'll be loads of fun.
Okay, thank you. Well down before the loop, please.
Okay, we've got 9 cars.
Attention, drivers and marshals. Race 101, Open B.
Okay, drive them round to the back end of the grid carefully as the marshals from the F1 demonstration race are rushing out as we speak. They'll be going around the outside of the track. Okay, just waiting for track crew, carpet, track crew, carpet, hold the race please. Black tape. Okay, clear the track. Take your warm-up lap, please. One warm-up lap. Looking for car 9 on pole. Okay, car 9, please. Thank you. Over to timekeeping.
Wait. Okay, you can go. One minute in. 10.5278. Okay, car 9, be aware that you've got the race leaders coming up behind you.
Race 101 successfully underway. Race 102, you should be going to scrutineering. Can all GT12 drivers after this race, because he's Mark Christopher's marshalling, can you see him for your grid number for your run? Torsten Muller, could you come to race control, please? Torsten Muller.
Five 10.278 is the order. It's now 5.210. 5.210. Nicely slipped through there, car 2. Caution in the centre. We have a marshal on the circuit. Go. Okay, car 1, you are being closed down by the race leader. It's the car with the white front and yellow rear. 10 and 1, you are racing for position, but you are being caught
Race
rapidly
order
by
after
the leader.
3 minutes.
Thank
5,
you.
2, 7, 8, 4, 10, 1, 3, 9. Leader on lap 13.
And car 10, that's the race leader behind you. Thank you, 10. Car 10 and car 1, you're also being caught by second place, which is the all pink car. Caution on the main straight. Stay tight, stay tight. Okay, track is clear. And car 10, you have second place behind you right now. Thank you. You resume your battle with car 1. One minute 40 remains. It's 5:28.74. So the blue and pink car are fighting over the third position. And car 4, you are being caught by the race leader. Okay, car 3, you have the race leader behind you. And car 1, you've got second place behind you. Thank you very much. And he's still behind you. Thank you.
One finished. 8 finished. 10 finished. 7 finished. 5 finished. 3 finished. 4 finished. 2 finished.
Okay, park them safely. Next race on the ground. So 9 cars we have ready. We appear to have 9 drivers. So like this cheeky orange car is, could we go to the back end of the grid, please? Marshals are moving across the track. Try and miss them.
Race 102, Open B, round 9, will start in 2 minutes.
We got 10 cars yet? We got all the marshals yet? Marshal point 2, is anyone there? Marshal point 2, number 2 from the last race, I think was missing. Matt Lax, could you do the honours on Marshal point 2? Thank you very much. Okay, take a lap, please. 1 lap, and then line up on the grid. And I'll meet car 9 on pole. And the marshals on the straight can help me put them in the boxes. That's their treat. Okay, car 9, coming through? Coming through, car 9? Thank you. Car 10, is there a car 10? that case. Over to race control.
Race 102, Open B, round 9, will start in 30 seconds. Attention drivers.
Okay, remember this morning's mantra. Brain fade in a bad handling car is your problem exclusively. Do not make it someone else's problem. Heat 102 safely underway. Heat 103, you should be making your way to scrutineering. Sure, the referees will be talking to each other about that.
More cautious. Car 9.
The referee's assistant for this should be Chris House, so he should be up there. Hopefully he is.
852673.
Okay, car 4, your shell is dragging on the floor. Thank you.
82567. 2 minutes gone. Change of order. And it's
Car 4, you can go if you like,
2856.
whenever. We're not sure it's fixed, we'll listen.
Race order after 3 minutes. 2, 8, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 3, 1, 4. Leader on lap 13.
To 8567. Thank you for. And that's the next car through as well. Thank you very much. Okay,
As a bonus, I've discovered that the track maintenance crew have put a design feature in the track that prevents you from going around the track the wrong way. So if you're driving the wrong way on the track, there's a good possibility that you'll end up under the carpet. Bonus.
26587. Just under 2 minutes remaining. Okay, car 1, be aware that you are between second and third place. Okay, 5 and 8 in the infield. You are racing for a position together. Car 10, you've got the race leader behind you on the circuit. And car 9, you've got second place with you at the moment. Thank you. And you're also being caught by third and fourth. Make that third. Fourth's just fired it off. Thank you. And car 4, you've got second and third behind you. Car 10, you are being followed by the race leader. Thank you, 4.
Six finished, 5 finished, 1 finished, 8 finished, 3 finished, 4 finished, 9 finished, 2 finished, 10 finished, 7 finished.
Okay, cars safely parked in pit lane. Next race down behind the loop, please. Referee for the next race, I've forgotten. So, referee for 103 is Mark Passingham. Mark, you are refereeing assistant on this one. So, marshals out from the last race, please. Appear to have 9 cars and 9 drivers. Please drive thoughtfully to the back end of the grid.
Race 103, Open B, round 9, will start in 2 minutes.
Mind the marshals rushing out on the track. Okay, just let me get the nod from the track crew on over there. Are we good to go for that lap? Thank you. Take your warm-up lap, please, drivers. Okay, warm-up lap. Car 9, I'll meet you on pole. Marshals on the main straight are allowed to help me put the cars in the boxes. Hang on. Okay, waiting for car 9. Have we got a car 9? Oh, no, we don't have a car 9. Okay, car 10, you're fine. Over to race control.
Race 103, Open B, round 9, will start in 30 seconds.
It's not a free-for-all just as it's first couple of corners. It's something where they're just not looking
Attention drivers.
Looking for intent. Courtesy. Especially with that Gary Dyson. Yeah, go watch him. Okay, car 6, be aware there, the race leader's coming round behind you.
103 safely underway. Scrutineering is open for race 104. 104.
Cars 10 and 3 are your race leaders. Okay, car 4, you've got the race leaders approaching. That's first and second place behind you. Thank you very much.
Okay, as a reminder for the GT12 drivers, you should be collecting your grid numbers off Mark Christopher.
Race order is 310-275. Stay wide going out onto the straight. Thank you. Track is clear. Okay, car 7, the white car behind you on the circuit, is the race leader. Car 1 is now behind you. Thank you. And he's back behind 7 again. Car 7, thank you very much. Okay, car 1, you've got the blue and white car, which is in second place behind you on the circuit. Okay, car 7, we've got second place with you, thank you very much.
Race order after 3 minutes. 3, 10, 2, 5, 7, 8, 1, 4, 6. Leader on lap 14.
310-257 is the race order. Okay, car 4, you've got third place behind you right now, closely followed by fourth. And car 5, you've got the race leader with you. Thank you. Car 1, you've got second place behind you on the circuit. Cars 8 and 4, you are battling for a position. You're aware you are being caught by the leaders. Car 2, that is the race leader behind you. Okay, so 8 and 4, although you are battling for a position, you have got the race leader and third place behind you. Orange car, you've got the race leader with you, thank you very much. And for letting third leave, thank you. Okay, 2 and 5, you are racing for a position there. .30 seconds remaining.
One finished, 6 finished, 3 finished, 7 finished, 5 finished, 2 finished, 4 finished, 10 finished, 8 finished.
Okay, so that's the last heat safely parked, nearly. Just waiting for an orange car to get into the... it's Minnie's responsibility, and she's not done it. All cars down behind the loop. Drivers and/or substitutes from the last heat. Out to marshal, please. And assistant referee is... I can't remember. It's Mr. Barford. Looks like the track's intact. Could you all drive carefully to the beginning of the straight while the marshals rush out to their posts?
Attention, drivers and marshals. Race 104, Open B, round 9, will start in 2 minutes.
Okay, take care going backwards on the track. The track maintenance crew have designed it so that you get stuck under the carpet. Okay, 1 warm-up lap, please. And I'll meet car 9 on pole. Okay, car 9. Oh, that didn't work. Behind you. I don't know what that one is. 9, that'll do. That's me. That's my date. Timekeeping. 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 Over to you.
Race 104, Open B, round 9, will start in 30 seconds. Attention drivers.
4, just be more cautious when rejoining traffic, please. Clipped a car there. Okay, car 7, that's the leaders with you, thank you very much. And you have 4th place behind you too, thank you very much. Okay, purple and yellow car, be aware that you have a pack of 5 cars coming through behind. Thank you for waiting, that car. Please do not impede any of them, they are all in a tight battle for position. Okay, car 7, be aware that is the race leader behind you at the moment. The order is 10-4-8-1-3.
Race order after 3 minutes, 10, 4, 8, 1, 3, 2, 9, 6, 7, 5, leader on lap 13.
Caution 3. Okay, 2 minutes remaining, and it's 4-10-8-1-3. Car 7, you've got the race leaders coming through, all 3. Thank you very much. Purple and yellow car, you've got the race leader behind you. Thank you very much. Be cautious 7, please. You've now got 2nd and 3rd on the grid behind you. 1 minute remains, it's 4-8-10-3-1. Thank you, 7. Purple and yellow car, you've got the 5th place car on the grid behind you. round 8. Entering race control now. That's the race for first and second. Well avoided in the chicane, well done.
Ten finished. 6 finished. 3 finished. 1 finished. 2 finished. 4 finished. 8 finished.
Okay, all cars safely to the pits.
Hello everyone. Oh, we're back.
We are.
We are back. And next up, it is the Porsche Cup. We've got a selection of Porsche Carrera Cup cars going to go out there. To make it easy, it's just going to be done on colours. We're not going to worry with names. It's going to be who is the winning colour. So when the cars come to the grid, choose your favourite colour, much like greyhound racing, really. Obviously, we don't condone any gambling, and we'll see who can win this one. I think it's a black and white striped one. So Adam, who knows nothing about greyhound racing, but a lot about Porsche Carrera Cup, we're about to get a proper race in this exhibition. We're having an exhibition and a race broke out.
Oh yes, and that's the great thing about this. These GT12 cars, they look the part, don't they? We've been mocking the Team Dremel cars most of the weekend, but the Dremel looking cars, I like the look of them, and they have been very quick, but in an exhibition format. So it's really, can you really deliver it on the big stage? Now we're going to have our chance to find out.
I believe there's actually a prize on this event as well. I know what the prize is. So there's a big grid I can see getting ready, rolling round. Who is going to get the key pole position? I can't see the Alan Gale special safety car. This is going to be a proper race. No full course, no chance on that one. Full course yellows will not exist. This is a race to the finish with Chris Hardesty waving at me. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Chris. Under the instructions of the race director, and they line up at the far end. And
for those of you looking on the stream, ignore the names because the names are not quite correct. Just look at the colours and follow the fun with us. But this is the big event of this part of the day before another big event happens next race. We're doubling up big events. So the cars are warming up, and they're not warming their engines up because they don't need to, being electric motors. They're warming their tyres, or at least running their tyres in, getting the additive exactly right across the whole bead of the tyre.
It's serious work. It's just like full-scale racing in how you warm the tyres up and make it level across the entire tread. And are these rear-engine, rear-wheel drive like the real thing, or
they drive? I would think they drive quite a bit like the real thing, actually, because they'll go like stink, hang on for a long time. Right at the last minute, they'll just like snap away.
Which makes them great fun to race as RC cars.
Exactly. So we have a full grid of Carrera Cup cars, the GT3 model, which, as everyone knows, if you want to buy a Porsche Carrera Cup car, they are actually made on the same line as the Audi Porsche 911. You just tick the box for full race car, please, Mr. Porsche.
There you go. When I actually had the privilege of going around the Porsche Museum last summer and seeing the motorsport and the racing pedigree and the evolution of this model come together, it's really kind of blows you away. You can say that Porsche are good at racing, and then you see all that and you think, wow, they're more than just good.
Well, of course, the big news about Porsche, they are currently the Le Mans champions and the World Endurance champions.
Yep.
Won that with a 919 LMP1, team including Nick Tandy, who comes from down the road in Bedford.
Yay.
So, it's all about the colours. And they're away, and it's an early lead for orange from blue, from the two Dremel teammates, which is going to make it difficult for us because they're both, mistake there from the second place car, and they come round. But it's an early, clean start for the orange number one.
Very, very clean for the Porsche runners. Apart from when the leader flipped at the final corner, that was a crucial mistake. He got the lead. The pressure got to him almost immediately. We have another car flying off in the first few corners. They've been very tricky, but I'll tell you what, those two Team Dremel cars, proving my point, they've not been able to stay off each other. There's been a Hamilton-Rosberg dynamic between the two of them. They've been barely unable to stay off each other. Can they work together to get this victory?
Well, they'll be drilling for victory, I expect, with their Dremel car. But around the outside of both of them goes the black machine. So it's a superb double overtake by the black number 5. My eyesight's not as bad as I thought it was, picking that up from a way away. And he's now trying to chase down the very nice, deep blue machine with the little white bottom stripes. So that's they come round to complete the first minute of this 6-minute championship Porsche Carrera Cup race for GT3 cars. And suddenly, the black and white number 5 is all over the forgot to put a sticker, number sticker, blue and white car.
Number X blue and white car. He's under a lot of pressure. That is no way to make the pass. Come on. Drop kicked into the first corner. What that has allowed to do, whilst the positions are being returned in true RC racing style, that's allowed one of the team Dremel cars through. You can identify the two teammmates. One of them's got the black wing. The number 1 car has a black wing. The number 2 car has the white wing. So they are now 1st and 4th on the road. Teammate number 2 has got some catching up to do.
Black wing Dremel there. Leading from the... Oh, and that's a bit of a check pass there from the black and white car.
Throw the elbows out.
And he got a warning for a check pass, but he's not any warning. He can carry on now. Can he dive up the inside end of the straight? Black Dremel car takes it very, very tight. Then he's trying to now cut the corners. He's losing speed, and you can see that. Oh, that was a knee problem for our early pole man, the orange car. The black Carrera Cup's got a chance. He's just bouncing out wide. He should have just nipped in the inside. He has got a warning. He's got to be careful.
That's the caution, and that's what he has to be careful of. Any more body contact, he's going to be very nervous about. So there's going to be a little bit of flinching as he goes into those corners. But at one point, he's going to have to shut his eyes and go for it. That's how you make passes on a track like this one. Side by side down the main straight as well. That was a drag race out in the final corner. The Dremel cars have got excellent speed, and the second Dremel car has just joined the battle now and has poached the lead off his teammate as the battle for first turns sour.
Oh no, it's gone. That white wing Dremel's got to throw himself off the track after a nasty incident for the 5 car. Massive oversteer, and black wing Dremel takes the lead again from our blue and white unnumbered machine. Now coming up to 3rd though, we have the white with a proper lower level Porsche logo in detail at the bottom of its body shell. That is car number... Eyesight's gone. No, it's car number... No idea. That's
car number something.
It's silvery, not white. Anyways, how bad my eyes are.
The silver bullet car.
That's it.
And meanwhile, we have the black wing Dremel car that's now having to deal with a little bit of lap traffic. Just fine to get through. That's okay. We don't like lap traffic deciding races most of the time. Sometimes it can make them unnecessarily interesting. Interesting for us as commentators and broadcasters, but not so much unnecessarily stressful for the drivers themselves. But I'll tell you what, my tip about the Dremel cars wasn't half right. The second one still mired in the field somewhere in all sorts of skirmishing, but the lead number 1 car is out front and he's in danger of getting away here.
Now I'm going to say that number 1 car is actually being driven by Mark Christopher. He's one of the Dremel team. And on our timing, which might be wrong, but I'm going to give it a go, it's going to be Rebecca Hubber, the lady racer, in 2nd. Now, I'm not sure that's her colour scheme.
Yeah, I think the Hubber's actually in the pink car just back there. We had a tip off about that yesterday. The driving has generally been fairly clean, I should say. It's been ish for RC racing around here especially, but we have a battle for the lead developing once again. The unnumbered blue car starting to lurk back into contention.
Good recovery from the black 5 car as well. He's come back to the field from a very nasty accident where he just, well, it was quite an innocuous accident where he bumped against the barrier and ended up facing the wrong way and had to recover. But now 1, 2 and 3 are together in the same frame, and the 5 there getting very, very close to the blue cars that come down the straight.
This is a great battle for 2nd, developing the black 5, coming back once more with vigour, one more time with feeling, but he just loses a little bit of a turn through the corners. It's an exchange of mistakes and he nips through, then the position exchange back again. They're swapping the positions every corner. It's like musical chairs. Who's going to be in 2nd when the music stops? At the moment, I haven't got the foggiest idea.
And these cars, of course, modelled on the Porsche Carrera Cup cars that you see supporting the British Touring cars all around the UK and on ITV4 on every other Sunday. But they will be racing in just a few weeks' time at the WEC Championship meeting at Silverstone on the 3rd week of April, just up the road. And you'll see them as a support factor for the WEC and the European Le Mans Series.
Yep, that was a smooth move for 2nd with the black 5, and then it didn't last very long. That's been the story of that battle for 2nd. It's been switching this way and that. Drag race down the front straight. The great traction out of these Porsches, well, the full-scale ones, rear engine, rear wheel drive, and these little RC cars are driving exactly like the big things.
One of the advantages of driving the RC version is you can actually attack them from behind, which is normally a pretty dangerous thing to do in a full-scale Porsche because they've got all the radiators at the front.
Yeah, exactly. That's been very difficult as the car just gets turned down here. That's a little bit rude.
But comfortably ahead with 46 seconds to go. It's Mark Christopher, we believe, in the black wing Dremel. This is our big fat battle on track now for 2nd place. Black v blue, and will the cars be black and blue after it?
I think they already are. They've had a good old tussle at this one, and black 5 is through to 2nd now. Has he got a late tilt for the win here? This is going to be very unlikely. He's got time to make up.
Lethal speed suddenly.
He is on a charge. Look at this. He's suddenly got through.
25 seconds to go.
surging towards the lead.
He's found a turbo.
Is Mark Christopher going to be
This is no longer a normally aspirated car. This is a turbocharged one.
Well, Mark Christopher, is he going to be denied?
He's trying to cut it down.
Surely not.
This is a victory. They might get one more. This could be the last. This will be the last lap, I think. So they're going to get across the line in the second. And it's going to go. Oh! How close was that?
That was so close.
Now, according to the timesheet, it was won by the Dremel car by 0.14 of a second from the black machine.
And that is how close RC Racing is for you. Bit of contact at the end there.
Well, they can hit now because it's fine. So the first Porsche Carrera Cup Championship meeting goes to the Dremel car with Mark Christopher inside it. And some pretty good scale stuff there. And no sign of a Alan Gow safety car.
No, none of that at all. Which is probably for the best, really, because that race unfolded beautifully on its own, organically. It was a great race in the end, a great spectacle. Got to give it to the Team Dremel guys. They know how to get the win done. We were all questioning their talent in the other exhibition races. Were they just a bit of fun? No, they did the job out there today just fine.
And with the end of the Porsche Carrera Cup race, we now go back up to the sharp end of the entire meeting, Adam, with the Reedy Invitational.
Yes, we do. This is going to be the penultimate round of their action today. In fact, I'm just going to do a little bit of checking down in the pits to see if they've updated.
You can't see it, you've got the chance to see Adam's camp walk again.
It is not camp, it is stylish. I'm just going to see if there is an update on the results.
And as everyone knows me, that's
here.
Rich coming from me.
Right, here we go.
Whilst this is going sanctioned, those watching the stream, and thank you for those sponsoring the stream from Reedy, from Protoform, from Zen Racing, of course, from BRCA, and thanks to all the people who worked so hard to make this event possible. You are watching RC Racing TV. My name is Nick Damon. I am an interloper here today, but the team that's actually put this together for you over the weekend for RC TV, it's Paul Bateman, James Parry, and mostly on the microphone, it has been Adam Johnson. So we are a minute or so, a minute and 42 seconds away from this, the first race of round 9 of the Reedy. The Reedy concept, remember, it's a points-based system. So if you know what Speedway is like, that's how it's counted. Every race is an individual points scoring opportunity. It's 1 point for first, down to, I think, 8 points for eighth. I think 8 cars in some of them. And the idea is to have the lowest number of points after 10 rounds. Your best 7 scores, well, your worst 7 scores, your lowest 7 scores count. And whoever has the lowest number of points when there's 7 races matches together will be the Reedy Invitational Champion for the 1/12 class. The first time ever this famous series has been run for 1/12 in America. It's been run many times for touring cars, 1/10 scale, and of course for the electric off-road buggies, both 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. Named after Mike Reedy, one of the great innovators in radio control cars, a specialist for both for associated, but mainly known for his incredibly innovative electric motor designs.
Right, well, I have an update from down in the pits now. The overall running scores after 8 rounds of action. We're going into the 9th round now. It is unsurprisingly Toto Ebukuro who leads on 5 points with his 3 worst scores dropped, and he is just ahead of Marcus Mobers, judging to a slightly better record. 1 4th place for Mobers being the only difference between the two of them. Ollie Jeffries 3rd coming into this round. Alex Hagberg 4th. Mark Stiles 5th, and then Kevin Habert, Daniel Siebert, Juho Leivenen, David Spashett and Alex Laurent in your top 10. It's all to play for with 2 to go.
And as they line up, we have a gap on position 3. I think it's Hagberg in 1.
Yep.
Certainly in position 4, though third effect is David Spashett. Not quite. I haven't got my colours yet on my cars, so you might know who the green into grey car in 2nd place. Every one of these races counts. Every race is a final. Every one is the difference between victory and defeat.
And they charge off into the first few corners into the Protoform complex. Nice and clean, and if that is, I believe it is Alex Hagberg out in the lead. That's a very Hagberg start. It's very smooth, and it's a very David Spashett start in 2nd, charging straight up through the order. Very, very clean, very, very nice and articulated. They've kept it very smooth through the first few corners, but slightly less cars on the track per heat for this one, then that's inevitable. But Hagberg is, Spashett is already under a little bit of pressure for 2nd place from, I believe that must be Daniel Siebert. Yes, it is.
So Spashett's had a body shell sort of change, I think, or he just mounted it slightly differently. Still all silver.
Yep. The silver
David
bullet.
Spashett, of course, is one of the true legends of 1/12 racing. 4-time world champion, 3 in this particular discipline. And when you mention the greatest 1/12 racers ever, David Spashett is the first name you go to about the same time as you go to the name of Masami Hirosaka, both who dominated the 1990s and early 2000s in this element of the sport.
absolutely conquering everything before them. And I tell you what, putting in the all-conquering drive right now is Alex Hagberg, and not before time either. This is exactly what he needs to do now to deliver the top victory, try and put the pressure on Ebukuro Mobers at the top end. We've only got 2 rounds of this to go. They've probably used up all their 3 lives by now, or they want to at least have them in play. And Hagberg is doing everything he needs to do. This is a dominant drive right now. This is more like what he was doing yesterday morning in the early rounds, jumping to an early lead and being absolutely invincible after that. He's got the gap over Daniel Sieber. The rhythm is there, the confidence is there. There's not much that could potentially stop him from here on out.
No, I mean, he's pulled away beautifully. I mean, Alex, this is what Alex does. Alex gets ahead and he stays ahead. So when I watched a couple of the races yesterday, I was a bit surprised to see him coming into instance. But Alex is the double European champion. He's won for the last 2 years at this particular discipline. He's also a world champion at a different discipline of RC racing. But he is the consummate driver, and he is very used to getting out in front and staying there. And already now you can see the car looks very clean, looks very planted on the track. It's turning each corner, he's not looking in any sort of danger. And he is helped by the fact that the drivers in front of him know they're being lapped, they're letting him through. He's pulling away from Sieber. Sieber himself is also pulling away from Spashit. And I'm just wondering whether Levin actually now has got into third ahead. Let's drop back, Paul, to third and fourth. We're just at the end of the straight now. It's the white and the blue and the silver. They're third and fourth. That's Lebanon and Spashit. Juho Levin, the Finn. European champion, I think in 2011, it might be 2012.
And Lebanon has put in some good performances this weekend. Some of them could have been better, but not by design, they're more out of fortune. And he's certainly had the speed to contend up here. He's been solidly in the lower end of the top 10 for the entire weekend. And this is another good drive for him. To pass someone like David Spashit is no mean feat, and then to pull away is even trickier than ever. But the problem he's got now is that he's pretty much equidistant away behind Daniel Sieber, but Sieber is behind Alex Hagberg. In fact, Hagberg has now put almost half a lap on Daniel Sieber, and considering how closely matched the talent is out here, putting half a lap on this field is unheard of.
Well, I think it's about getting into a rhythm, and you look at the leaders, our white and green car who's just going around the bottom end of the circuit now. When you've got the latent talent, it's a lot of cases getting that rhythm. Once you're in the rhythm, suddenly you can exploit all that talent. You've got the car balanced, they've had enough runs now, they'll have the cars completely tuned to the circuit, the track will have settled down, it won't be getting grippier or less grippy.
Yep.
And then in fact the track does actually reach the peak optimum and comes off the top of that, by the way. When you get too much grip down, you have to start shedding grip from the cars.
Yep.
And it's now at a point where it's very, very stable. The temperatures drop very slightly in the centre as well now as the sun begins to go down outside. That's going to add a little bit, again, a little extra grip on the cars and more predictability. And so suddenly everything seems great. You can just troll down in lap after lap after lap. And that's what Hagberg is doing. His lead is something in the region of about, I think, 10 seconds, or just shy of that, sorry. It's 8 seconds.
Well, I can tell you one thing, he's actually coming up behind and lapping David Spashit. That's something that's almost unheard of as we have a car fly off again, and the Reedy Turn of Champions claims another one. I think that's claimed pretty much everyone driving an RC car this weekend, be it in the Open A and B class or in the Reedy Invitational. It doesn't matter.
Well, you're going very fast. You just clip, once you clip that barrier, you'll be spinning yourself round. So
yep.
This is a Hagberg Masterclass, a minute and 43 of the 6 minutes to go. Of course, this is a special format in points score, but also a special format in time. 12th races normally run for 8 minutes.
Yeah.
But for basically make it a bit of a better spectator sport, they've been shortened down to 6 minutes, which actually does change the way you set the cars up. Because you do set a car up to come in towards the end, or you might want to just hang on to it at the end. This way you'll have it in a much wider sweet spot area, because you're looking to make it work for 8 minutes. And with the way the tyres change, that can change an awful lot during an 8-minute run in a 12th event.
And it looks to me like Hagberg has gone for the latter option that you talked about there. He's certainly set up the car to come in early, but the difference is the car hasn't fallen off at all. It's still looking all conquering, but that's what happens when you get into the rhythm racing of 1/12 scale RC racing, the smaller cars and a technical circuit like this. He's nailing every single apex. This is an absolute hot lap masterclass right now. It's like he's back in qualifying with absolutely no pressure on. It's like he's demonstrating in front of family and friends, not in front of 3D crowds of shoppers and fans out here in the Centre MK, and to all of our viewers online at RC Racing TV. This is staggering, really.
It's an absolute masterclass, and behind him, really, everyone is just turning laps, and he's now effectively going to be just putting a lap on Vasily as well. So he's coming up. Is he coming up to lap Daniel? He is, yes. He's just coming up to lap, because that's because off camera, Daniel Sieber in the all yellow car has dropped down to third. Juho Levin has picked up second. So at the end of the straight, we have the yellow machine, which is the third place car, which is going to get overtaken by the second place man. So our leader now coming up to lap third place Sieber, and I'm absolutely sure very gentlemanly conduct at the most. Daniel lets him through.
Yep.
Everyone knows that 1 point win, which is 1 point for a win, the lowest possible, is going to go to Alex. He only needs to complete the rest of the lap, and Hagberg from Sweden, living in Luton, oh well, can't have it all your own way, takes the win. So Hagberg wins. In second place you have 11, and third is Daniel Sieber, fourth Dave Spashit, fifth place Lee, Chris Illier is sixth, and Kai Altman is seventh.
Well done, Alex Hagberg. That is more like the dominant performances we saw to start this tournament out. It had somewhat of a blip late last night, and this morning it was slowly sort of coming back. It felt like others had got a sort of jump on him, a little bit of an advantage. That is more like the Hagberg we know. Absolute dominance, absolute ruthlessness from first flag to last. Good performances elsewhere there, but really everyone else was...
second.
Yes.
Best. Or second to third, really.
Very much so.
I think when you get one of these drivers into a rhythm, and I think really, if we're really honest, he was of the people in that race, he was the only other one of the contenders. So the guys who are on form are in the Mobers and Jeffries and Toba, they're all in a different race, so he's got a chance. And this is when you've got to make in a Reedy event, when you get that, you're starting in the front, you're getting the chance, you've got to just put the points down and go for it. And he's done that as best you can do, he's got a 1.
Yep.
Now the problem he has is out of his control now, because Togo could very quickly, if he wins this one, he's going to become unassailable. So he's actually now hoping that other drivers will prevent that happening. And this is the race that does see Togo in it, as is Ollie Jeffries as well.
Yeah, so first and third overall coming into this round will be in the same race here. Those are the interesting ones to watch. The pink and yellow number 5 car is of Toto Ebukuro, our leader coming into this round, and a man who is swiftly moving towards glory in the Reedy 112th Race of Champions Invitational class, with several worst finishes of second and a string of 6 wins out of 8. This has been hugely impressive work from the Japanese driver, but Ollie Jeffries has moved up gradually across the tournament, just constantly winning second, winning second. That persistence and that resilience has served him so well, and this will be a fascinating showdown here.
He needs a few more. Basically, he has to win, not only for himself but for everyone else.
To deny Ebukuro another win as well and hurt his record, add a point or two on more as well. So there's a gap on the grid here, it appears. I'm not sure who has not made the start, but I do recognise a couple of those cars. I think that might be, I don't know if that's Mick Farrell's car on the pole position. Alex Ron also recognising there.
So interesting, our 2 contenders, Toto and Ollie, are starting a long way back. Ollie absolutely plumb last in 6th and Toto in 4th.
Yeah, so they've got work to do, but Ebukuro's been very good at making those positions up in the opening lap and a half. He's just been supreme at picking his way through the first few corners in the carnage and getting the positions while everyone else is disoriented.
So they're using the hall. The cars to look at are the car in position 4, the pink and yellow, and the white into yellow car at the back in 6th. They are your contenders for this championship. The others just very good racers who haven't had a good enough weekend yet.
Yep. That's a good way of describing it. They're under starters' orders and they're ready. The charge down to turn 1 and into the Protoform complex is going to be absolutely all important. We've seen races decided in those first few corners many a time. Is this going to be one of them? I have a feeling this is going to be another knockdown, drag 'em out duel between Ebukuro and Jeffries, and the other 4 are in there to prove themselves against the best in the world. Countdown is on, we are ready. Wait for it.
And they're way. Oh, and Jeffries had a terrible start. He actually flipped the car, I think, under power. He's right at the back. And already...
What did I tell you about Toto Ebukuro?
Is in the second place.
Second place already.
So Mick Farrell is the only person between what would seem to be Toto Ebukuro and probably the championship. Now Ebukuro's in the lead, but he lost some time there.
A little bit. And Ollie Jeffries, look at this, already back up to 3rd.
But he's got a long way to make up. Jeffries currently is about 3.5 seconds behind Toto Ebukuro, and Toto, this will be his 7th win, and that will probably make him unassailable.
Yep.
Or at least count backable.
It's still pretty close in there, but Ebukuro's sheer consistency, winning, and only his 2 worst finishes are second places. So there's no 3rds, 4ths, there's nothing else. There's been no real bad run for Ebukuro out here. He's been the model of consistency, which is what this format rewards ultimately. But I'll tell you what, Ollie Jeffries has been working hard to keep himself in this. He was as low as 6th yesterday, at certain points yesterday. He's now up to 3rd, and he is making this tournament go the distance.
So the battle is 2nd and 3rd as they come round on your screens if you're watching on the screen already. Suddenly Jeffrey's got a little bit of advantage. I'm not even sure if Mick may have actually let him through in a bit of a sporting move. They've just gone wide, but suddenly Jeffrey's just miles behind. We said only a few laps ago he was 3 seconds behind Toto. That gap now has dropped down to just 1 second exactly. So Jeffrey's has the ground speed, but that's really half of, one of the most famous things I think Murray Walker ever said: catching up is one thing, passing is another. And you're going to see that your leaders are the cars going through this beneath us now, back on the main straight. The pink and yellow car of Toto Ebukuru, and then the white into yellow machine of Ollie Jeffries. And this battle is not just for this race, it's actually for the title, because if Ebukuru wins it, the title is effectively his. If Jeffries can stop him, it's massively open.
Yep, it can be blown wide open here, and that is why the focus and the concentration on the driver's faces here is absolutely unbelievable. The intensity is fierce, and this track has proven a tricky one to pass on, but it's one that rewards the brave, which is the definition of Ollie Jeffries is driving at here this weekend. It's been bravery rewarded. A little bit of contact there, but Jeffrey will stop.
He's waiting to get Mick through, and Mick now takes the lead. Oh, and now Ebukuru goes, oh, that was very much. Now, my personal feeling there was Ebukuru should possibly have waited, because he caused that third part of the accident. Not sure we can see the replay at the end of the race, but that was certainly an interesting info. But what's happened now is that Mick Farrell is leading in the white and the pink car in this race. Ebukuru has got so much more horsepower down the straight. Now this is the interesting thing. I'm not sure how much Toto likes leading, because his car seems a lot slower when it's behind than when it's actually ahead. When he can pace himself, look at that. He's gaining towards the end. Now Jeffries is there as well. Oh, and Farrell very conveniently for our championship bounces off a barrier whilst leading. And now we're back to first and second. The two people are actually competing. It's Toto Ebukuru and Ollie Jeffries. It's the Japanese man with the pink and yellow car, and then it's the Brit, yellow with a white nose. They come down underneath us again, Adam.
This is incredible racing. Jeffrey's trying to size up for the position. He's already had one pass for the lead go sour. It actually cost them both the lead. He tried again. It was just a little bit too much on the inside. The tension in here you can cut with a knife. The atmosphere is fabulous. And this is the championship on the line, folks. The pressure could not be higher.
And this is that was a typical 112 situation where you're following so tight. You're looking for any way through, and almost you get suckered into making a mistake, because what's actually happened is that little bit of track over there has moved slightly and now is presenting a slight lump when it wasn't before. Ollie went for a gap that should have been there but no longer existed because the track has slightly moved.
Yep, and that's been a common theme all weekend. The track marshals have done a very good job keeping this track repaired with running repairs, replacement barrier parts, moving the barriers back into position. We even had part of the carpet come up on Friday during qualifying. This down in the Turner Champions, right down in front of us where the cars have just come through now. But once again, third time lucky is it for Ollie Jeffries. He's back on the rear tail of Ebukuru. Ebukuru just can't shake him in this race.
He's got 2 minutes. My feeling about Toto, and having watched him now only today, not yesterday, is that he is much happier following than leading, and certainly I think he goes quicker when he's following.
I think he's happy leading.
Very safe, but I think that he's pace. Ollie can catch him too quickly, and he's put himself back under pressure too quickly. He's had 2 or 3 breathing space and lost them again by not having the basic ground speed whilst leading. Now I'm sure the Matt White car will get out of the way. He does, and Jeffrey just takes a little double bite. Now Jeffrey has 1 minute and a half, so he still has a quarter of the race going to get past Toto. Your focus should be in both on the stream and here, the 2 cars in the infield, the pink and yellow and the white into yellow.
This is incredible tension here, and I think you've got a point there, Nick. I think Ebukuro's main strength has been when he's been out front but had a slight gap and been able to settle into a rhythm. But right now Jeffries has been not letting him settle at all. He's been harassing and harrying. There's always been that yellow and white flash in the corner of Ebukuro's vision as he's watching his own car. He can see that second place car is right there with him as well. He's just not leaving him alone. This race is going to go the distance. It's going to go the full 12 rounds, and I still have no idea who's going to prevail either.
Minute to go, Ebukuru though. I think the fact is when he does drop that pace, he becomes incredibly accurate, and therefore getting a clean pass. And again, that's a superb example. Looking for that. Oh, and that's it for that challenge now. So with a minute to go, Ebukuru is going to pick up this win. Jeffries tried one more. Ebukuru, when he drops that pace slightly, whilst he's able to be caught up easily, what he is incredibly accurate. And what you're then looking for is a gap that often doesn't exist.
Yep, and that was the thing there. You can see that Jeffries was getting frustrated. He was trying every way around, but maybe that was tactical on Ebukuro's part. We knew that there was more car speed in that pink and yellow car than he was perhaps letting on, but he was willing to sacrifice that gap. He was willing to rather do the Jackie Stewart approach of win this race as slowly as possible, defend and make your car as wide as possible, rather than try and beat him in a flat-out pace race and risk crashing your own car off, racing it at 10/10 the whole way round.
And we come down the last half lap, and Ebukuru takes this one, so it's a win for Toto Ebukuru, his 7th win. so he has a maximum point to score. Still possible he might lose, but it's very, very difficult. Ollie Jeffrey second, Mick Farrell third, Matt White fourth, Scott Booth fifth, and Marcus Asker was sixth.
7 wins for Toto Ebukuro, 2 second places, 1 round to go. It's incredible stuff. What a great performance this has been. Bless you, Nick. And Marcus Mobers now has all of the work to do. He's on 5 wins coming into this round, 2 second places and 1 fourth. That's what separates him and Ebukuro. Both of them have dropped scores, so they're both on 5 points, but it's the drop scores that come back into play to settle a tiebreaker. And at the moment, that's what's separating Ebukuro and Mobers. So Mobers is going to be on track now. I also see Kevin Ebert, the Canadian driver, out there as well. So all eyes should be on Mobers for this one, as well as potentially Mark Stiles out there, who's in 5th spot. He's definitely going to be an outsider for this one. He's on 9 points compared to the leaders 5, but he almost certainly has a shot at this one. Kevin Ebert is 6th overall on 10 points after 8 rounds of competition.
Apologies for my sneezing and snot. I picked up a cold from abroad or on a plane, one of the two. I have an international bit of sniffles.
Well, Marcus Mobers is in the orange and yellow car coming around now, avoiding the little bit of track maintenance we're having in the Zen S's, the Zen complex. But Mobers is in the yellow and orange car, the one lining up towards the front end of the grid. That's the one you should be watching here, as well as Mark Stiles in the white and red car doing some figure of eights in front of us. Ebert also keeping those tyres warm, doing the loops and the figure eights. Back round, good stuff.
So the figure of eights are designed to make sure the additive on the tyres is completely dry before they start this.
Yep. There is a method to every bit of madness out here.
Well, that's not strictly true, but some of the madness has a method to it.
Most of it.
These are just some relatively crazy people racing Scale model cars. So Scale Motorsport at its greatest here at the MK Centre.
The best way to be invitational, and when we say this is a race of champions, we really do mean it. There are champions aplenty through this field. Mobers, a multiple-time European Championship, 2 or 3 times, I think, European champion. Ebert, a champion on the Canadian and US scene. And you've got the domestic heroes like Mark Stiles. And I also see in this grid Andy Murray, a man who has been completely luckless throughout this weekend. I really want to see him pick up at least a couple of good results at the end here. He's been in contention for wins multiple times and has seen them fall apart at the last. So,
and he's taken some time from tennis to play.
I know.
Oh, amazing. Andy Murray, 1 minute Wimbledon, next minute down here. What a remarkable
I went
thing.
all weekend thinking, shall I make a tennis joke?
Well, and you pretty much guaranteed it could happen if I was turning up.
Right. And Marcus Mobers is starting on the pole. That's
a good help.
Yes, a big help
for him. So it's Mobers on pole. Mark Stiles is 2nd. Kevin Ebert is 3rd.
That's Tim
Alex
Altman,
Laurent is last.
Yeah, that's Tim Altman, I think, 4th. 5th is Andy Murray, and 6th is...
you won't find out if he goes ping.
Yes, I think so. Right then. Starters orders on. Hold your breath, folks. The 2016 Reedy 112 Race of Champions winner is in the balance. The surge for the first corner begins, and Mobers gets a clean start. How pivotal could that be? Mark Stiles immediately sets off in pursuit, and Andy Murray slips up into 3rd. What a great start there, but Stiles a little bit of contact and collides with Murray coming back in. That's just summed up Murray's luck for the weekend, pretty much. Caught up in someone else's instant.
I'd like to say, Adam, that's a very interesting definition of a little bit of contact there.
A little bit, yeah.
That's like say, you know, a frontal collision with a juggernaut. It's a small knock.
Or the Titanic is a rather big boat.
Yes.
It's the British art of understatement, Nick. Stiles is still in 2nd, and he's trying to chase down Mobers, but I'll tell you what, Mobers is taking a leaf out of Alex Hagberg's book and saying, I am out of here, you're not seeing a glimpse of me again. But Mark Stiles is aiming to rip up that script and stick with him just about, and I think he's trying his best, but I think there's not much that's going to keep with Marcus Mobers here, because Mobers knows a win is all that counts here. He needs to keep the wins coming to keep in vague contention with Toto Ebukuro and at least take this Reedy Race of Champions tournament into the final round.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the thing. Mobers needs to win. Stiles is just eking back to him in the white and red car. So the leading car is that yellow nose and with a mostly orange machine that's just about to go on the main straight now. The 2nd place car is the white and yellow machine. 3rd behind him is Alex Laurent, who's a couple of cars back. That all yellow car is not in 3rd.
Yep, that's Adam Catchpole, I think.
And Walker Patchpole, yep.
So Styles continuing.
Lost a bit of time there. Mark currently is 1.5 seconds behind, so Mober's now laying down a little bit more speed. He had a little bit of a rest for a couple of laps. We thought, oh, we'll come in the lead by miles. I thought, well, perhaps not enough, and now starts pushing down more speed in that yellow and orange car that goes around the back end of the circuit. Comes up and sweeps through, but quick direction change before he comes under now into the Reedy Reedy Champions corner, curves, that it?
Reedy turn of champions.
That'll do. Near enough.
And I'll do
Quiz Harvey haven't named him yourself.
But Mober's coming through the middle section, the VRCA complex right through the middle here. Here's the Reedy Turn of Champions. Here's the Zen Hairpins. And right now, Mober's has got into that position that Hagberg got into in the first race, and what Ebukuro was unable to do in the last race, which is just get enough of a cushion and settle into a confident pattern here. Right now, in his mind, watching that car, he's the only car right on the track. This may as well be a Super Bowl session for him.
Yeah, it's looking very good. Mober's the German, of course, double European champion at the stock class. Has his own, makes his own tyres called Mob Gums. So he asked me if he made his own tyres. I would use them, they were quite expensive.
But they seem to be doing the job very nicely out here today, I have to say. And Mark Stiles is hanging in well in second. He has gapped Alex Laurent rather impressively, who has in fact dropped to fourth now. Kevin Ebert has moved up to third spot. The Canadian looking for some good results out here. He hasn't quite done as well as he'd have hoped. He showed some great pace at times, some flashes of brilliance out here this weekend. But consistent brilliance is what you need to take the victory in this tournament. But Ebert's still solidly there in the bottom half of the top 10, and he'll be looking for the best possible finish out of it. But it is still the Mober's masterclass out here right now on track.
So behind Marcus is still Mark Stiles in the red and white car, and then behind him is Kevin Ebert. Let's have a look at our Canadian friend. He's about to go right through the centre of the infield now. That's the machine. God, Paul's good at this now, picking these cars up, isn't he? If you're looking on the stream, he's got going down the main straight. The Canadian who has won the American Championship. That's called the RAW, Radio of America Racing, Radio Control Racing of America. So the Americans, the Canadians, are counted through one block in world RC racing, as are us Europeans. Then there's another block which is the Far East, and the farther block which is called FAMAR, which is the fourth block, which is everyone who's not in the other blocks. It's like a catch-all, which includes places like South Africa and South America.
We should probably concentrate on the battle for third, which has changed hands again. Alex Laurent has moved back into third. The third place battlers are in the middle section of the track now. Laurent in the yellow, blue and white car, being chased by Ebert in the white, orange and green. They're together through the Zen Hairpins. Marcus Mobers is coming up on almost lapping these guys right now. That's the intense pace he's setting. But right now, let's watch the battle for third, which is closed up. Laurent had been passed already on the track by Ebert. Oh my goodness, and then slid in front of Ebert, and then was T-boned spectacularly, spun through the air. No harm, no foul in the end. Both cars continue on. But Ebert has lost a little bit of time there.
Laurent, very interesting, just had an oversteer moment, lost it just this point in the track, just lost traction, span round, was sitting as a sitting duck and ready to get going again. And he was collected by Ebert, but it was one of those times where it all worked out quite well, because he was kind of bashed more in the direction he wanted to go, and Ebert is behind again. Up front, the next car you'll see behind these two will be the orange flash. There we are, picked up on the stream now. That is our leader who's coming up to lap these battling third places. Mark starts on his own. Having a bit of a Sunday drive. It's a lovely time. We'll get my Mini Minor, paint it red and white, and drive down the coast with a flask and a nice tartan rug and a little Scotty dog, because he's literally completely untroubled by anybody. He's about 5 seconds back and 6 seconds ahead. So he is the definition of a half lap away from anything.
Yep. And that is pretty much the Mober's Masterclass is going to engulf the battle for third any minute now, which is still going off, and Ebert actually breaks off his battle to let the leader through. Marcus Mober's has laid the beat down on this race. This has been a dominant performance. This has been the warning shot to Ebukuro to let him know that this tournament is not over yet, not by a long shot. Mober's is going to take this round to the final round.
And the strange thing is, it might come down to it that fourth place he had as his 10th race might be the one that ends up being the throw-out score.
Exactly.
And could be the one that causes all the problems. This is a... He now has 6 wins. He can obviously get 7 wins with his final run, so he will equal that maximum or minimum score of 7 if he can get there. But of course, it will be about the tie back from there. So not only does he have to win the next round, Marcus Mobers, the yellow and orange car, he also has to hope that Tony Ebukuro has a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, he has to basically hope that Ebukuro has a 4th place finish, or preferably worse, to counter that, because so far Mobers has had a series of 1st and 2nds, but he's had that 1 4th place finish, which has put the fly in the ointment. Ebukuro's equivalent result for that race was a 1st. He's got 2 2nd places in there. The end of the current race is nigh. They'll be coming around for their final lap. The battle for third is going to resolve, I think, in Laurent's favour just about, but that's just going to happen just behind our winner, Marcus Mobers. A dominant performance. What a drive that was. What we saw there was 3 pressure drives from 3 of the top guys out here. We see Toto Ebukuro, the leader going into this round, hanging on and claiming yet another victory and taking a massive step towards the trophy. But two of his closest rivals, Alex Hagberg and Marcus Mobers, taking dominant victories and letting him know this tournament ain't over yet.
Yep, still a lot of it to play for. I'm not sure if all's to play for, but a vast majority still to play for, Adam. I think that it's really working up well, because the minor places on the podium aren't assured. Toto will come first or second, but it still possibly might come second. And that's how it should be, a mix and match, a smorgasbord of opportunity for people, may say.
Absolutely.
So just to confirm the results, that last heat, it was Marcus Mobers who won, Mark Stiles was second, Alex Grant was third, Kevin Ebert was fourth, Andy Murray was fifth, and Tim Altman was sixth, with Adam Catchpole not making the trip. And that is it for the Reedy part, the Reedy Race of Champions part, until the final round in about an hour's time.
Yep, we're coming into round 10 of the action. This will be gearing up to be the final round of action for all the races out here today. We're into round 10, and from here on out we will start deciding our champions for the Reedy Race of Champions across 3 classes. Remember, it's the Open A class that are going to be out on track here for the final time. This will be their final races of the weekend, and what an event it has been for them so far. It's been fabulous to behold, a joy to watch, and some great racing action consistently. So coming into the 8th round, I should say, in the Open A class, we had Naomi Kitagawa still leading on 6 points ahead of Ollie Payne, Tim Wood and Matthew Lax, and Matt Rice, your main contenders there, the top 5 all locked together. I think Kitagawa has the advantage there just a little bit over Ollie Payne, but Tim Wood still has a say in the destination of this championship. No doubt that the drivers will probably have the same, if not slightly better, grasp on the points, palpitations and permutations than I do, and we will follow this all the way to the end of the tournament, scheduled for around 5 o'clock UK time. Coming up on race number 108 of the weekend. That has been the ethos of the Reedy Race of Champions. Ram as many races as possible in, make every race count, make every driver be in every race. No knockouts, no qualification, no heats and finals. It is all heats, and it's all maximum intensity racing. It's exactly what we've loved. It's exactly what the fans lining the fences here in the arena have enjoyed. Here in the shopping centre, in the shadow of John Lewis, the sun slowly going down, the lights coming into play more in the shopping centre. I enjoy watching, I have to say, I'm enjoying the diners up in the John Lewis Cafe, looking down, having a perfect view of the action, and looking down and watching with amusement and wonder the great RC racing spectacle that is unfolding beneath them. We're here in the Reno, and we thank you for joining us, be it trackside, in the Centre MK, or live on the stream around the world on RC Racing TV. Our coverage there provided by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing, the Aggregation of Marginal Gains, and the British Radio Car Association, the organisers of this event. And we charge for the first corner once more. One more time with feeling, Open A runners. Let's do this one more time. And some familiar names already tucking into the top end of the order. They're trying to navigate through and squeeze through. Patrick Bandera is stuck in the BRCA complex, or he was. But the lead off the start is Stephen Rowley. He is enjoying a bit of time in the lead, or he was, until he got muscled out of the way by Simon Rubert. Peter Craig slips through, or was slipping through into second, and then that went awry. So Simon Rubert is now your leader, and I think that is Torsten Muller who's through into second. Yes, it is. Stephen Rowley, after that muscular move down in the Reedy Turn of Champions, is now down to third, and he's immediately under pressure from Ashley Whiffen, who has had a good Sunday out here. The Saturday was a little bit disappointing, but the Sunday's been a lot better for Ashley. Meanwhile, the leaders, and Simon Rubert, I have to say, is taking off like a scolded cat out in front. But Torsten Muller is keeping with him rather nicely. We are watching the battle for third on the stream. That is Stephen Rowley in the pink and white car. The car started pole. The white car immediately behind is Ashley Whiffen. And then Kellyanne Bly is up there in the battle as well, along with Darren Lee in the number 6. So it's a 4-car battle for the third spot right now. Darren Lee, oh, that was a big move. Oh my goodness me, that has gone horribly wrong for Ashley Whiffen. Went for the move in the BRCA complex and then collided and then was collected in the melee and will have dropped down there and suffered badly out of that one. So Stephen Rowley, the pink and white car, coming through the Zen hairpins now at the end of the lap, and is now under attack from Darren Lee. That was almost a picture perfect move out of the final hairpin. Really nice stuff. Oh my goodness, that was not picture perfect at all. Flipped off the inside barrier, and once again Stephen Rowley has people attacking him for third spot who can't get the move done. The latest driver to step up to the plate is Kellyanne Bly, who's been steadily improving again over this Sunday. This has been a lot better. She's put in some strong performances yesterday. Hasn't been able to back it up with the consistency quite yet, but this is a lot better today. Some quietly improving performances. A podium would cap off the weekend very, very nicely. In the pink and white machine of Kellyanne, slipping through. Nice job, well done. And Stephen Rowley got caught on the walls a little bit there. He'll have lost a few more positions, but Bly now up to third. Good job there. And I think we need to find our battle for the lead, which is intensifying once more. Simon Roubaix coming through the Reedy Turn of Champions right now in the yellow and white car, followed closely by the all-yellow car of Torsten Muller. And these two are about to go at it in a huge scrap. It's France versus Germany. It's the Franco-German scrap. And Roubaix has been in the wars all day today. Muller has been one of those drivers. Oh! And he just has an incident in the BRCA complex. Just clips the inside apex. How many times have we seen that today? Just trying to get the most out of every corner, the slimmest apex. Has just not been able to do it. Simon Roubaix now clips the walls as well. So this is not a done deal at all. Muller has leaked out that gap to 4 seconds now for the lead. Simon Roubaix is running very smoothly up front, but he's also clipping the odd wall here and there. His rhythm is not quite there. He just needs to settle in and find some rhythm and find something there. Meanwhile, the battle for third is picking up again. The pink and white car of Kellyanne Bly going into the first few corners now at the far end of the track. Pink nose on the car, white body to it in the middle sector now. And in close attendance there is Ashley Whiffen in the white car of fourth. The battle for third has been one that's been raging all race long. Bly has fought hard for this third spot and will look to protect it with everything she has. Whiffen is there as well. Darren Lee has dropped back a little bit. Andrew North and Patrick Bandera. Rowley and Rip. Oh, but Bly gets jammed in the wall at the final corner. That was heartbreak, not only clipping the inside wall, but being jammed underneath it and losing time there. That means that third place is now occupied once again by Ashley Whiffen. Darren Lee is into fourth in the red car. Kellyanne Bly now down to fifth again. Patrick Bandera, sixth. Your leader is still Simon Roubaix, who's heading into the first few corners now. The yellow, purple and white car moving through the lap traffic. He's into the middle sector now. There he is on your screen, right in the middle there. And he still has a 4-second lead over Torsten Muller. That instant at the BRCA complex really did put the cat among the pigeons in terms of the lead battle. Right now, I see just off screen, Kellyanne Bly having an almighty battle with Patrick Bandera. Never been out of the wars this weekend. He's always been in some sort of tussle. It's been great to watch here in the RC Racing action. But Muller is desperately trying to keep up there as Stephen Rowley goes for a spectacular shunt in the first few corners. But Roubaix continues to march on. Torsten Muller is second. And I believe actually Ashley Whiffen is catching up in the battle for second place. So if we drop back and find Torsten Muller, the all-yellow car, is coming to shot right about now. There he is, right in the centre of shot. Got about a minute to go. And Muller is now coming under a lot more pressure from Ashley Whiffen. Whiffen is actually gaining in a bit more. Probably won't be close enough to make a move by the time the race is over. We've got about a minute to go on the clocks. But Whiffen has done a very good job fighting back up to third, having had it early on and losing it in an incident. He's now fighting back and appears to have car speed on Muller. So this could be a frantic finale to decide second place in the first of the last 3 races we'll see out here today for the Open A class contenders in the 2016 Reedy 112 Race of Champions. These guys have put on a fabulous show this weekend. These are the ones who have applied to be here and have had to prove themselves out here in qualify into the top 30 and have now had a chance to showcase their skills across 2 days of racing in front of some of the world's premier RC racing drivers and teams. And boy, have they done exactly that. The likes of Ollie Payne, Naoya Kitagawa and co have done exactly that. Looks like Torsten Muller has stabilised the gap second to third now. Looks okay. And Ashley Whiffen definitely will have stabilised that gap now because Whiffen just caught the inside wall there in the first sector. But our leader, Simon Roubaix, I think will be finishing the race right about now as he comes across the line. Did he complete the race there? Yes, he did. He literally crossed the line as the clock struck 0. Great performance from Simon Roubaix, and what a way to finish the weekend with a win in his final race of the weekend. Torsten Muller second, a good performance after a frustrating weekend. Third for Ashley Whiffen. 4th for Darren Lee in the end. 5th for Patrick Bandera. Kellyanne Bly comes home 6th after another rough and tumble race. 7th for Andrew North, ahead of Aidan Ripley 8th, and Stephen Rowley, our early pole sitter, in 9th. And Peter Craig, way down in 10th, did not complete the race. So we'll have 2 more Open A class races to come. That'll be it for them as far as the weekend's concerned. It's been a hugely entertaining weekend of racing across all the classes, it has to be said. It has been marvellous fun. The Open A class contenders qualified into the top 30. The Open B class were the next 40 that came through qualifying. And there's been a huge amount of talent across the divisions. I'd have to say, if Daniel Bancroft has not wrapped up the Open B title, then I'm officially a Dutchman. I have no idea how he wouldn't have done 8 wins out of 8. I think it was even 9 wins out of 9, wasn't it? It was hard to follow, but 8 wins out of the first 8 rounds. Bancroft achieving the thing that we thought almost impossible. Aha! For this race is the man who is looking to put at least one hand on the Open A class trophy in this race, and may already have one on there. In fact, both of our main contenders for the trophy are in this race. This is going to be a classic. Strap in for this one. This is going to be really good, because I spy the cars of Ollie Payne in the number 10 and Naoya Kitagawa, the white car with the yellow rims, in the middle of the track right now. These are the tracks, these are the cars to watch as your main contenders. After 8 rounds, the 2 of them were level in terms of drop scores. And after 9 rounds, the score still couldn't be closer. Naoya Kitagawa has had a hugely impressive run through this tournament. But Ollie Payne is going to start pole. Kitagawa starting 6th by the look of it. So could this be a game changer? This is Ollie Payne's last shot to clinch glory. It all comes down to this. Kitagawa, the man with the advantage, coming in. Is there anything Payne can do to stop him? I can guarantee you he's going to try everything that's possible. And then some. As we line up on the grid, the 30-second countdown still going on. The grid lining up. There we go. On the starters' orders.
Race 110, Open A.
Race number 110 for the weekend. And we have, briefly the maths tells me that we have 120 total. So we have 11 races to go. And what has been a jam-packed weekend. The format designed to give as many races as possible, particularly for the viewing public. Fans lining the fences along the back. And it's great to see them 2 or 3 deep at the barrier, watching some of the finest RC racers in Britain and the world compete out here. There is no better showcase for our sport. And away they go. There was a jump start at the back. And I wonder, and Naoya Kitagawa is getting bounced around in the middle of the field. Now I wonder, who was that? I think that might have been Elliot Cummings, who jumped the start of the back there, or Stefan Fiorini. But I think I know what happened there. I think a bit of fencing, it sounded like, at the back squeaked, and it sounded like the sound that is used to start the race. So somebody reacted to it, and the jump start was called. So away we go, and the leaders early on are Ollie Payne. He's taken an early lead from Kieran Manders in 2nd, Nigel Hale 3rd, Naoya Kitagawa, the man to watch here, 4th place right now. We are watching Ollie Payne, the leader. Kitagawa right now is in the white car with the yellow wheels, coming through the middle sector now, coming through the Reedy turn of champions. A couple of cars having penalties there. Those are jump starts. Now that is going to assist Kitagawa massively. You think, or is he still running 4th where they just lapped cars? Fiorini and Hadley were the 2 cars that I think were penalised for, or didn't make the grid, my apologies. But I think it was Mark Payne and James Stewart who were penalised for jump starts. As I say, there was a distinctive sound in the arena, like a squeak, or a weird sound that sounded kind of like the starting sound. And obviously everyone on tenterhooks waiting to react to the first sound they hear, which they assume will be the starting gun, or the starting sound. Kitagawa though, putting all of the pressure on. He knows one more good performance could be enough to seal it. Nigel Hale, the man standing in his way. Payne is doing everything he has to do, and he's storming away from Kieran Manders in 2nd. Kitagawa flitting left and right. The 2 cars you're watching right now is the white and yellow car. Oh my, that is a perfect move from Naoya Kitagawa. The all-white car heading down the main straight now into the first few corners. The white car with the yellow wheels. That's the car you've got to watch. That is the man who could well be the champion-elect here in this Open A class category. As they move past the lap car, his next mission is to track down Kieran Manders, and he has 4 minutes to do so. Ollie Payne is out of here and on the charge. Ollie Payne's doing exactly what he needs to do. This is almost like the British Touring Car Championship finale at the end of last season, where you had Gordon Shedden coming up from the rear of the field the man with the advantage going in, but with all the work to do in the race. And you have Ollie Payne in the Jason Plato role, the man coming from behind in terms of points, but starting at the front and leading and dominating the race and doing what he had to do up front. And Payne is driving the race of his life right now. It is the very most he can do. Make sure he's still in contention. Still a lot to be worked out here. We won't know the winners of each class for certain until a little while after each race. But Kitagawa is doing absolutely everything he needs to do. We are following him on the stream for the reason of he is the leader coming into this round. Kitagawa behind Kieran Manders and still having to work very hard to gain in on Kieran Manders. There's still a good second between them with 3 minutes still to go, as the smell of coffee is very, very strong floating across the pit area. That is the smell of pit crews and drivers managing and keeping all of their energy intact and getting them through what has been a really long, tough weekend of RC racing, but we wouldn't have it any other way as Kitagawa continues to chase Kieran Manders. Now Manders, if you're watching on the shot, we are focused on Kitagawa. If you see in shot, just in the corner right there, the white and green, oh, wouldn't have helped Kitagawa too much. He was having to deal with the lap car there. He makes it through. So now the next car ahead of Kitagawa is the second place car of Kieran Manders. The white and green car. It's been the battle for second is on. Just for a bit of context, Ollie Payne is about half a lap ahead of all of this. He's doing the Alex Hagberg method, which is lock this race down and there is nothing else you will be able to do. Do everything possibly you can do, and then it is in the lap of the gods after that. A great pass, great double pass there from Kitagawa on lap traffic there, but he's still got to chase down Kieran Manders. Manders working very hard, but so is Kitagawa. Cars still crashing and ricocheting off the walls everywhere. The intensity has not dropped since 9 AM yesterday morning, or indeed since 2 PM Friday afternoon, when these teams unloaded and hit the track for the first time. Even in practice, the intensity was off the scale. It has only ratcheted up since then. It's been a great tournament overall. And now, with a minute and a half to go, Kitagawa has caught Kieran Manders. We don't know just how important this pass for position could be. And let me tell you, every position and every point is going to count. Hence why Kitagawa is racing so hard. That third place could be the difference between Open A-Class glory in this tournament or second. It really is that close and it really is that intense a format. Manders hanging on to second. Ollie Payne, this is all taking place a long way in front of him. Kitagawa coming up right close behind. He was looking for the move through the Zen complex there. Now into the Protoform complex in the first sector. Now into the second sector. Manders making his car very wide, tucking it on the apex. There is no room on the inside. The only way round for Kitagawa will be the long way. We've seen that a few times today. It is possible, but it is incredibly difficult. The switch back there as they come in the middle section, but a flip for Kitagawa. How pivotal could that be? How important could that be? A flip off the inside wall. And Kitagawa loses all that time. Manders now should be in a solid second. I don't think Kitagawa lost the position there in amongst all that. Oh my goodness. Big crash down in the turn of champions once more. Now, where is our leader in amongst all this? Last I saw of him, he's coming through the Zen hairpins now and up onto the main straight. The white, black and red car on the main straight now of Ollie Payne. He's led this race absolutely comfortably from first flag to last. That's been the crushing drive that he needed to put in to make sure this championship for the Open A class would go down to the wire and give the score counters as much of a headache as possible and take the fight to Naoya Kitagawa. An awesome drive. Round of applause from down in the pits. The team, the family, the friends and the crews are happy about that. Payne with a great drive. Kieran Manders takes second then. Third place for Naoya Kitagawa. Fourth for Nigel Hale. Fifth for Elliot Cummings. Neil Diver sixth. James Stewart seventh. Mark Payne eighth. Simon Hadley and Stefan Fiorini did not start that race. Those guys did not start. So the workout and the maths and the scores being worked out down in the pits. We actually wait to see if we have a firm decision on our Open A-Class champion 2016. What an incredibly close battle this has been. So we still have one race to go in the Open A-Class, remember. Still have one more to go. And after 8 or 9 rounds of action, Matthew Lax, I see, is in there. And he is most certainly still in contention, as is, I believe, Tim Wood. You can also see him in this class. But it is fascinating to see, ladies and gentlemen, all of the crews and the drivers crowding around the scores and results down in pit lane, the timekeepers and the statisticians down in race control working very, very hard to make sure they get everything just right and they get everything just so. This has been a really fascinating day of racing to conclude a really fascinating weekend of racing overall. It's been absolutely fascinating, and the calculations are being worked out. Kitagawa and Payne figuring out their points, figuring out what the result is. The results will be officially confirmed in due course.
Adam.
And hello? Aha! Sorry. I'm just being passed up some snacks from my colleagues here on the RC Racing TV desk. I'm going to set up some Reese's Peanut Butter Cup biscuits. Absolutely vital. This coverage presented to you by Reedy, Protoform, Zen Racing, BRCA, and Reese's. And mineral water, I have to say. The secrets of modern commentary, ladies and gentlemen. Such an intense race like this, you need all the help you can get. What's noticeable is it's only now that we're seeing drivers start to pack up and teams start to pack up for the weekend and head for home, because obviously for a lot of teams now, their final races are now happening. It's now all over for some of these drivers and teams. And that's been the great thing about this event. We've had the Reedy race format, which makes every race important, and every driver is in every race. There is no knockout format, so you join up to race in 10 rounds and you will get a guaranteed 10 rounds of racing out of it. Here we go then. Final Open A class race of the 2016 1/12th Reedy Race of Champions is go. And the charge for turn one once more has been no less brutal and physical. Some piggybacking action back in the field. That's not been unusual. Eugene Gallet takes the early lead and immediately has Matthew Lax for company right there. As well as I think that's Luke Burley in the yellow car. Yes, it is. So your top three right there in the middle of your screen. Eugene Gallet. Oh, goodness me. Right in the middle there. Marshall stranded in the middle of the track. Trying to make sure they get back off the track. Well done. That was a bit of a difficult scenario. Stranded right in the middle of the track there, having retrieved the car, and the leaders were coming through. So, Gallet, Lax and Burley, and in fact Gallet and Lax appear to be gapping Burley just a little bit. Well, until Lax made a pretty major mistake there. Lax had a bit of a shunt in the first few corners. I think it's worked out okay though, so Gallet now ahead of, or being scored ahead of Burley, or Gallet being scored in the lead. Burley now through to second. Aaron Morley scored in third spot. Morley being scored in third, and I think it was because Matthew Lax actually fell over the wall in the first few corners, and that messed with the timing somewhat. But certainly Eugene Gallet is running away with this early doors. Chris Ashton has unfortunately had to DNF the car, not the way that team would have wanted to end their tournament. As onwards they go, they continue to work hard around this track. Eugene Gallet, this track is such hard work to navigate. That's the real issue here. We now have Darren Newton joining the list of DNFs, which is a real shame. Gallet, meanwhile, continues to truck on. Luke Burley, Aaron Morley, and Matthew Lax are your top four. With Tim Wood down in fifth. Now, Tim Wood is one of your contenders for the Open A class, but with drives like this, it won't happen for him. He needs to step up and he needs to get up there. I think the big battle on the track right now is for third spot between the white and blue car of Aaron Morley, coming through the middle sector right about now, and the white, pink and blue car of Matthew Lax. So if we drop back a few cars from our leader and then wait for the third place battle to come into our screen. Now, there they are, right in the middle shot. Your third place battle. Aaron Morley and Matthew Lax. Lax, remember, started second here, had an incident over in the first few corners, and has dropped back now to fourth. It's been a long, draining and tiring day for everyone involved in the organisation and competition of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions 2016. It's been a monumental event. It's been a magnificent event. We're on race 111 out of 120. We're in the home stretch now as the sun sets over the snowy Milton Keynes city centre, inside in the shadows of John Lewis. Once again, a sentence I never thought I'd say in relation to an RC racing event, and it doesn't matter. In the shadows of John Lewis, in this unique location, we have a great battle for the last heats of the day. Eugene Gallet has pulled out a 4-second lead now on Luke Burley. So this is the major battle on the track. Aaron Morley and Matthew Lax, 3rd and 4th. And that is Tim Wood in 5th, who's got a little bit too close to the action as he wanted to. Wood in the orange car. Now, he is one of the main contenders. So if you watch the orange car of Tim Wood, let's see if he can make some ground up here. Let's see if he can finish the day on a high and grab another podium, which will help him in the overall classification, and see if he can hopefully get him maybe onto the podium. That's what he'll be fighting for right now. Matthew Lax will also be in there as well. And a big shunt as well. And in fact, Lax is being scored down 5th now. Tim Wood up to 4th. But he's got to try and find some pace to close up on Morley. 2 seconds to be precise. And meanwhile, Morley's not too far behind Luke Burley. 2 seconds back. And 2 minutes to go. A lot of work to do for Tim Wood. Not even on the podium right now. And he needs to find some speed on Aaron Morley. Desperately. And I'll tell you what, all of them have not got anything on Eugene Gallet right now. Our leader by upwards of 5 seconds now. Wood is still to the tune of 2 seconds back on Aaron Morley. Luke Burley is gapped as well. Burley about 1.5 seconds ahead of Morley. Morley about 2 seconds up on Tim Wood, who is in himself about 1 second up on Matthew Lax. So the field spread just enough to make it relatively comfortable. The other guys in this race, Matt Rice in 6th, Lewis Parker in 7th. Chris Ashton's race lasted only 14 laps. And Darren Newton's race was only 3. David Gale did not start. So Gallet continues on. Wood is starting to hunt down Morley now, but with only a minute to go. It's got to be too little too late now, surely. Lewis Parker whacks the walls in the BRCA complex in front of us. Burley navigates through. Morley's there, as is Tim Wood. Wood's working hard. It's just not going to be enough in the end. 48 hours of hard graft and racing and competition have come down to this, and have come down to a huge amount of heartache, stamina, draining of energy and of resources. And to achieve RC racing immortality, that's the very least you need. Morley just ahead of Wood now. Wood is definitely closing in, but again, 20 seconds to go. It's not going to be enough, I don't think. I think he's going to have one shot at him, you know. And Wood will take anything he gets. He needs the best result possible, so a 3rd will be infinitely better than a 4th. It'll help his podium chances. Oh, what a pass! What a great pass from Tim Wood. I thought he had run out of time to do it. And in the closing seconds, Tim Wood snatches 3rd in the bright orange car. A great way to end the weekend. Even our cameraman is nodding his approval at that one. That was a mightily impressive pass for 3rd spot. All of that was happening a long way back behind Eugene Gallet, who takes the win ahead of Luke Burley. Tim Wood, with that great pass, takes 3rd. Aaron Morley in the end finishes 4th ahead of Matthew Lax. Matt Rice 6th. 7th for Lewis Parker. 8th and 9th were Chris Ashton and Darren Newton, your DNFs. And David Gale did not start. So that's race 111 complete. And now, after our little cameo, one last cameo from the Formula One field, we'll get on to the last of the Open B class races. We're into the home stretch now of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions 2016. The exclusive coverage presented on RC Racing TV by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing, the aggregation of marginal gains, the British Radio Car Association. We're nearly there now. We are nearly there at the end of a long and hard 2 days of RC racing. It's taking its toll on all of us, even us broadcasters, and we're professionals. Excuse me.
F1 round 10 will start in 2 minutes.
Marshals in positions. You have one free lap of practice, please, gents, if you want. Then take your positions on the grid, please.
Okay, so here we are. We have the F1s out for one of their last runs of the day. We had a very exciting thing happen in the last race with one of the Dremel cars. We had one of the pros over racing it, trying to set a new lap time. He unfortunately failed, and that lap time is still to be beaten. So we've got down on pole position. Not the Dremel car, Dave. Not the Dremel car. Send him to the back. Send him to the back. Send him to the back. Keep going backwards. Okay, let's promote Bottas. Bottas, you go down the front. There we go, guys. Okay, so we've got one of the Renaults out front with one of the Williams. We've then got a Dremel car, the Toyota, the Red Bull, Force India. We've got another Renault, two Virgin cars, I think they are, a Virgin and Marussia, and a Mercedes near the back. Hey, is that a jump start? Oh, no, right, here we go. Ready for countdown. Here it comes. And they're off into the first corner. It was an excellent start down the middle of the field. Oh, and an accident at the first corner. That's put the Renault to the back. Okay, we've got a Renault out front, followed by a... Oh, there's just carnage. Carnage, where is the referee to sort this out? This is just carnage in the middle. Okay, so we've got a Renault out front. I think we need to send the safety car out and back them all back up again. That was just I think we'll do a rolling restart behind the safety car. Safety car on the track, drivers. There is a safety car on the track. Please line up behind the safety car. Come on, guys. No overtaking under the safety car. Let's get back round. On the next lap, drivers, we're going to give you a rolling restart behind the safety car because of the carnage that went on the first lap. Come on, guys. Who's that at the back? Is that Lewis Hamilton at the back? Come on, come around, catch up. Okay, this lap. Rolling restart. 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off. Down the main straight. Oh, there's an accident straight away. The Marussia of Max Chilton is turned over. Oh, that was just terrible. Did anybody see who did that? Okay, out front we've got Bottas, followed by... Oh, no, we haven't got Bottas. We've got Nelson Piquet Jr., followed by Bottas, followed by Jarno Trulli, followed by one of the Dremel cars. Now, the Dremel car with the orange wings that's on its roof, talk about commentator's curse. That is driven by the birthday boy, Lee Stokes. So, back out front we have Nelson Piquet Jr., followed by Valtteri Bottas, followed by Jarno Trulli, followed by Nico Hülkenberg. Now in the last race, Nico Hülkenberg managed to take a win. Can he repeat that now? He's got quite a bit to go. So there's a back marker in the way now. Let's hope he doesn't get too much in the way of the oncoming traffic. Down the main straight we've still got the Renault leading, followed by Valtteri Bottas in the Williams. Followed by, who we got there? Oh, it's one of the Virgin cars, is it? Is that Virgin car, Marussia? A Virgin or a Marussia? Who knows? Oh, he's had an accident anyway. Commentators goes, come on guys, let's get those cars split up. Okay, back to the front. We've got Nelson Piquet Jr. is now, let's hope there's no team orders going on with this Dremel car now. These Dremel cars have been an absolute nightmare for us over this weekend. And there's another back marker. There's a massive accident at the end of the straight. Watch out, drivers. That must have done 5 or 6 cartwheels down the straight there. That was just incredible. Okay, back out front we've got Piquet Jr. followed by Bottas, who now has Fernando Alonso. Fernando Alonso has made it up into 3rd place in the other Renault car. I wonder if Fernando has got the pace here to catch the leading group. They are setting some blisteringly fast times. Okay, there's another back marker in the way. Out of the way, back marker. That is Bottas behind you. Thank you very much. So we've got Nelson Piquet Jr. followed by Bottas with the fast-paced Fernando Alonso, who's drifting around the track, followed by Felipe Massa. We have Felipe Massa who's just gone through to 3rd place now. So, where are we? Back at the front, Nelson Piquet Jr. is getting quite a commanding lead here. I'm not sure if we send the safety car back out again, bring this all back closer together again. I think we'll send the safety car back out now. Safety car. That's just carnage. Line up behind the safety car, please, guys. Can we have PK Junior back to the front and Bottas go around and unlap yourselves? Quick as you can, please, guys, for the last 3 minutes. Let the lap cars through. Are we there yet? Feed it through nice and gently. Come on, guys. Let's get the faster cars through. Let's get them to the front. Okay, sort your positions out. On the very next lap, we're going to restart again. So then, drivers, at the end of the main straight, we will start again. Now you're all backed up. We've got, is that a sneaky Max Verstappen now in front? Oh, commentator's curse. Okay, we're back to Nelson Piquet Jr., Valtteri Bottas, Jarno Trulli, Felipe Massa, and they're gone! And they're off! There was a massive accident on the straight on the restart there. Bottas clipped the back of Nelson Piquet Jr. So we've now got Jarno Trulli out front, closely followed by Nico Hülkenberg. Then we've got a fast charging Felipe Massa in the middle. We've then got one of those pesky Dremel cars who's just fallen off the track. Okay, we've got Fernando Alonso now up into 4th place. Max Verstappen doing a fantastic roll at the end of the straight there. Okay, birthday boy Lee Stokes has just been overtook by Nelson Piquet for 4th place. Back out front, Jarno Trulli's pulling a bit of a lead from Nico Hülkenberg, who's made himself into 2nd place, followed by Felipe Massa in the 2nd Williams. It's very tight between Felipe Massa and Nico Hülkenberg. Coming through under the rostrum now, nose to tail. Can Massa get a move put on? Oh, the mistake there from Hülkenberg lets Massa through down the end of the main straight. All 3 of them together with a fast charger. Fernando Alonso up behind. Out front, we've got Jarno Trulli navigating his way past the back marker. Oh, taken out by a back marker there. Somebody give that back marker a penalty. We've got carnage in the middle of the track. These back markers, get out of the way, back markers. Come on, let the fast cars through. We don't want any more accidents. So we've got Jarno Trulli, who's got a bit of a commanding lead out now from Felipe Massa, who's being followed by, ignore the car in the middle, that's a lap car, get out of the way, Marussia. Letting Nelson Piquet Jr. through. We've then got the fast charging Dremel of Lee Stokes, who's being followed by Valtteri Bottas, who had an early lead. We're entering into the last 10 seconds now, guys. Last 10 seconds. Can Jarno Trulli hang on to the win? It'll be his first win of the day. So when he goes round this time, guys, this is the last lap. It's going to be Jarno Trulli, followed by Valtteri Bottas, Felipe Massa, followed by Nelson Piquet Jr. Oh, I have to get my breath now, guys. That was fantastic. Just so you all know who's watching, we've got some have a go cars at the end. It's free for anybody to go and have a go. So the Porsche Cup cars that we've been using today are exactly the same cars as the ones that are on the have a go track, which is just at the end of the straight. So the have a go track is free for all people to have a go at. Thank you.
10 cars ready to go out. Track's looking okay. Matt Rice, assistant referee. I don't know where main referee is. There he is. He's just ascended from behind the rostrum. Drive to the back of the grid, please. 2-minute mark.
Attention, drivers and marshals. Race 113, Open B, round 10, will start in 2 minutes.
Slow on the straight. I'm there. Spread out a bit.
Come off the straight grid, spread out so you can run at it. Marshals, please. 4 minute 1, 1, 2, 3, need a few more. 4.
2, 3 more marshals. Drivers, take your lap, come on. Mind those marshals rushing to get to your places. Right. All done? Vince is all done. What number are you, Vince? 5. There we go. Stay there for a minute. Looking for car 10. Car 10 on pole, please. Thank you. That's fine.
Race 113, Open B, round 10, will start in 30 seconds.
There you go. Good to go. So welcome back. Reedy 112th Race of Champions. Our coverage continues, and we're into the home stretch of races now. Not very long to go at all. And we have our final round of Open B class runners. And let me tell you something. As much as I'd love to get some tension into this race, which is about to start, we are underway and we charge forward. And I will just tell you right now, there's no way that Daniel Bancroft is not walking away from this Open B class round as the winner. 9 race wins out of 9. And I think the big drama now is to whether he can actually go 10 for 10 and sweep the entire Open B class tournament. But now though, the battle is on between Gary Dyson leading the race, leading this current race, and second place, well, Paul Campion is now straight up into the lead. This is one of those races that's going to shuffle back and forth. Mark Goodchild is in there as well as Gary Dyson. They've both come together at the final corner. Goodchild took a hit there. Paul Campion in the pink car is leading. The number 2 car looking ready to bash every wall down out there. Maybe similar frayed reactions as well from the drivers. Car goes flipping over underneath. There's another one. That's Goodchild again. But on the screen right now on the stream is Paul Campion. Andrew Hicklin is second and Paul Wailau is third. This has been much better from Wailau. Sasha Freitag fourth and Vincent Formosa in 5th place. So Campion and Hicklin, the 2 pink cars wedged together on the track. Coming through the final hairpins now. There's your battle for position. Paul Wailau in 3rd in the red and white car. The orange and white car is also in there, as I think is Sasha Freitag as well. This is a 4-way battle for the win. It almost doesn't matter at this point. We know that Bancroft has pretty much sealed this up very nicely with some neatly wrapped packaging and a bow tie. The Open B class championship is pretty much his. But these guys are still battling for pride, they're battling for position, and they're battling for one last race win in the Reedy Race of Champions 2016. And a little bit of a shuffle there. Wailau was briefly up to second. Then Freitag took second. Freitag clashing back, banging wheels with Wailau. And I think Hicklin's just had some trouble at the first corner. Campion now is under a lot of pressure from Freitag, and the pressure was too much to bear. Freitag is through. Wailau now up in second. Cars go spiralling across the track beneath us. Freitag is trying to run away with this. Paul Wailau is very close in the white and orange car. And Paul Campion has come back a bit more, caught the wall on the inside in the hairpins. So now the 2-car battle for the lead is now not a battle for the lead anymore because Wailau has taken it. It's been one of those races, ladies and gentlemen, it's been one of those days. If I look to the left just for 1 second, I miss something else happening on the track. There is always something happening somewhere on the track.
8-7-2-4-1.
At the moment it's Paul Wailau who has now taken the lead. Wailau is the orange and white car heading through the first sector now, and then heading through into the middle sector. Right about now, he's just run wide, hit the wall. He's coming down beneath us now through the Reedy Turner Champions and the Zen hairpins. And he now has a 2-second advantage over Sasha Freitag. This is much better from Wailau. This will be a good way to end his weekend with a win in the final race of the weekend. He had a lot of mechanical issues yesterday, didn't start a lot of the races yesterday. But this is much better from Wailau. Sasha Freitag, he's starting to make that time up a little bit. He's about 2 seconds back. But Freitag still has a lot of work to do. We're about halfway in this race. Wailau is going to have some lap traffic to deal with in a minute. Stuck on the inside wall. Marshals in the middle of the track, retrieving cars. Paul Wailau continues to truck on though. Continues the inexorable march towards one last race victory in the Reedy Race of Champions Open B class. Fans and drivers and teams lining the pit side of the track. And we have a lead battle on once more. Wailau has been caught by Freitag. Freitag looking for the hairpin, looking for the big move there. Didn't quite work. Vincent Formosa has moved up to 3rd. And that's happening a long way behind these guys. And Wailau flinched there. on the outside of the corner. Well, flinched just a second, and that allowed Freitag through. Freitag through into the lead once more, having already held the lead once in this race. Weilau down to second and has already dropped a couple of seconds to Freitag. So Freitag with hoping to have a good ending to this weekend, hoping to have a good finish to the weekend and a good conclusion as they continue on to the BRCA complex and up through the Zen hairpins. Round they go. Freitag is getting away, it has to be said. It's starting to clear house here. 3 seconds up the road at the very least. And having already lost the lead once in this race, doesn't look like they're going to lose it again. Freitag is laying the beat down on this race now. Weilau has slipped back, but it still holds a healthy advantage over Vincent Formosa in third, Oliver Hellman fourth, and Gary Dyson fifth, followed by Mark Goodchild, Matt Baker, Andrew Hicklin, and Lee Ellis. Paul Campion in the end DNF'd after 13 laps. We continue to watch Sasha Freitag truck on, 50 seconds to go. And from what was a very, very mixed up grid, and what was a very, very mixed up opening few laps, has now become the Sasha Freitag show. Now about to put a lap on Vincent Formosa in the silver, red and green car, the maroon colour car. Formosa, ooh, a little bit of contact, wheel bang there. Did not affect neither driver too much. Doesn't look like it has. Freitag continues on and now has a huge advantage over Paul Weilau in second place. And in fact, he's almost on the verge of lapping Paul Weilau. This is how dominant this race has turned into. First half of the race was very close. Weilau, Freitag and a bunch of drivers were competing for the win. Freitag retook the lead at about half distance. Goodbye Vienna, I'm out of here, and has lapped the field in half the race. That is a sensational drive. What a way to conclude the weekend for Sasha Freitag, through across the control line to take a dominant victory by over a lap over Paul Weilau. Vincent Formosa, Gary Dyson finished fourth in the end, fifth for Oliver Hellman, Mark Goodchild sixth, seventh for Andrew Hicklin, and eighth for Matt Baker ahead of Lee Ellis and Paul Campion, the man who did not finish. So that's the first of our final 4 Open A class races done. Race 113 complete. We move on to 114 now. We have 7 races to go, including 3 Open B class races, 1 more Expedition GT12 race with the Porsche Supercup bodied cars, and the final round of the Reedy Invitational class to crown our All-Star Reedy 112 Race of Champions winner 2016. And I can tell you that although the positions are pretty much confirmed in the B class in the Reedy Invitational, it could not be closer going in. Toto Epikuro on 6 points versus Marcus Mobers, also on 6 points. This is after their worst 3 results dropped. Mobers in second based on that tiebreaker, that 1/4 place. Ollie Jeffries third on 8 points. Probably too far back at this point. Alex Hagberg also on 8 points. We'll need a drastic swing going into this one. Fifth is Mark Stiles on 11 points. 13 is Kevin Ebert. 6th is Kevin Ebert on 13th points. Juho Laven in 7th. Daniel Sieber 8th. David Spash at 9th. And Alex Laurent 10th. There's your top 10 in the top Reedy class. And in the Open B class that we're seeing here, well, Daniel Bancroft has more than won it. 6 points with 9 race victories. It's going to get to the point that even if this does come down to some sort of tiebreaker, he'll still be able to win it easily. Second place is John Zottel on 8 points. Matthias Hientricht also on 8 points in third. Fourth for Liam Hammond, who's come back well. He's on 10 points. Fifth, Mark Bartford. Sixth is Boyd Trataki. Seventh is Mark Goodchild, who we just saw. Jamie Patton 8th. Paul Campion 9th. And Vincent Formosa 10th, who we just saw. So the drivers still to come: Bancroft, Zottel, Hientricht, Hammond, Barford, Trataki. and Patton.
114.
Race 114 out of 120. We are definitely into the closing stages now, into the closing legs, the grand finale of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions Tournament 2016. Our coverage presented by Reedy Power, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing, and the British Radio Car Association, who really have done a marvellous job putting on this race this weekend. And one marshal is out there again in running shoe, and is almost itching to use them as well. Well, I tell you what, the amount of sprinting we've seen from the marshals this weekend, you're going to get your money's worth out of those. Especially as we head into the first few corners. How clean do these guys want to be? Surprisingly well behaved for the 7th to last race of the entire weekend. For a lot of these guys, their tournaments pretty much will be over. There is not much to play for. Only pride and one last race victory in the bag. So, Rob Warren leads them away. Bancroft is in this race. He rolled off 6th. Damien Giddings, and Bancroft is already up to 3rd. This is outrageous. Bancroft, you have already won this tournament. I'm almost 99.6% certain of that. But he's still acting like he's got all to play for. This is the sort of driving that has won him this Open B-Class tournament. He's battling side by side with Damien Giddings. They go side by side through multiple corners. And again, down the front straight, dicing some oohs and ahs from the fans. Bancroft backed up into the wall there. But Rob Warren backing up then. Damien Giddings through to the lead. It's Bancroft in 2nd. Rob Warren was down to 3rd and has now fallen further back now. So your leader as they come through is the number 2 of Damien Giddings. The yellow, orange and blue car. And he is pursued by Dan Bancroft, the man who is going for an unprecedented 10 wins out of 10 in Reedy race competition. I'd have to check the stats to see if it has been done before. If it has, it is hardly the most common of things to occur. But Bancroft is on the verge of doing just that. Now Liam Hammond is not far back in 3rd, and he's hoping to still have some sort of outcome on this race and still lock up a podium spot. Remember, he's moved up into 4th behind Hentricht and Zottel. So Hammond, one last good result here could move him into podium contention at the very least. It's certainly not going to move him into win contention, because Bancroft has all but sewn that one up with 9 race wins out of 9, and he's still looking to make it 10 wins out of 10 to get the Grand Slam. Let's see if he can do it. He certainly had supreme speed and control in the Open B class. Damien Giddings holding on resolutely though. This will be a real moment of pride if he's able to hold out and be the 1 in 9 and 1 for Daniel Bancroft at the Open B class championships. Giddings right there. Giddings still hanging on to that lead resolutely against the dominant Dan Bancroft. They've got lap traffic to deal with. Bancroft is clipping every single apex now, quite literally clipping the apexes. You can hear them clattering the walls as they go around. Bancroft looks to the inside at every corner, sometimes compromises his own line. It's super aggressive stuff. Bancroft knows that he can afford to drive this way. And Matthias Hentricht has actually moved himself up into 3rd in this race. Hentricht is in the green car. He is 4 seconds down the road from the leader, so Hentricht is there. So any attempts for Liam Hammond to get up on the podium have been deputised because he's down to 7th place now. Hentricht is 3rd, so should lock up at least a podium spot. Oh, what a move! What a great move from Bancroft, but they're still side by side. Giddings regains the place. Well done, Giddings. He must be the first person today who's passed Daniel Bancroft. A moment of silence, please. A moment of history in the arena. Someone has passed Dan Bancroft. Giddings doing a superb job, countering Bancroft's pass for the lead. And he retains the lead with 2.5 minutes to go. Bancroft is still there. The battle is on. It's between the yellow, orange and blue car in the middle sector right now and the all-white car. Bancroft, there's the moment he was looking for. There is the gap he was looking for. One blip from Giddings and through goes Bancroft. And now 10 out of 10 really is on. It's certainly been a 10 out of 10 set of performances from Bancroft. That we are not arguing against in the slightest. But 10 out of 10 races, well, there's no way he couldn't win. There's no way he couldn't be champion. He has locked this up in the most dominant sense possible. He's taken the destiny of this race into his own hands and has dominated this tournament from first race of the Open B-Class Championship at about 10 o'clock yesterday morning all the way through to now. Bancroft continues to lead. Giddings slipping back in second now. About 1.4 seconds back, maybe more. Hammond working hard. Still down in 6th place. Sieber in 5th. Matthias Hentrich in 3rd. Hentrich, the 3rd place car. Still a distance back, but Giddings is starting to lose touch with Bancroft. He was so valiant for such a long time there. It was a great battle for position while it lasted. But one more time with feeling from Dan Bancroft, a man who has just not lost his touch, has not lost any speed, and has not made pretty much a single mistake all weekend. Bancroft continues on. He's now at 6 seconds on Damien Giddings. An incredible run. Bancroft with a little mistake there at this point in time. Under a minute to go in his last Open B class race. And he is on for a 10 out of 10 Grand Slam. There'll be no need to peer at the boards down in the pits and work out the permutations and the mathematics of what is about to happen and who will win what. Because Dan Bancroft has won, or will be about to win, every single race out here today and win the Open B class tournament in the most dominant fashion. I don't think even Michael Schumacher could dream of this level of dominance. This is Bancroft sweeping home, running the table, winning every single race he has entered this weekend. He did not qualify for the top 30 and get into the P2 class. I'd have been fascinated to see what he could have done up against those guys. I think he really could have been a presence. A late incident for Bancroft. It almost doesn't matter. He's lapping the blue car of Chris House. This will be his last lap around, his last lap of the tournament, and it will predictably be from the lead that it will come around to convert into a 10th win out of 10. An absolutely 10 out of 10 performance from Daniel Bancroft. I thank you. That was great, great stuff. Another awesome drive. And Daniel Bancroft is unquestionably your Reedy 112 Racing Champions, Open B class champion. No argument about it. 10 wins out of 10. It really doesn't get any better than that. It really does not get any better than that. If there is such a thing as perfection in motorsport, we've just seen it, folks. Absolutely incredible. But we still have one more Open B class race to go. It'll be our last one of the entire tournament. Let's make it a fun one, shall we? Let's make it a good one. I'm sure we will, with the kind of talent that we've got stepping up onto the driver's rostrum now. One last run out here for these guys. One last tilt. And one last shot at some sort of glory. No, correction, it is the second to last Open B class race out here. Sorry. Paul, our cameraman here, was gesticulating to me as if to say I got my numbers wrong. Yes. Now, there are 2 Open B class races still to go. The tournament has been decided. The Open B class has been settled. We still have the Open A class to be figured out. Those races have been done. We're doing the maths down in the pits and the official announcement will come. We've also got the last round of the Reedy Invitational class as well. As the cars being lined up down there. This will be the penultimate Open B class race of the entire weekend. And the Open B class has put on some very entertaining racing, some real knockdown drag-about contests. And it's time for one more tilt out here. 2 more tilts out here, sorry, for the Open B class runners. 2 more tilts. The tournament decided. The Open B class is locked up. Daniel Bancroft, 10 wins out of 10. Again, perfection personified. But we still have 2 races to go to decide the minor positions. Matthias Hentrich, remember, in prime position for 3rd spot. John Zottel, who I don't see on the grid for this one, be out in the last one, hoping to secure at least 2nd and still get a podium in the Open B class at this tournament, at this prestigious tournament, where fans, punters are lining the fences 2 and 3 deep. It's great, great entertainment in the centre MK, which is slowly coming under the cover of darkness, or under the lights in the middle of the centre MK and of the John Lewis Superstore. Our coverage live on RC Racing TV, presented to you as they're crashing on the warm-up lap. It's getting into that time of day, ladies and gentlemen. Our coverage on RC Racing TV, presented by the great folks at Reedy, the company providing its name and its legacy to this great, and a format to this great tournament. Protoform race bodies. Zen Racing, the aggregation of marginal gains. Still one of my favourite taglines in marketing. And the British Radio Car Association, the great people who have put on this race out here this weekend, put on this tournament. It's been wonderful to watch. And it's still not over yet. We've still got, I was just dashing off the grid there with his Pelicam. That was a bit close. He'll get the start either way and it will be an exciting one. Away they go. Charge for the first corner. Oof. Bit of contact initially. They went 3 wide through the Protoform complex there, and predictably that really did not work at all. They're still crashing as they exit that corner. They were 3 and 4 cars wedged together at one point. But I think that's the distinctive colours of Boyd Twataki out in front. So
it could be the transmitter down there.
Transmitter. So Boyd Twataki continues to lead on, continues to battle on, and leads away in the early going ahead of Ingo Aretz. Lee Palmer is your third place man, and fourth is Kenneth Rogers ahead of Giles Hodgkinson. Robin Streeter sixth, and Haley Baker seventh. James Carn eighth, Graham Baker ninth, and David Sedgwick rounds out the 10. Boyd Twataki. Twataki ahead of Ingo Aretz. Aretz moving forward, still running second. And Lee Palmer still in third. Twataki is, and where is he at the moment? He's running sizzling smoothly in the middle, or he was, but he's in the middle sector there, wedged up against the wall, and I think that's facilitated a change of position. He's coming through the Zen hairpins now, and he's just crashed in the Zen hairpins. Now up onto the main straight. He's the white, orange and yellow car coming through the middle sector now. Middle sector behind the green and yellow form. There he is, and he's now behind Ingo Aretz. Now which car is Aretz? We'll continue to follow Twataki, the erstwhile leader, and he had a few shunts there just briefly, and I think Aretz has actually had an incident in front of them. Oh, huge prang in front of us. The A car of Aretz, the one we're looking for, and I think it has just lost the lead to Twataki. Boyd Twataki comes across the line once more. No, he's still scored behind Aretz. In fact, I think Aretz is the car he is directly behind now, the yellow and green car. And the battle now for the lead is on. The battle for one last victory out here in the Open B class. Oh, and a big clash and a big crash. The A car of Ingo Aretz goes spiraling out of the lead in the most spectacular fashion. And there is the barriers being buckled and bent down in the BRCA complex right down here. You see it there. And the Reedy turn of champions. Then the Zen hairpins. Twataki once again out in front. And he's about 8/10 up on Lee Palmer, who I believe is the white and pink car immediately behind the number 2. Yes, the number 2 car. Giles Hodgkinson out to third after that big shunt for Ingo Aretz. So Twataki, who's won his fair share of races out here, he came into this final round 6th overall, I believe, and is holding his own ahead of Lee Palmer. Palmer trying to chase him down and make this a battle for the win, but it's proving difficult at this point in time. Twataki really working hard. Oof, they were too hard there, trying to work through the lap traffic. But Twataki trundles on and continues on in great form. Hard work has largely been done for these guys, particularly Daniel Bancroft, winning 10 out of 10. But there is still work to be done for these guys. There's still a lot of pride on the table and positions up for grabs in the overall standings.
37845 is the order.
So Twataki is now fending off Lee Palmer. Now Giles Hodgkinson. They go piling through again. Yeah, Giles Hodgkinson is now scored as your second place runner. Just over a second. Oh my goodness.
Okay,
Car body checked.
More caution from passing the back marker.
Twataki just giving a little warning there. Ingo Aretz's car has been pulled off to the side, I think. Retz's car still scoring third. Charles Hodgkinson is the second place man in the number 7. Let's see where he is in relation on the track. Right now, Trataki is your leader, and the bright yellow car you'll see just behind is the second place car of Charles Hodgkinson. So, the battle for the win is still on. Trataki has led this fairly comfortably. Hodgkinson is second, with not a lot of time to go. With about a minute to go, 60 seconds to go on this, what will be these guys' last Open B class race, and it'll be the penultimate Open B class race of the entire weekend. And a huge bit of, was that a bit of tape on the track there? Some tape was down on the track. I think part of the barriers came apart there, and some tape was down on the track for a second. There was some desperate yelling from the driver's rostrum to get the marshal's attention. None of this is stopping Boyd Trataki, it has to be said. Trataki is marching on, and he's held a good lead over Charles Hodgkinson. We'll get a podium late in the day. And how about a word for Hayley Baker, the number 5 car, who's worked her way up to 3rd spot. I think and should hang in there. It's getting to that point in the day, you can't even trust the timing system at this point. Trataki, Hodgkinson, and Baker. Baker in the number 5. And the number 5 car still running there. There's your top 3. They will do one more lap. Trataki, Hodgkinson, your top 2. Hodgkinson is going to be close enough. Oof! Instead of whack with the turn of champions. It claims another one, and I don't think it's done yet. We'll only have 5 races still to go after this, and it's still not done claiming victims. But for now, one victim in that race was not Boyd Trataki. He takes one last victory in the Open B class for the weekend. It's been an excellent drive, another great race for him. He has been very strong this weekend. He can be very pleased with his string of results for the weekend. Just didn't quite get there in the end. But Charles Hodgkinson second, and a good third for Hayley Baker. Lee Palmer and Ingo Retz, your top 5. James Kahn, Robin Streeter, Kenneth Rogers, Graham Baker, and David Sedgwick complete the 10. And now we're coming up on our final Open B class race of the weekend. The last Open B class race of the entire tournament. The Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions 2016. It's been a long and arduous slog for a lot of the teams and the drivers. And these guys will have one more chance to strut their stuff and show their wares in front of some of the greatest race drivers and teams and manufacturers that the sport has ever seen.
Race 116.
And John Zottel, I see, is out in this one. So Zottel will have his last tilt. Marshall's heading out after their run and their race. So some last warming up of the tyres going on there from the white and red car. I think that's the number 2 car. As Nick explained earlier, Lee Palmer, what he's doing there with those figures of 8 is smoothing the additive off on the tyres, making sure it is completely smooth across the tyres and the grip is level across it. So
one more lap, practice starts, corners, etc.
Here we go. One warm-up lap for these guys. Don't need any warm-up time, they already did have. The blue, red, white and green car there at the moment. A lot of colours out there. The one to really watch here will be the white and blue car of John Zottel, who will know beyond all doubt now, that his chances at the tournament have gone with that perfect 10 out of 10 for Dan Bancroft. But Zottel still has a chance of securing second, and it'll be well deserved, because I'll tell you what, Zottel has had a very good performance out here this weekend. Some track repairs just being conducted down in the middle sector while the cars form up on the grid.
1200 minus 9 miles.
We're now on to race 116 now of 120. Including this one, there are 5 left. 5 left out of 120. And we started here yesterday morning. We had no idea who could be the dominant forces. It's not quite an idea what to expect, except to expect A, the unexpected, B, hugely exciting racing, and 3, champions to be crowned by 5:30 p.m. at the latest on Sunday. We've had 2 of those things, and in Dan Bancroft's case, we already have number 3. We already have our champion crowned in the Open B class. Open A was still being worked out. They've had their last races. I will see if I can check out down in the pits after this race, see if any official results are up yet, or whether they'll wait till the end for the official announcements. The teams will probably know. But for now, it is the last Open B class race of the weekend. One last tilt for John Zottel and co. One more time with feeling, guys. Let's do it. Away they go. Fly through the opening corners. Negotiating them relatively, I was about to say relatively smoothly, but for 10-car grids in these tournament weekends, that is fairly clean, I have to say. Fairly well behaved. Until a car gets stuck underneath the barriers in the first corners. We have cars spiralling and flipping over the barriers. Did I say that was clean? Well, it was for the previous moments, but it is fairly clean and smooth sailing right now for Ross Giles. The red and white faux Marlboro coloured car. And some bent bodywork as well on one car in the middle of the track. But Giles leads early on. Richard Norris is second. And third is Jamie Patton. Well, was. Well, he now wedged himself under the barriers. That's becoming a common thing now. The barriers now getting wedged and moved around, disrupting the flow of the drivers, and also causing cars to get caught underneath them. So Russ Giles marches on though. This is a good start to his race. A confident opening minute or so. Comfortable opening minute as well, as he's already extended out a 3-second gap over Jamie Patton now. Mark Passingham up to third. John Zottel in fourth. John Zottel, we're expecting one last flurry from him. Keep you posted on his progress as we watch Russ Giles marching onwards. John Zottel, second down. He's actually right there with Mark Passingham. The battle for third is between Mark Passingham in the white and orange car. See if we can find those cars. They are in the first sector right now. John Zottel is right behind him in the white and blue. They're in the middle sector there. There we go. There's both of them in the middle of his shot there. Right in the centre. And John Zottel, his aggression is not dimmed at all, despite knowing that the Open B class category honours are out of his hands. John Zottel is still going hell for leather. Some great drives here. Zottel working left and right. Looking left and right. Shifting left and right. As a lap car gets drop kicked and drilled by Mark Passingham. But that brief check-up for Passingham drilling the lap car has enabled John Zottel through. Zottel up the inside. That's more lap traffic. Good pass there from Zottel. Zottel now behind Jamie Patton in second place, and about 2 seconds back from Patton in second. Be interesting to see what kind of speed they can do. There's 3 seconds between Russ Giles and Jamie Patton, first to second. And then about 2 between, well, none at all now, because John Zottel is through, or was scored through in second briefly. Jamie Patton is still second. And is showing us about 1.3 seconds up the road. Bless you, Paul. And onwards we go. John Zottel still marching on in third. Russ Giles is pretty much gapping the field on his own right now. This has been a really good performance. He's 3 seconds up the road, but John Zottel is closing gradually on, or has actually passed Jamie Patton now. He has made the pass for second. So Zottel has made the pass. He's up at just second. The white and yellow car, Jamie Patton, was his main rival there, is his closest rival. So Zottel now has a 3-second lead exactly to close in on Russ Giles. Russ Giles in the red and white faux Marlboro livery car. Zottel has a lot of work to do. There is our leader. Let's lock in on him for the duration of this race then. A little bit of a masterclass in how to close out Open B class racing here. It's worth pointing out that the Open B, A and Reedy Invitational class cars are all like very similar spec. Well, they're all the same spec. They're all 112 electric prototypes, sports car bodied cars. with these huge rear wings on them. The differential has been split in terms of speed and pace. Some big high-stepping action in the midfield there for the Marshals, sprinting across the track. A lot of skipping and jumping, as I say. I think if you're a triple jumper, you should definitely apply to be an RC Racing Marshal. You'd be perfect for it. Hopping, skipping, jumping, sprinting, it's all there. Or maybe a heptathlete. Ross Giles continues to lead, though. Just under 2 seconds up the road from John Zottel. Zottel there, just coming into the back of your shot there. Russ Giles continues to march on his way. And Giles has a little bit of lap traffic to deal with. So he may be slowed up a little bit. But John Zottel still has to deal with that lap traffic as well. The lap traffic, I have to say, has been very well behaved this weekend. Well directed by the race referees. So, the orange and white car of Russ Giles. Russ Giles still moving in. And John Zottel. And now 1 and 2. Zottel has closed in on Russ Giles. Are we going to have a grandstand finish to the last Open B-Class race of the weekend? We may well do, because Zottel has gained in. And I think it's that Jamie Patton who's joined in from third as well. So he's snuck up on these guys as well. The 9 of Jamie Patton. So right there in the middle of your shot. You're watching at home on the stream. If you're watching in the arena, it's the 3 cars in the middle section now. The orange, white, orange car of Giles. The white and blue car of John Zottel. Bit of contact there. And Zottel realised that immediately. He turned round Giles. Not only did that cost him a shot at the lead, it has also let Jamie Patton through in the dying seconds. So Jamie Patton is going to steal this one right under the noses of Giles and Zottel. Giles got turned by Zottel. Zottel slowed to give the position back, but in the process, both of them let Jamie Patton through, and he will take the victory. He will take the last race victory of the entire weekend in the Open B-Class category. And a thoroughly entertaining race in the end. Really fun stuff. That was an entertaining drive. That was a really good drive from those guys. And Jamie Patton took a victory that perhaps he wasn't warranted to do so at first, but in the end stole it from under the nose of Russ Giles and John Zottel in mighty fine fashion. A really impressive set of races. And one last impressive fanfare for the Open B-Class races. And I'm just going to go downstairs and check and see if there is any update on the Open A-Class. The Open A-Class is the same as it was, so they're still being worked out. Open B, we know almost certainly the destination of that particular title. We have the GT12 class, exhibition class out on track last up. So one last exhibition race for the weekend. These guys just put on a good show a few moments ago, or earlier on.
Car, can you stop, please? People on the track. Okay, 1 lap practice and take your grid spots, please.
Race 1.
Can you hold the clock, please?
GT12. Round 10 will start in 30 seconds. Attention drivers.
Over to you, Mr. Timekeeper.
Are you spotting, Alan? You give out as many penalties as you want, Alan. You just tell me who and when. Okay? Okay, can I have a stop and go penalty, please, for the front 3 cars? That's the white one, the black one, and the Dremel one with the white wing, all in for a stop and go penalty, please, for being too fast. Thank you very much. What reason are we having next, Alan? Okay, the orange car entering the midfield right now. 1 stop and go penalty for being too orange. Thank you very much. Where's the silver? Okay, silver car in the middle here. Stop and go penalty. Thank you very much. And you can have another one on the way round for the next lap, please. So stop and go again. Thank you. So stop and go again, please. Thank you very much. And again, please. So Jimmy Quick Fingers. Thank you very much. And again, please. But I'd like you to enter the pit lane from the wrong direction, please. Thank you very much. So, Alan, is your daughter leading yet? No? Okay. Dremel car. On your next lap, please, can you take a 2-second stop and go penalty? That's both Dremel cars, actually. Thank you very much.
Race order after 3 minutes. 5, 1, 6, 7, 12, 9, 2, 10, 11. Leader on lap 11.
And the safety car is out and is going to pick up the green car, please. The turquoise car as the leader. So all cars go through. And the turquoise car can line up behind the safety car, please. Thank you very much. Nice and slowly. So, Alan, Dad, how are we doing? We're doing a good job. The turquoise car is now the leader, which is what we wanted. Nice and steady. Okay. Safety car is going to come in at the end of this lap. We've got just less than 2 minutes to go. Ooh, careful on the end of the straight, please. Go wide, go wide. How are we doing, Alan? Is your daughter leading? Yeah, daughter's leading, that's okay. 1 minute 30 to go. Okay, drivers, can you all turn around and drive the opposite way around the track for one lap. That's good. That's excellent. Nice and slowly. Slowly. Steady, steady, steady. Slow it down. Okay, can you all stop? Turn around and go the
This is a
correct way
bad
round.
idea. Stop and go the right way round.
Thank you very much.
All cars stop.
They're going the right way.
All cars stop. You're in the right way round, yes? So the flapper broken now.
Okay, sorry. Go the correct way around the track, but be very careful in front of the...
Track repair in front of the rostrum near required, so you'll have to miss that bit.
Thank you. Sorry, race director. You've got 30 seconds remaining of clean racing.
Okay, folks, that's race over.
Race abandoned.
Looking for race 118 coming on the track, but they'll have to pause. When the track's clear, we'll do a track repair.
My humble apologies. Probably. Do you want me to come down and repair the track for you? I'm very sorry. But it was entertaining for a moment there.
Okay, Mark Passingham, you're the assistant race director. Referee, I mean.
Referee
I'm losing it completely now.
Hello, everyone. There we go. Right, so after the organised chaos, disorganised chaos that last race, I'd like to point out that we saw that track break coming, didn't we? We'd be very wise and sage, like, oh, that's going to end in tears. Very specific things, tracks designed to go one way only, the other way, not a good idea. Right, we are now down to the last three races of this fantastic Reedy event, the Invitational. And they will be the final round of the Reedy Invitational. 3 more heats to decide who is your overall champion for this event in 2016 here in Milton Keynes. Brought to you by Reedy, Protoform and Zen Racing. We are RC Racing TV. I'm Nick, behind me is Adam, to my left is Paul, and to my very left is James. Means nothing because you can't see any of them.
No, exactly.
Adam, I believe you know what the situation is for the overall Reedy Invitational Championship.
Well, we might have to do a bit of maths on this one, but I have the overall scores for you. Coming into this final round, it is Toto Epikuro in the lead with 6 points, having had 7 wins and 2 second places. He's tied with Marcus Mobers on 6 points, but Mobers 2 second places and 1 fourth and 5 wins. He has a slightly worse record overall when you take in drop scores into account. Third is Ollie Jeffries on 8 points with 4 wins so far. Alex Hagberg is 4th on 8 points as well. Mark Starr's 5th on 11 points. So really this is a straight shootout between Epikuro and Mobers. Bless you, with Jeffries and Hagberg, the 2 wildcards here. Bless you again.
Thank you again. So Hagberg is starting this race in pole.
Just ahead of Epikuro. That could be crucial. Because ideally...
No, that's not Epikuro.
Mobers needs Epikuro to falter here. It hasn't looked likely of happening. But stranger things have indeed happened. And we're coming into the final 3 races of the entire tournament. The destination of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions trophy for the top class Reedy Invitationals is about to be decided in about the next 20 minutes or so. Here we go.
So can Hagberg hold off Epikuro? It's the green and white car and the pink and yellow car. Hagberg, who on pure ground speed from what we've seen so far, you say is a faster car, but to be honest, Toto Epikuro, the Japanese driver, has mostly been leading and defending. This is his first time well, since I've been here today, that he's had to chase.
Yep.
And Hagberg going up with a small grapple to go to the infield. That's the white and the green car coming underneath our point here. And through the Reedy Race the Champions corner and down the main straight.
And Epicuro has been able to tail. This has been his pattern for most of the races. Get a good start, tail for the first few laps, and then make the move for the lead, and then sprint away. That has not been the case so far today. He's had to do things slightly differently so far. But he's now giving chase to Hagberg. These are probably two of the very fastest cars out here this weekend in terms of pure raw lap speed, and what you're about to see is an exhibition in how to put in hot laps under extreme pressure with each other. And a shout out to Vesa Yili, who's running third on the road right now, ahead of Andy Murray and Scott Booth and Tim Altman. Those are your 6 drivers and how they run right now.
So your leader, the white and green car, the Swedish man living in Luton, never mind, it's Alexander Hagberg in second place. It's Toto Ekbura, thank you very much indeed. In third we have Vesa Yili, and then Andy Murray, your favourite not tennis playing Scotsman. But what we're now having a little bit of a gap pulled out by Hagberg. Now all this is going to mean is Ekbura cannot get an extra win. He'll have 7 wins in 3 seconds. Now I have been told that the countback is actually not beyond seconds. That 4th place will get dropped and it will go on fastest time. So if Mobus wins his heat, there's a possibility he can still win the championship.
That is interesting. I did not know that.
And I did I took Mark Stiles, but yeah, it might not be true. So Hagberg now putting that as he has. It's interesting really because I had Hagberg down as a favourite for this meeting. I've seen him being in really monumentally good form in European Championships. That's the green and white car in the centre of the track right now. Double European champion. But you know, having seen the overnight scores when I landed from Dubai, he was just being blown away. But since I've been here today, obviously his lucky charm, it's been win-win-win really, and he's just looked back to his imperious best.
Yeah, it's been a very strong run from Hagberg. This is more like the invincible driving and the strong nature that we expected from him. And indeed he did start yesterday in this sort of form, but this is much more like it. This is almost a robotic style of driving. Once Hagberg gets locked into that zen focus, and again Altman nearly taking out spectators at the fence, that seems to be his role at this point late on in the going. But Hagberg has almost put a third of a lap on Toto Ekbura, which is quite astonishing considering no one has been that far ahead of Ekbura almost all weekend.
Well, he's got 3.5 seconds of lead, and I think it's pretty much, it's very interesting actually when these cars do ebb and flow, and I think the amazing pace that Ekbura showed, but he got the points with, he's not had that pace, he's just driven very intelligently today.
Yeah.
And other cars perhaps have found some pace overnight, got a bit quicker, worked their setups up, but the fact is that he's been able to get out front and control it and say, come on, have a go. And they haven't been able to. We saw Jeffries in the last heat. All he did was kind of get close 3 or 4 times and make a mistake in passing. Now in this case, Hagberg, who's got that greater ground speed, is ahead. Ekbura is coming around very comfortably, very safely, looking for a 2nd place, which will put him in the box seats because he'll make Mobus will have to win his final race. Then we'll have to find what on earth the tiebreak is, the overall championship. But it's very, very interesting, and this does happen because the track is changing, the setup's changing. These cars are incredibly adjustable on setup, and they're always fine-tuning, and Hagberg has certainly looked very quick, and Jeffries looked very quick but not able to get those points, whereas Hagberg's looked quick today and has got them.
Yeah, and that's racecraft is a huge factor as well, because Ollie Jeffries earlier was supremely fast but was not able to get the pass done. Epicuro has been able to make the pass for the lead and then run away. Hagberg has just stormed away. He's been uninterrupted in these last few heats. He's been able to get a great start and then move clear. And what I'm thinking is going to be interesting here is with Hagberg winning, this is going to give him 1 point. And then with Epicuro taking his 2nd, that'll give him 2 points. So that'll knock him up to an extra point up in the overall reckoning. So if Mobus wins his heat, that really does put the cat among the pigeons in terms of Hagberg and Mobus closing the gap. Of course, we then have to factor in drop scores and countbacks and fastest times and rock, paper, scissors.
Do you know what? That should be the way they should do it. I'm pretty sure that rock, paper, scissors is an international sport, so it'll go through all the continents represented here.
Yes.
And it'll all be down to whether it goes to stone or not.
And I'll tell you what, this is how strong Alex Hagberg is. He has just put a lap on the 3rd place car of Vesa Yili. That is how strong Hagberg has been up now. He's been in absolutely dominant form. Coincidentally, as soon as Nick Damon arrived here today, Alex Hagberg has been on his dominant best. I think he feels the need to represent in front of the RC Racing TV contingent here.
You know, I think basically he's been holding it, keeping his powder dry. He needed to save his best till the official fan club was it. No, until we were here. Ekbura still going round, and it's interesting is people are still pushing very hard, hence the yard slappage you can hear on the TV stream, or actually see if you're at the track itself. But it's the green and white car just about to go onto the main straight now. Alexander Hagberg who's leading with the X-Ray.
55 seconds to go.
With the Orca power, engine and speed controller.
It's mesmeric, isn't it, when he gets into this sort of flow?
Yeah, if you drive the cars as well like I do, not as well as I do, drive cars like I do in the same class, it's quite frustrating to see someone that's been this good.
So is that part of the reason of your fandom for him? It's a jealousy thing as well?
No, it's just that I'm just not very good. I'll tell you, it's a very long story, but anybody who follows the RC Racing TV stream will know that Alex has always been a fan of a real fan favourite for us.
Friend of the show.
We actually did try to get him called Dr. Hagberg. We tried to start a nickname for him about 6 years ago.
Didn't
and
take
anybody
off?
who watches it will know we're very fond of his shoes. His shoes and sock combinations often feature on RC Racing TV, so Alex is one of the characters. He doesn't know he is, he just is.
And he probably won't know right now because he probably won't be listening to us because he is focused so intently in.
He can listen back and work out why they like my shoes so much. It's the question, obviously.
Well, either way, back on the serious business, Hagberg is going about to take a second dominant victory, and it'll be his last race of the weekend. Big cheers from the crowd around the arena here. A great last drive for Hagberg. That'll be his last performance for the weekend, and that will be all she wrote in terms of his drive. And now, with Toto Ebukuro taking second place, that should mean he has, I think,
3 seconds.
3 seconds.
7 wins.
So,
if the countback is not down to your final race, then it's down on fastest laps, and therefore it will be fastest overall individual race time, which would give it, if Mobers wins, to Mobers.
That'd be interesting.
But
if it goes on the countback of drop scores, then surely it's Ebukuro in the box seat.
It would seem that one of us needs to go and ask the question. Not sure who of.
Yes. Now, who on earth do we ask? There's men down there in race control right now with abacuses, with
abscesses. I've got an abscess.
They've been working that hard.
If Mobers is, I don't know, Mobers is in this one, is he? Let's have a look.
I can't see that car. I can see Mark Stars' car is out there.
Yeah, Kevin Ebert.
The 5th place car.
Dave Spashett, they're all there.
Yep. They're all there and ready. Yeah, the question has to be asked as to what the actual countback.
So I'm good at filling. You go ask the question.
To who?
To whom?
To whom? To whom? Okay.
To an owl, absolutely. James, as ever, answers the question none of us are asking. So we've got Harry Potter on it. So one more time, thank you very much to Reedy, to Prodeform and to Zen Racing, who have helped us to put on this event. But of course, the BRCA, the major organiser of this, the Reedy invitation event here in Milton Keynes. We are coming up to our penultimate race. It is the second of round 10 for the Reedy Racer Champions. 6-minute races, which is a slight change from normal competitionist class, which is 8 minutes. Cars are 1/12 scale representations of full-size LMP cars. They're the cars you'll see racing at Le Mans, which, as anybody knows, is proper racing. They'll hit about 40 miles an hour on the end of the straight, which is a scale speed of 480 miles an hour. And they'll get to 40 miles an hour in a lot less than a second, which makes them a lot quicker than any car that exists. And that's electric power. So when everyone says, oh, I want to go see Formula E is the future, electric racing. Well, we've been electric racing now for 33 years. Oh, you know.
I have an answer for you.
Well, I always like an answer.
The tiebreaker used is number of wins, then number of second places, number of thirds, vice versa. Blah, blah, blah. Only when you got through all the positions is it then fastest laps. So,
that
I
means
believe
that Toto Ebukuro has won.
As it stands, unless Mobers,
no, because Mobers got 4th.
But if he has, he needs to match him on numbers of wins.
Yes.
Then
he'll have 7 wins, 2 seconds, and a 4th against 7 wins and 3 seconds.
Maths, yes. I think you're basically there.
Let's find out.
Yes, let's find out, shall we? This is the great fascination of this event.
Maths, never a strong point.
No.
So children, when you think, why do I need maths? It's to work out the results of a Reedy Invitational event 35 years after you left school.
Well, I can tell you one
under
thing
a cloud.
for certain.
Well, in my case.
I can tell you a good bit of maths that I can understand. Mark Stiles is leading away from this one.
That's not maths, that's observation.
Okay, that's observation. That's why I'm a commentator, not a mathematician. Mark Stiles leads, then Kevin Ebert second, and I think that's Alex Laurent has moved up into 4th spot. That's Matthew White in 3rd.
That's like saying, I'll tell you a bit of maths, I really like Picasso. So leading is Mark Stiles, second is Kevin Ebert, and they're coming through the infield now. Stiles, who's looking for a top 5 finish overall. Ebert needs a win, Reedy, to pull himself up, not had the success he'd want, the Canadian. And that is the white into red car that is leading, with the white moving orange into green car. That's been going underneath us now. It's the first and second car.
Yep, they are right there. Mark Stiles has had a fairly strong weekend. He just hasn't had the outright pace and the sort of dominating sprints that we've seen from the likes of Hankloke Mobers and Ebukuro. But Stiles has been right there or thereabouts. He's been a fierce competitor all weekend, and the perfect way to end it would be with a win. I think a podium position is out of the question now for him, but certainly he can cement a top 5 finish. And in the Reedy Invitational class of the Race of Champions, he can't ask for much more than that out of the weekend. But Kevin Hebert looking for one last win there. The US and Canadian champion and star of the scene over there. He's come over here and he's made a big impression. His racecraft has really impressed me this weekend.
Yeah, I think Kevin has been a slight disadvantage. This is very much the carpet, which is the equivalent of the tarmac or the asphalt. This is a European carpet. It's called, it's often known as the X-ray carpet. It's black, and it's not the sort of carpet they run in the States at all. They run what's called a CRC carpet, which is light grey. And it is, you do have to get used to these sort of things. But he's about to take the lead there because Stiles makes a silly mistake and pings off in the corner under no pressure at all. So now I expect these Stiles in the white and red car start to run back up the back of Hebert, who just got the end of the straight there. So first and second in a swap, but I expect that Stiles will get back on his tail. I think Stiles has a little bit more ground speed.
Yeah, there is a little bit more car speed in there. If Stiles can avoid hitting the apexes on the inside, he hits the apex a bit too hard on the inside. Now, obviously, the barriers of the track have shifted around during the day with impacts from the previous ones. not by a huge amount. Obviously, it's been also a long day of racing as well. They've had to do this time and time again. This will be the 4th time these guys have been out on track today after 6 races yesterday. Huge amount of qualifying Friday. Stamina is coming down to it, and Stiles with a few blips in concentration there. He'll be very frustrated by that, and he'll be driving like a man frustrated, which can go either way, Nick. Sometimes frustration can lead to more mistakes and more frustration, or it can lead to blistering lap speed.
In this particular discipline, overdriving is always a recipe for an accident.
Yes.
Because the cars are on such a knife edge of grip. Oddly, overdriving can work in some of the other classes, where there's a bit more slip involved, with a bit more frisson of driving ability.
The off-road classes, I'm thinking.
You can actually gain by pushing too hard sometimes. Obviously, your risk-reward is in there.
Yeah.
But here, I've always found that as soon as you begin to overdrive, the speed actually disappears. And that's often the skill, is actually to drive the cars hard enough to reach your actual potential without going too far. And interestingly, one of the things you often find is if you are chasing someone, you'll go much quicker because you kind of can pace yourself and see what the speed can be. And often when you're leading, and this is even in qualifying heats, then, especially if you're on your own space, you won't go fast enough because you're not pushing yourself the end. You get comfortable because you don't want to go over that very fine line into disaster.
Yep, so top tip, driving angry does not work in smaller scale electric RC racing in the indoor discipline, so Stiles has got to keep calm here. The gap is fairly level at the moment between himself and Kevin Hebert, but I think Hebert's actually starting to stretch it out. Yeah, I think Nicky's got into that area where he's lost the toe from Stiles. He's not got him right there, and he's able to settle into his rhythm, and it's almost like there's no one else on the track right now.
Yeah, there's Hebert who's on the stream at the moment in the white into green car. Stiles, we'll keep an eye on how much closer we can give him a masterclass from the America's champion. Hebert was one of there's 2 or 3 really top 12th races over in the States. Paul Lemieux, fantastic track racer. In fairness though, track racing nothing like as popular in America by numbers. It's all about the off-road over there, but they have produced some great guys. Rick Howard, another fantastic track racer and one of the guys who actually supports this event from Association and Reedy. But most the Americans absolutely have historically dominated the off-road classes, whereas here 112 has been really, ever since the late 70s, very much controlled by the Japanese and the Brits. Sorry, not Brits, Japanese and the Europeans, sorry.
Yep.
So the current world champion is a guy called Mike Reinhardt from Germany, and then prior to that we had 3 guy from Japan winning 3 in a row. And then you go to so then you go to Dave Spashett, who won in 2006, and it's a run of Spashett and Masami. So it's interestingly, the Americas hasn't had a top racer in this class world champion racer for a few years. But certainly Hebert is a top of a very good bunch, but he has allowed himself to be caught by Stiles.
I was just about to
off camera whilst I was wittering on about Internet World Champions. He's witted up to catch him.
Yeah, I was just about to say you might want to watch this because Stiles.
Watch it. That's what I do. I just talk rubbish.
This battle is bubbling over rather nicely here. Stiles has caught back up to Hebert. I think it's because he was under pressure from Alex Laurent in 3rd, and he thought, you know what, the best form of defence is attack. I'm not going to defend my position. I'm going to go back on the attack and try and get the lead back. If he can take one last heat victory, that'll be a great boost for Mark Stiles coming out in this event. He'll finish the event on a high, and he'll also cement his top 5 position in the overall standings for the Reedy Invitational class. And now he's looking for that big moment, that big pass Where can he make it? Sometimes here, you've got to spend a good few corners making that pass. That was a little contact there that's put him behind the 8 ball. I think with 15 seconds to go, he's going to run out of time.
He's got this lap and one more, I think, so he lost that half second. It's the red and white car mark Stars going through the far right of it as we look at the circuit. Hebert's got some traffic that gets in the way of both of them. Stars just a slight click, so this is the last lap now, so it's going to take a mistake by Hebert to not win this one. He relaxed into it, he just dropped and perhaps pace a little bit too much, but Stars couldn't get past. It's a win for Kevin Hebert.
Well done.
Mark Stiles second, Alex Durant was third, Matt White was fourth, Dave Spashett fifth, Chris Hillier was sixth, and Chris Kurzweil was seventh. So it becomes the last race of the meeting.
The entire tournament.
I'm sure you've won 120 races, don't you? I know Paul does.
I love my RC racing, yes. As much as we love our RC racing here, this has been an epic tournament, and it is about to come down to the conclusion here. It feels a little bit strange, I must say, because normally when we get to this point, the last event of the entire tournament is the final.
The main final.
So it's almost like the last day of the Premier League season or something like that, or the football season. It's kind of got that vibe to it. If titles have been decided, it doesn't matter. There is still a lot of pride and a lot of action to play for here, and this will be the last hit out we'll see of the likes of Juho Leivinen, Ollie Jeffries and Marcus Mobers, who we're not entirely sure whether he still has a shot at the title or not. It's very unlikely.
What I'd like, actually, nothing to do with Marcus. I'd like Marcus not to win so we'd know for sure. So we could leave the broadcast knowing for sure. As it is, we won't know for sure.
I just hope that we don't have a situation where we have to stick around for an hour having post-race investigations.
No, this is not that sort of meeting. There will be no maximum BS at this meeting. I can tell you nothing. Still, my highlight of last year's EFRA season. I love it when one has a point to the strop.
That was the first for me in a press conference as a commentator as well. That was a joy. We need to still get them T-shirts printed.
Yes.
Anyway, Juho Leivinen.
So Leivinen looks like in the blue and white car, looks like, is he getting, no he's not, he's just parked up in fourth. I think Ollie Jeffries is going to be third.
Mobers might be rolling off pole here. The race director nearly stacks it over a sign on the far side.
I think Mobers is running off second.
I think so. Are they having a warm-up lap or have they already had one?
Yes, they are.
Yes, here we go.
It was preempting the whole thing.
Yeah, there we go. So, the last warm-up lap of the tournament. It's one that's produced a huge amount of spectacular driving, some great moments for the highlight reel afterwards, and some great action. Ollie Jeffries still weaving to get the grip and adhesive in the tyres, the additive in the tyres, I should say. And they'll line up on the grid, and I think you're right, I think Mobers is going to line up second on this grid. Leivinen on the fourth row, Jeffries on the third row. Pity the man who rolls off on the pole with that lot behind them. That lot of angry wasps behind them. I see one of the Altman cars as well. I think Daniel Sieber is also in this one as well.
He is. I think it's Sieber at the back, isn't it?
Yep. So then, here we go. One more time with feeling, folks. The last race of the 2016 Reedy Race of Champions. And we're away. Down into the first corner, wheel banging immediately.
The pole man has been completely shunted out. Mobers takes off in the lead from Leivinen, from Jeffries.
That was poor old Marcus Askell. He really didn't stand a chance with those three behind him. And it is Marcus Mobers straight out into the front.
And pulling away.
Juho Leivinen second, Ollie Jeffries third. Remember, Jeffries comes into this final round third overall. A chance of the victory is very unlikely, as it is unlikely for Mobers. But I'll tell you what, Mobers is driving like a man who believes he still has a chance of victory here. He's driving at top speed. I'm told down in the pits that he's also trying to go for the fastest lap speeds here, just in case, in the very unlikely chance, it does come down to a tiebreak on fastest laps.
I think there's a question about what the fastest tiebreak is, but at the moment, Mobers is doing all he can do, which is win the heat. Leivinen putting up a bit of extra speed. Jeffries' car looks a little bit unpleasant at the moment. I'm not sure whether he's just been unlucky, but he's a couple of times had the rear end stepping out. And he's certainly not making any ground on Leivinen.
Yeah, and Daniel Sieber is actually closing on in on him for third right now. So the battle of the two yellow cars may be happening very soon in earnest. But Marcus Mobers doing everything that he can do and can possibly do to extend this title battle right out to the last seconds of the tournament. And Juho Leivinen
Let's
is
drop back
left
to
behind.
third, Paul.
Yes,
yellow and yellow on the main straight. That's it. That's our third place battle, which is Sieber and Jeffries. Jeffries ahead with the white and yellow. The pure yellow car is Sieber. Just slightly ahead of him is Leivinen, and then a length of the straight lead for Marcus Mobers from Germany, Leivinen from Finland, followed by Ollie Jeffries from the UK, and then Sieber from Germany.
And Sieber has been quietly consistent throughout this weekend. He's shown some real flashes of brilliance throughout. has not quite been able to string together the ultimate speed and results. But Jeffries has really had a determined series of results from about round 4 yesterday, late afternoon, all the way through till now. Oh my goodness! Huge shunt for Daniel Sieber.
I have to give at least a 5.4 to the marshal there, who stopped it with his foot brilliantly.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if he's British. If so, he should be playing cricket in the, behind the wicket, definitely. Excellent work, marshal number 5.
That was excellent work.
That was quite close to crushing the car. Let's not talk about that now.
Yep. But what that has done is disrupt the battle for third. But what that hasn't also meant that, and in the middle of all that, is that Ollie Jeffries has actually got clear of Siebers. Jeffries is in the first sector now, coming through into the middle sector, and he's actually gaining slightly. Is he my imagine, or is he gaining slightly a little bit on Juho Leivinen?
No, he's gained a lot on Leivinen in the last little melee. But one thing that isn't happening is that neither of them are gaining on Mobus, who's pulling away. But this is a battle for second and third on the camera moment. If you're watching it here in the arena, it's just got underneath us now. It's the white and blue car and the white to yellow car at the end of the straight now. They're battling for second place. And the leader is just going underneath us now.
And the battle is continuing intensely, and Jeffries is really closing in. How many times have we seen this today? Jeffries' steel and determination, his speed. And I've never seen someone drive an RC car like this on the ragged edge, especially in such a precision-based class like this, the 112 scale electric class. Now, earlier on, he had all sorts of problems trying to get past Epikuro, to try and keep his own chances alive. He made 3 attempts at the pass, could not make it stick each time. Now he has to make the pass on Leivinen to try and get one last second place. Oh, a little bit of a clip there as Mick Farrell beneath us goes flying, as usual, in the Reedy turn of champions. I wonder how many more of those he's going to claim before the end of it. It's claimed almost everyone as the 2 contenders come through there. There's his second place battle. Juho Leivinen keeping it tight to the lines, which is not the fastest way around here, Nick, but obviously he knows that Mobus is getting away. So right now his focus is defending on Ollie Jeffries. So he doesn't mind losing a little bit of time.
There's 2.5 minutes to go, and certainly the 11 is now driving some very accurate lines indeed.
Yep.
Well, there we are. That's Kirsty commentator. He does accurate lines.
There it is.
Thank you very much. An accurate line into a barrier. But as you cut those lines tighter and tighter and tighter, eventually you're going to get bitten.
Eventually you're going to get a moment.
Now, Jeffries is 2.7 seconds back on Mobus, and that is quite a long way. But we have seen quite a number of times today large gaps bridged during this format. It's interesting. I think the drivers are just prepared to just throw it all into the baby out with the bathwater, just push it all out there. And obviously Jeffries has nothing to lose by ragging it round to try and make up that 2.7 gap on Mobus, who's just gone off the end of the straight. So he is still, I think, at least 2 seconds ahead.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of work, even for Ollie Jeffries' immutable standards today, to make up that time. I mean, he is driving it on the absolute ragged edge. It's a frenzied display from that car, as it has been all day. It's what has propelled him up to third place overall, and I think it's what will cement a third place trophy for him. Well deserved as well, on home turf here in the UK, in Centre MK. And Marcus Mobus, meanwhile, is doing everything he can do, even if it's futile in the battle against Toto Epikuro. We're not quite sure whether Epikuro has sealed it up for definite or it only has one hand on the title right now, but Mobus almost certainly.
If Mobus wins this,
yeah,
they've both got 7 wins.
Yeah.
But Mobus will win it on fastest.
Oh, there we go.
So
we have it officially from Mark Stiles, who is the organiser, that if Mobus wins this, he's going to win the whole thing because he got the fastest individual time.
So
he'll count back his fastest time, not drop scores.
So
drop scores stay dropped. 7 wins each if he gets there. So Marcus Mobus is 49 seconds away from becoming the first ever 1/12 Reedy champion.
This is incredibly nerve-wracking. That contrasted to the other story I've heard down there about countback.
Mark is the organiser.
Mark is there. We are trusting Mark Stiles as well on this one. So Mobus, no wonder he's driven such a determined race.
The lead to Jeffries is now 2.2 seconds. So Jeffries made about 0.4 of a second in the last minute or so. There's about 2 laps to go. So let's pick up Marcus. We're on him already, obviously, because Paul's brilliant at this sort of thing. He comes around now down the main straight. Gets the end, the yellow into orange car. These are victory laps in this particular heat, and possibly victory laps in the entire event for Marcus Mobus from Germany. He's now got just this lap to finish, and we believe he will be crowned the champion. This is the last lap of the last race, and it's going to be a win for Marcus Mobus. And Marcus Mobus wins the race, and Marcus Mobus is your champion.
We need to get that.
And he's still wearing that silly hat after all these years.
Some things never change, and some things should never change for him.
And if we could get a picture of Marcus, he's actually smiling as well. That's a first.
And we will just need.
That concludes the 2016 Reedy race.
What a great day of racing. What a great weekend of racing that was. We will need just the last official confirmation of the tournament victory.
Now, what you need to do now is you need to sign off on camera. That's what we do. Go on. It's your gig. Go.
Oh, okay.
Leave the jacket on and walk the way you've been walking.
Oh, really?
Yeah, down there.
Okay.
So Adam Johnson will now walk the way he's been walking with his jacket on.
Thank you.
He has presented the entire 3 days of the event like he's been at an after-dinner speech at a small rugby club in Wales. Now, don't forget, it's very simple. You have to thank the sponsors, thank the organisers, and tell everybody we're coming back soon, but can't tell them when till next week.
Well, there's the first thing for you.
Back. And hang on, let me count you in.
I'm being counted in and everything. Okay. This is professional.
In 5, 4.
Well, thank you very much for joining us this weekend on what has been a brilliant weekend of action here in the Reedy 112 Race of Champions. My thanks to the sponsors who have brought you this event, helped us bring you our coverage here. Reedy, Protoform, Zen Racing and the British Radio Car Association. We'll be back very soon on RC Racing TV. We'll confirm as soon as we know when we are back. We are back very, very soon. We can't tell you when yet. You'll just have to keep it locked to facebook.com/RC Racing TV. Thank you very much. I've been Adam Johnson, along with Paul Bateman, James Parry and Nick Damon on RC Racing TV. See you later.
And please remember, Adam Johnson is available for bar mitzvahs and weddings.